It's 2024, folks, and Transformers is back? Because I have a duty to annihilate this movie, I have taken the oath to execute this abomination where it stands on the very anniversary of this movie's release. That, and some say the Michael Bay Transformers movies were peak Transformers, peak fire you might say, and the new stuff post The Last Night sucks. Whatever you guys are smoking, pass me some, please. Many simply say these movies are garbage, but don't take the time to explain why in extensive detail. As you can see from the runtime below, I plan to thoroughly dive into this rotting space whale carcass, and there's simply no time for pleasantries. So let's get to it. We begin the movie with a break from the usual formula of Michael Bay Transformers introductions. No narration from Optimus Prime. Neat. Wonder if this movie is going to be any different from the ones before it. A cluster of strange Cybertronian-esque ships descend upon the Earth millions of years before modern civilization. They deploy these seed-shaped devices that create massive explosions, covering the Earth in a metal-like material, killing nearly all of the dinosaurs. Yes, I really did just say all of that. Ignoring the CGI dinosaurs looking worse than the dinosaurs from the first Jurassic Park from over 20 years before this movie's release, we cut to the modern day and geologist Darcy finds herself at a dig site that could change the world's understanding of history. But before we can even get to that, look at this. Notice there's nothing here? Hold that thought. Darcy storms the dig site, seemingly upset about something. She demands she be shown the findings. The foreman states that corporate is adamant that they keep running. She then replies to him stating that if this site has any historical significance, then the site must be shut down. This goes nowhere, by the way. The guard then fucking points a shotgun, which makes the shucking noise of a pump action, but the guard is clearly not pumping the shotgun at Darcy, and she bewilderingly says,
"Oh, he's gonna shoot me? Shoot me."
I don't think you want that, given the fact that you need to be alive to shut this place down. Nonsensical bravado aside, the aggressive, angry energy this movie exudes is going to be a recurring problem. Also, to jump ahead a bit, this dig site is run by KSI, a multi-million, possibly billion-dollar corporation, as we find out later in this film. Why do you only have one guard defending this site? Not to mention this goofball is armed with a pump-action shotgun when there are much better, more effective alternatives to use in defending a position. Again, as we find out later, KSI is in bed with the US government. Some armed forces or Cemetery Wind operatives should be guarding this site, not Joe Marshall from Boston, Kentucky with his one buckshot boomstick and no armor. What the actual fuck? The ridiculous icing on top is how pathetically the foreman tells the guard to not kill her when he literally punctuated his statement earlier with, "He's got orders to kill." Also, if he has orders to kill, don't those orders supersede your request to not shoot Darcy? So Darcy and the foreman walk up to the metal-encrusted fossils that were dug up. Remember that wide shot? These fossils definitely weren't here earlier. The foreman hits the fossils with a sledgehammer, revealing it to be some kind of metal not natural to Earth. He asks Darcy what she thinks and she says, "I think history is about to change." So the site is getting shut down, right? Also, you suddenly seem happy about this when seconds earlier you were hissing at everyone about this like someone pissed in your soup. I have no clue if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Okay, so not a great start, but let's keep going. We then cut to Cade Yeager, driving his truck in good old Texas, and we surprisingly get some world building on this billboard. Holy shit! It references the events of Dark of the Moon with the Battle of Chicago, a see something, say something hotline. Then we get some indirect characterization going on. Cade has a bumper sticker that says Yeager Research and Development, and his truck bed is filled with circuit boards and old tech parts, indirectly telling us his occupation. I mean, this vehicle registration sticker creates a continuity error, but we'll come back to that. Okay, maybe this won't be a complete travesty of Oh, Michael Bay being Michael Bay. Old habits die hard, don't they? Enter Lucas, an annoying-ass character who makes me want to vomit. The first impression I get of this character is that he walks in the middle of the street and is surprised and offended that a passing truck does not stop for him when he's not in a crosswalk. Great. We have our first gremlin of a character, but unfortunately this time he won't be the only one. Lucas asks Cade if he's getting paid for this gig this time, implying that Cade may have his own business, but he is lacking in funds to pay his employees. He even asks Lucas if he has cash on him, also implying that they're going to need it to buy something at this gig. When you see how over-decorated his daughter's room is, you'll be asking questions about Cade's financial decisions. Cade and Lucas meet with a theater landlord and his grandson to scavenge for some tech that they could use to build an invention that will make them rich. Aside from the fact that the grandson is the only person I've ever seen who doesn't seem to understand what a handshake is, what I find funny is what the landlord says.
The movies nowadays, that's the trouble. Sequels and remakes, bunch of crap.
Oh, that is rich, my man. This old man has this non sequitur that's supposed to be a subtle meta jab at the movie industry that's only gotten worse since 2014. I find this rich given that this movie is the very kind of diaper muffin this man is referring to. A bit of the pot calling the kettle black, no? So as they tour the theater, the grandson is taking jabs at his grandfather, saying the old man is senile and he's one diaper change away from poisoning his oatmeal. Holy shit, I remembered the line being about him putting the old man in a retirement home. This is way worse. I'd like to have a small tangent to discuss the humor in this movie. It is some of the most mean-spirited, loud, obnoxious, long-winded, and tone-deaf quote-unquote humor this side of Saturday Night Live. There is a literal slavery joke in this movie, and it's as tasteless as you can imagine. I don't want to delve into how bad the humor is quite yet, but for now I'll simply leave it at this. The humor is juvenile, distracting, and out of pocket, as the kids these days would say. Moving along, Cade and Lucas search the auditorium. Lucas asks Cade how many girls he remembers bringing to this theater. Cade replies, just one. Aw, that's nice. Then for some reason, Cade throws a football at Lucas, who was 100% looking at him when he threw it, and proceeds to get beamed in the head with a football. Chalk that one up as a tone-deaf joke. Why in the hell would you decide to forego a character moment that would allow us to better relate to Cade for a low-tier slapstick bit? Instead, Lucas could have asked Cade about this one girl, giving Cade more character and humanizing Lucas so that he's not such a pain in the ass. Shit, keep the football. Have them pass it back and forth between each other as they talk. But as you'll see soon enough, we're not going to be allowed to have any fully realized good ideas in this movie. Strangely, Cade says that this is why Lucas didn't make the varsity team, implying the two have known each other since at least high school. This is literally the only hint in the whole movie to the history between these two characters and how they came to know each other. After a bit of quote-unquote comedy, Cade spots a damaged flat-nosed truck resting under a bunch of debris and trash. This truck is riddled with bullet holes and a huge charred hole in the grill. He opens the door and large mortar shells fall out of the cabin. If this were me, because I'm in Texas, I would assume this was involved in a Mexican drug cartel shooting or something, so I would stay far away from this crime evidence. But I digress. After asking snake balls for the price of the truck, the landlord's grandson responds with,
"Truck?"
tipping the audience off to the nature of this vehicle. Next, we get the introductory scene for Tessa, Cade's daughter. She is seen riding with her friends in a Jeep as they all cheer and celebrate graduating high school so they can get a tan and get wasted. Not a great start in my opinion, priorities a bit screwed up there, but who am I to criticize how you live your life? More importantly, this caught my eye. This girl was sitting in between Tessa and the driver of the Jeep. She gets out after Tessa, grabs her purse, and walks out of frame, seemingly disappearing. As we'll see soon, Cade has no neighbors close by, so where is she going? Trust me, this error is subtle in comparison to the discrepancies and other shit we'll be seeing later. This is honestly just a sign of things to come. We see Tessa retrieve the mail from the mailbox and an assortment of broken trinkets and tech that sit near a sign that says, "Neighbors, drop repairs here. Pay what you feel it's worth." Tessa pulls a wagon full of this broken tech to her home as she opens the mail, seeing that her financial aid for college, which is apparently the University of Texas at Austin based on the address on the letter, has been declined. Okay, a little more reinforcement for Cade's struggling finances. Cool. Now look at this establishing shot of Cade's house. Huh? You motherfucker. Do you realize how big this plot of land is? How large this house is? The in-state tuition for the University of Texas at Austin is $11,698 a semester. You stupid grease monkey. If you sold this plot of land and downsized, you could most definitely afford to put Tessa through college. And look at all this frivolous shit, all these plants and furniture. Look at how overly decorated Tessa's room is. All these doodads, dingle hoppers, whatchamajiggas, jewelry, glasses, posters, rice paper lamps, floor pillows.
Kitten calendar.
All these boots. Those are on average $130 a pop. Bro, you don't need to invent some new creation, you need a financial intervention. And this is coming from someone who impulsively buys shit on a regular basis. Oh, how much is that? Jumping back to where we were, Tessa is greeted by a robotic dog, presumably one of Cade's inventions, that warns Tessa that it is calling 911. Tessa frustratingly barks at it, saying,
"Voice recognition, it's me."
The dog doesn't recognize her and says it is still calling 911. Tessa responds with, "Go ahead, I don't care." There's that needlessly angry energy I was talking about. A simple frustrated sigh would suffice. We cut to a cluster of news segments on the Battle of Chicago, providing exposition for those who either did not watch Dark of the Moon or forgot what happened. I actually have no problem with this, as it is an immersive way to give information to the audience. And in universe, just like 9/11, there will have been minors and children who didn't understand what happened at this event and what it means for them and their families. They will either be adults or at least old enough to understand the implications of the Decepticon attack on Chicago. A small yet solid piece of world building. A strange tidbit, however, is the posters of Optimus and Bumblebee in the Obama Hope art style. The reason why they chose this art style escapes me. This poster of Optimus is actually a plot hole. I'll explain later. But the most relevant parts of this segment are the narrator urging civilians to call a number to report alien activity, then another narrator stating that the US Congress has voted to dissolve NEST, the joint venture between the US military and the Autobots. After the events of Dark of the Moon, I almost wondered why you would do something so fucking stupid, but then I remembered that this is the United States Congress and that almost fixes this plot hole. Wait a minute, what's this? This, my friends, is an energon detector. First introduced in Dark of the Moon, these things can detect Cybertronians within a specific radius. Want to hear something wacky that actually breaks the entire movie? This is the only one in the movie. Trust me, I've checked. No hyperbole. This one shot almost broke me mentally. I was on the verge of tears when I noticed this. You'll see how bad this gets soon. We get introduced to Attinger, who comes out swinging with this eye-rolling prefix of, "as this committee knows." If this committee knows, then why are you telling them? It's one of those phrases that is a weak and pathetic handwave to excuse exposition being told to an in-universe audience that would not need to be told this information. He then says, "The invasion of Chicago was a defining day for our nation 5 years ago. The day millions of people realize that never again can we allow aliens to fight our battles for us." You crusty old fuck, were you not briefed on how the UN told the Autobots to go away and the Decepticons, who literally have part of the word deception in their names, betrayed all of you and killed thousands after they were certain no one would be able to stop them? Also, you had absolutely no hope against the Decepticons without the Autobots. You legitimately needed them in order to win. Even in this movie, you lot are incapable of taking down an Autobot completely without the help of another Cybertronian. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to also establish this now. Age of Extinction does not take place in 2014. It takes place in 2018, which means that either Cade and Lucas are driving with expired vehicle registration stickers, or those stickers are in error. But remember this for a much bigger point later. Attinger explains that the Autobots were given sanctuary on Earth after Nest was dissolved, as fewer than a dozen Decepticons are on the run, thanks to the CIA unit Cemetery Wind. He explains all of this as he deals these playing cards that have Cybertronian images on them with X's on the Cybertronians that were killed in action. Cringe. It's like a kid who played Call of Duty Black Ops 2 wrote this. Also, the information on Ironhide and Bumblebee's cards are incorrect. Ironhide didn't die in Chicago. He was last seen in Washington, D.C., where Sentinel Prime gunned him down with his Cosmic Rust gun, and the Nest headquarters was in Washington, D.C. Bumblebee would have at least returned to HQ before Nest was disbanded. He was not last seen in Chicago. As for the Cybertronian tech, Attinger wants to keep it under US control. He then says that Russia has gotten into bidding wars for these pieces of tech and that India, Israel, and Japan may have found a few ships. I like this. No, seriously. This is what would realistically happen if Cybertronian tech was scattered around the world after several years of alien robot combat. World militaries would try to scavenge as many parts and mechanisms as they could get their hands on in order to bolster their forces and make them stronger against any enemies, both of this world and beyond. Beyond it being part of Attinger's goal in this film, it's never explored past that in this movie, and it goes nowhere in The Last Knight, but I appreciate this little moment. Too bad he follows up this awesome bit of world building with more cringe.
A new era has begun, and the age of the Transformers is over.
So Cade tows the scrapped semi-truck home hours later as Tessa Skypes her, we'll just say friend for now, right as they get into flirtatious dialogue that makes me uncomfortable for some reason. Tessa sees her father towing in the scrapped truck and confronts him about his reckless spending. And this is the one time in the entire movie I'm going to relate to this character. Lucas mentions that it isn't even Cade's money that was spent buying this totaled truck. It was $150 of his money. Wait, $150 for a truck? I don't care if it's totaled. Trucks are in the $1,000 range, even if it's non-functioning. A single one of these tires for this kind of truck cost over $200. My 2005 motorcycle cost me more than this truck cost Lucas. If you're not getting the issue here, it's the stunning lack of research on truck prices by either Snakeballs or the writer. The writer really thinks that just because Snakeballs didn't know the truck was there, that he would basically give it to Cade for less than 5% of the value of this thing. Yes, singular writer. We will get to him in due time. But this stupidity only continues as Tessa drops the bomb on Lucas that Cade is broke, and Lucas responds with, I knew it. Well, of fucking course Cade is broke. What employer asks money from his employees? Wait. How did you hire a tow truck driver to bring the Flatnose to your house when you don't even have $150? The tow itself probably cost more than the truck. Also, kind of interesting that Cade fed Lucas lies about the nature of their business relationship. Lucas was under the impression that they were business partners when Cade viewed him as an employee. Lucas even sounds a bit upset when he hears Cade say this.
Could you please not drive a wedge between employer and employee?
Hold on, I thought we were partners.
Not a great look, Mr. Yeager. And another thing, how does Lucas afford this expensive ass Mini Cooper when his boss / business partner doesn't pay him? And if he viewed himself as a business partner, why is he asking his supposed partner for a paycheck? He should be entitled to a certain percentage of the profit, especially if that was in the contract he signed. Cade and Lucas discuss why Cade is broke, and it's revealed he had to buy Tessa a prom dress. Lucas then says that Cade denied Tessa a prom date, revealing a new character trait of Cade's, being overprotective of his daughter. Cade then gets defensive and tells both of them to get off his case. Of course, before the scene ends, Cade has to make an aside about Tessa's shorts being too short. Lucas proceeds to, for some ungodly, unholy reason, say in front of Tessa's father that she looks hot. This is the one time in the whole movie a character gets angry, and I 100% understand why they would be at this level of anger. I actually think he doesn't get angry enough at this comment. Then Lucas says,
Like a hot teenager.
and Cade rightfully and sarcastically points out that it's the teenager part that's supposed to make this catastrophe better. All of this, combined with the shot being from behind Tessa's ass, and what we find out about the character later, yeah, things are going to get even worse. We move away from that disaster to the next scene. Cade enters his workshop, which is also huge and probably expensive to own. We get introduced to many of Cade's failed inventions, and Tessa says that they can't keep spending money on junk. Cade considers junk a swear word. I noticed that Tessa is smiling as her dad explains his passion to her. This smile only comes across as patronizing and belittling. While waiting for one of Cade's inventions to deliver him a cold beer, Lucas just decides to fuck up this punching bag and break shit. Why? Tessa shows Cade all of their late and past due bills and asks what all the broken electronics that we saw earlier are. After Cade answers her, she decides to just throw them on the table and break them further. Great job making me like this character, movie. But Cade points out that if he can fix all of these broken electronics, it could put Tessa through college if she lands a scholarship, each one being about $100 to $200 a pop. A community college summer semester maybe? Baby girl, you're gonna need a full ride at this point. This scene is when I noticed that Lucas doesn't really do anything in this business partnership. Cade seems to do all of the inventing while Lucas just gives him money and occasionally helps him around the lab. I mean, that's all I can gather from this relationship based on what the film has given me. Then I also noticed this QR code on the back of the Butler bot. When scanned, it takes you to this website for Norris Labs. This website shows us that the Butler bot was actually created by Norris Labs and is called the Beverage Delivery System, or BDS for short. There was apparently a video on the website demonstrating the BDS in action and actually working, but it doesn't seem to load on the page. Seems kind of shitty to use this guy's hard work as a punchline to a joke in your $200 million movie for billions of people to see. Next, Tessa clunkily introduces the movie's theme.
Dad, you think maybe something should never be invented?
Ugh! What exactly prompted you to say this? What, because the beer robot failed its objective, suddenly you're assuming Skynet is going to be created in your dad's shack in the middle of rural Texas? To say the introduction of the theme is rough is like saying Ezra Miller is crazy. It's the biggest understatement of the decade. It's reminding me of this clunker of a line.
Just because something works doesn't mean that it cannot be improved.
Outside, a real estate agent brings two prospects onto Cade's property, and I use that term loosely to tour the area. Cade calls her a purple people eater and grabs a baseball bat as he goes to confront her. It's not really a funny line, but it always gets a chuckle out of me because of how stupid and silly it is.
Purple People Eater's back and she looks hungry.
Purple People Eater tells Cade that he's 6 months late on mortgage payments and that he's stealing electricity, implying that he can't even afford to pay the power bill. Six months? In Texas, you can be served a foreclosure notice anywhere between 3 months to as little as 1 day, with some banks after failure to pay. You must have an incredibly generous bank to allow you to stay here for 6 months without paying them a penny. Or, more likely, the movie doesn't understand how the mortgage process works. Cade proceeds to threaten the prospective buyers with his baseball bat, stating that he'll crack their heads open like an egg. What did the buyers do to you? Why are you angry at them? They had no clue what the setup was for this place, and the real estate agent should be reported for doing something like this. The real estate agent then drives her Chevy Volt through the fence and into the field as Cade throws his baseball bat at her car as she drives away. What possessed you to endanger the lives of your clients by driving through this fence? Why would you bring them to a home that you knew housed a disgruntled man who is delinquent on payments? I don't think this woman was ever going to come back with her brother Jerry, because I'm pretty sure she lost her job after this clusterfuck. After that angry scene, Tessa confronts her dad and asks him who is going to take care of him once she's gone. Cade then counters her with a list of things he's taught her: how to solder a circuit, write a program, French braid her hair, and how to throw a football in a spiral. Tessa then counters that statement with a list of things that she's taught him: how to cook without ketchup and balance his checkbook. It's only 2 things, but those are admittedly kinda big. It's kind of funny how she asks who always has to be the grown-up around here, when in her introductory scene, this is how she's portrayed.
2 more weeks, girls, till no more classes ever.
Almost time to get it tan and get wasted.
Cade concedes that she has a point, but he asks her to keep believing that things will work out for the best because they're a team. He also says that her mother would be very proud of her. If we could get more scenes like the ending of this scene, that would be great, but we've got about 2.5 hours of movie left, and I don't think that will be the case. We cut to a marsh in the dead of night. Nothing but nature's ambience can be heard. From the water, a Cybertronian rises silently as military helicopters fly overhead. His face transforms into a thermal scope. He watches from the shadows as the helicopters fly towards an abandoned boat. Black tactical SUVs drive towards the boat in an ominous fleet. Men with tactical gear and weapons move on foot towards the target. This team releases a small swarm of flying mini-drones that scout the area. The apparent leader of the squadron notices a heat signature inside the boat. It's a Cybertronian. Oh my god. My brother in Primus, what in the goddamn fuck are you doing? You are literally a giant robot that can transform into almost any vehicle or machine you come across that meets similar dimensions to your body. The energon detectors from Dark of the Moon don't seem to exist anymore outside of that one shot at the beginning of the movie. Otherwise, they would have found him well before this and found that truck Cade bought without much hassle. Which, to be frank, the existence of energon detectors in the universe is a problem in and of itself, but I digress. I don't understand why you don't just turn into your alt mode and just sit still. Or if you need to move, project a hologram driver into the driver's seat like the Decepticons do in the first movie and get onto like I-40 or something. Oh, they found me. They know what my alt mode is. Well, escape pursuit and change your alt mode like you always do in between movies, and how Bumblebee and Optimus do in this movie. Shit, make a toy out of it. That's what these movies are supposed to do anyways. Sell toys. Or another alternative, transform into your protoform and leave Earth. Oh wait, I forgot. They took that ability away from the Cybertronians in Dark of the Moon. Now the Cybertronians need spaceships in order to traverse space. Or do they? Just don't do this insanely stupid shit. Anyways, the military squad leader tells them to plant explosives as the unit inside moves through the boat, yelling commands and audibles as they search the boat. Are you concerned with being heard by the Cybertronian or not? The Cybertronian in the water silently watches the military squad move. His role in this operation is still unknown. The military demolitions unit finally plant the explosives and the leader, for some reason, yells, "Crack steel!" Which comes across as one of those wannabe cool military Call of Duty callouts. That's just a different way of saying it's cringe. The charges go off and the Cybertronian inside is revealed to be Ratchet, one of the original Autobots from the 2007 film. The military team opens fire on Ratchet as he flees. Well, something must be amiss. Ratchet is one of the Autobots and he was given asylum per Attinger's briefing earlier. I wonder what could be going on. A mortar team fires shells at Ratchet, who is way too close to friendlies. What the hell were you thinking? Yeah, they say danger close, but they hardly give any time for their allies to get clear before firing them off. That's the equivalent of telling your friend there's a fly on your head mere seconds before you bash their skull in with a fucking baseball bat. Ratchet is hit by the mortar but survives and flees. He transforms off-screen and retreats. The military team gives chase. I'm bringing up the off-screen transformation for a reason. We'll get to that. A missile or grenade or something, I have no goddamn idea, blows up under Ratchet and forces him to revert back to his robot mode. Huh? That is the first time I've ever seen a Cybertronian be forced to transform due to damage from simple small arms fire. In most continuities, the Cybertronians have an organ called either a conversion cog or a transformation cog. This organ is the sole reason why Cybertronians can transform. Without it, they are nothing more than regular giant robots. Ask Starscream how he knows. The only two ways to force a Cybertronian to revert to robot mode is to either destroy their conversion cog, as seen with Trypticon in War for Cybertron, or hit them with something significantly larger than they are. Hell, even in this continuity, Ironhide forced a pair of Decepticons to transform in Dark of the Moon by slamming into them. But this was more of a statement on just how powerful Ironhide was. You're now telling me that all it takes to force a Cybertronian to transform is a regular 40mm grenade? Wait, they're keeping this? Getting back on track, instead of transforming back, Ratchet just runs. Why? Just transform back. We've seen characters like Starscream transform from robot to jet and back in near instant. Why is Ratchet not behaving like his life is on the line? I mean, I know you only have a speed stat of 6, but come on, man. Oh shit, he has an intelligence and endurance of 9. As Ratchet runs, another missile/grenade thing blows off his leg, completely leaving him at the mercy of his attackers. Wounded and surrounded, Ratchet pleads for his life, informing his attackers that he is an Autobot and a friend. The leader of the military squad, I'm just gonna go ahead and call them Cemetery Wind now, asks Ratchet,
Why are you running?
"Motherfucker, you shot at him first." Ratchet then plays a distress message from Optimus Prime ordering the Autobots to cease all contact with the humans. He then says, "We're all hiding. All Autobots are being hunted. We're all in danger." Ratchet, where is your intelligence stat of 9? What the hell is this, you raging bag of dumbass? Why would you show your hand to the death squad that just hunted you down and dismembered you? You don't think they would use that information against you and your friends? The Cemetery Wind leader tells Ratchet that he lost a sister in the Battle of Chicago and that he will get no sympathy from him. Yeah, I feel bad for you, buddy, but you're talking to one of the Autobots who directly assisted in stopping the Decepticon insurgents. He was unable to save your sister, but he at least avenged her and stopped the rest of the world from falling to Decepticon tyranny. The Cybertronian in the water finally makes his move and... transforms his face into a long-barreled gun. My friends made fun of me for years because of this. I will go into detail on this later. He shoots Ratchet with what has to be the slowest missile I have ever seen in my life, and it sets Ratchet off. He finally defends himself against the humans who make short work of an already severely wounded Autobot. There is an interesting little detail here. If you look closely, you'll see a civilian worker jumping from the small tower here as the gunfire erupts. You'd think that a pro-human CIA Black Ops team would care about human casualties. They would clear out this work site to make sure no innocent humans are harmed. But this is quite a subtle hint of how little they care about human life in their mission to cleanse the world of Cybertronians. Then again, that probably wasn't Bay's intention, and I'm just looking into it too much. The Cybertronian from the water joins Cemetery Wind, revealing that he is in league with the clandestine CIA squad. The Cybertronian says, "He's mine now." Yeah, you really didn't help much, buddy, but whatever. Also, look at how hard this guy is trying to look cool. Won't be the last time this movie tries too hard to do this. Ratchet lies mortally wounded and mutters the name of the Cybertronian hunter, Lockdown, who is a relatively new character in the Transformers mythos. Not much can really be done to derail a character that was created less than 10 years ago. Or so you would think. Although I have read that Ratchet and Lockdown had a feud in animated, so this scene is something? Lockdown then has some really interesting dialogue. He says, Autobots, Decepticons, like little children, always fighting, making a mess out of the universe. Then I've got to clean it up. Lockdown is not aligned with either side of the Cybertronian Civil War. However, unlike his animated incarnation, who is a for-profit, money and upgrade hungry bounty hunter, this Lockdown is a neutral party who serves a higher being, a mercenary hired by an as of yet unknown party. He also shows disdain for the mess that the Autobots and Decepticons have created with their war, and how it seems he has been doing this for a long time. I like this dialogue because it implies that the Transformers universe is more than just Autobots and Decepticons, and there are parties that are sick and tired of the two fighting all the time. But like everything I like in this movie, it goes nowhere. Lockdown gives Ratchet an ultimatum: reveal the location of Optimus Prime or perish. And like the ultimate Chad Ratchet should have been, he weakly but firmly replies, never, sealing his fate. Lockdown extracts Ratchet's spark, killing him. And then this small, awesome moment is ruined with another cringe one-liner.
Never is here.
Do you know what would have been more impactful? Saying nothing. Sometimes silence is the best option. Or something simple like, have it your way, or fine, or even, if you say so. It doesn't have to be super clever or witty. It just needs to service the moment and the characters rather than trying to be cool. But Ratchet as a whole was a huge missed opportunity. I will speak on this in depth later. We then get a scene that is so utterly useless and redundant I can sum it up in 2 sentences. The CIA has betrayed the Autobots and they don't like Optimus Prime anymore. The CIA has betrayed the Autobots because Earth isn't safe until all Cybertronians are gone. Outside of those sentences, this scene tells us information we were already told in the last scene. The only new detail is that the president is unaware of the CIA's lies, but the president isn't a character in this movie and he doesn't add anything to the world building, so I don't know why the hell this scene is in this movie. It really doesn't add anything. What would have been cooler would be if they framed it as if Cemetery Wind was doing unsanctioned stuff behind Attinger's back, and Attinger comes across as someone who is an ally of the Autobots. But then the other shoe drops when Attinger visits KSI and reveals that he was behind it all along and gave the orders himself. Kind of like the Mr. Waternoose twist from Monsters, Inc.
I'll kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die.
We move on to a scene of Cade working on an invention, some kind of painter robot. It fails to pull itself together and it loses its constitution. With how stiff and slowly it moves, I can't imagine it would be any good at its job. He then begins to talk to his invention like it is alive, showing signs of frustration and bafflement. Some would be quick to call this cringe and weird, but I for one actually understand this level of frustration in an inanimate object. This is a kind of frustration that is very deep and very desperate. Every step of the way, this object you've been working on seems to fight back and object to everything you try to make it do. So the only thing you have left in your repertoire is to try and persuade it like it is a misbehaving child. You believe that talking to this object like it is alive will coax it into behaving and doing what you need it to do. The last time I had this level of frustration was when I replaced the front and rear sprockets on my motorcycle for the first time. That was the kind of frustration that almost brought me to tears. I get Cade in this scene, dude. Tessa brings Cade his dinner because he forgot to eat. Again, showing a level of either determination or desperation in making a working invention. Tessa asks her dad if she can hang out with some friends, with the caveat of there being no boys, since they agreed that she cannot date until she graduates high school first. Yes, I know, we'll get to him soon enough. Tessa asks Cade if he knows that no one else has this rule, and Cade says that it's not a rule, it's wisdom. Cade reveals to the audience that he had Tessa in high school and he missed his graduation to be at her birth. Side note, this picture is fucking hilarious. You are not going to convince me that this is Marky Mark as an 18-year-old. This is just a 43-year-old Mark Wahlberg wearing his baseball cap backwards. Tessa then says that she was the mistake. Cade corrects her and says that she was the surprise and the best thing that ever happened to him. She was such a great thing that she was written out of the next movie, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Cade says that he made a promise to his wife before she died. Their baby will be at her graduation. He also says that they are in a non-dating household, and if one of them can't date, neither of them can date. He says that she can be mad all she wants, but it's his job to make sure she makes it out of high school. He then allows her to go hang out with her friends. This will be mildly important later. I honestly have no issues with the characters in this scene. Both characters are acting rationally and both have a point. It's too bad it's all downhill from here. He then speaks out loud to his deceased wife Emily, stating how proud she would be. I'm actually kind of surprised his wife has a name. I never realized this until now. Cade hears something go on the fritz in his garage. He goes to put out a fire that has erupted. With the desire to make money for his family, he looks at the old truck and begins to do work on it. It's morning now and Lucas has returned, seemingly upset about something and looking for Cade. He asks Tessa, who just so happens to be sticking her head out the window as he arrives for some reason. They both find that Cade has been served an eviction notice, which really should be a foreclosure notice since this is a mortgaged house, but I digress. Nothing in this scene is ever discussed again, by the way. The eviction notice, the reason why Lucas seems upset about something, or why Lucas was looking for Cade in the first place. Tessa also doesn't know where her dad is for some reason when she could just walk around until she finds him. It's not like this isn't her house. Why is this scene even in the movie? Cut this scene and start it here.
Covered!
Then include bits of dialogue explaining that he was in there all night. This is what we call bloat, ladies and gentlemen, and a good script doctor would have cut the previous scene out. Fun fact, Carrie Fisher was a script doctor for quite a few movies, such as Scream 3, Hook, Sister Act, and The Last Jedi. Not even her touch could save that movie.
If you have something, a cowl or something you can put on.
Moving along, Cade has actually been working on the old truck overnight and has figured out something big. This truck is not just a truck, it's a transformer. I really don't like this movie's insistence on calling the Cybertronians Transformers in universe. That's like calling a dog a sniff and eater or a skunk a stink maker. Lucas and Tessa flee at the revelation and chastise Cade, telling him to get rid of it. Lucas suggests calling the hotline and reporting it. Cade wants to reverse engineer the Cybertronian to help him create a new invention so that money will never be an issue ever again. Tessa, for a reason unbeknownst to me, tells Cade in a snide and harsh way, "I've heard that before." What exactly is your damage here? Cade just wants to give you the best possible life and he thinks this would be the best way. Are he or his methods perfect? No, there can be a debate had on whether he should work on the truck or turn it in, but the condescending tone of her remark does not help anybody. Also, Nicola Peltz starts acting less like a teenager and more like a 30-year-old woman in this scene for some reason. My friend pointed out that Tessa comes across as Cade's surrogate wife in a lot of this movie, and this is one of those scenes. Lucas confirms to the audience that the truck was bought with 100% of his money, basically making it his truck. Cade then says that Lucas signed a contract that essentially makes it so that all property his employees acquire while on the clock is now his. I'm no lawyer, but I am about 98% sure this would not hold up in court. Lucas says he should have more of a say in what happens to the truck because he bought it with his money. Oh boy. Cade starts walking up on Lucas and he is just in full-on machismo mode, and it is hilarious once you realize how often this happens in this movie. This is also where we get that slavery joke.
I don't think you can own someone. That was like a while ago, even in Texas.
Ugh, anyways, Cade asks for them to be patient. They can make the call to the government after he's done inspecting it. I think that's a pretty fair compromise, but one of the other characters has a different plan. Cade takes a missile out of the truck and the missile goes live somehow. The missile goes haywire and flies around the workshop, bouncing off walls and ending up in the house. But strangely, the missile never explodes. I wonder why. Also, this is laughably bad CGI. Tessa storms back to the barn to tell her dad about the missile, but Cade is dealing with something far bigger. Finally, 28 minutes into the film, Optimus Prime makes his first proper appearance, and the first words that come out of his mouth are,
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! David!
So this is a big fucking problem. The worst problem in the entire movie. This is on the level of Luke Skywalker's character assassination in The Last Jedi. This perverted take on Optimus Prime is the entire reason I made this video. Put a pin in that. We will come back to it. I promise you. After Optimus finishes thrashing about, he draws his gun and aims it at Cade and Tessa, stating that he will kill them and demands that they stay back. Yeah, a real threat to you, huh, Optimus? With extra context later, it will be a little more digestible, but the idea that the first thing a revived Optimus does is assume that the first human he sees is capable of killing him is almost on the same level as Superman's default mode being murder everyone in the area in the Snyder Cut. However, Lucas says that they need to call 911 and now all bets are off. Optimus has a legitimate reason to freak out. Optimus then bangs his gun against Lucas as he's running, knocking him down. He simply writhes on the floor in pain. This is going to be a recurring problem. The writer and director have no idea what it takes to kill a human. Lucas should be completely unconscious and with a severe concussion at the bare minimum. That wasn't just Lucas running into a wall. That was Optimus fucking swinging his cannon into Lucas's face. Lucas should honestly be suffering from a skull fracture. Deadass, Lucas should probably be dead. Optimus basically tells the humans to chill out. A really basic fix they could have done here that would make this scene easier to swallow is to have Optimus say something along the lines of "nobody move, nobody make any calls." This would instead make it so Optimus is aware that humans are reporting the Autobots and his freakout would be more justified. Instead, we just have to infer that he knows this in order to subconsciously fix this assassination. You also may notice that there is an odd feeling with some of these scenes that involve Cybertronians. They feel like they're not really in the same room. The actors will be looking up at something but feels like they're just looking at blank space and we just have to pretend there's a Cybertronian off screen. It's the open and flat way the characters are shot that makes the humans feel like they're in a different universe from the Cybertronians.
Easy, human.
Stay there.
Back to our current scene, Cade shows Optimus that he means no harm, and for a split second, we get the actual Optimus Prime, who shows gratitude for Cade helping him and concern for his fellow Autobots.
Cade, I am in your debt. My Autobots, they're in danger.
Optimus explains that he was ambushed by humans and something else. We already know who it is, but whatever. This scene should have happened before Ratchet's death. Cade offers to repair Optimus because he is not going to get far in this condition. We cut to an unnamed tundra with a military helicopter flying towards a massive Cybertronian ship. Check out the amazing editing, by the way. Lockdown awaits on this ship with a crew of armed soldiers and cyborg hounds. You'd think that a Cybertronian who was sent by his creators would have an entourage of other Cybertronians, but manlet cyborg dudes and robo-wolves will have to do, huh? This is the scene that made me realize that Lockdown's design is kind of gross looking. More on that later. Attinger meets with Lockdown in another scene that has some cool sounding dialogue and cool CGI, but ultimately adds very little to the narrative. Lockdown also says something pretty dumb here.
I warn you, Mr. Attinger of Earth, an alliance is a contract. And contracts, like humans, expire.
Dude, Cybertronians expire as well. Jetfire in Revenge of the Fallen was on the way out, and Sentinel Prime was getting up there too. Also, Mr. is an Earth title. Why would Lockdown use this word when Mr. is not a title used on Cybertron or anywhere else but Earth as far as I know? On a larger scale, the dialogue for the first half of this scene is so utterly stupid. It's like the characters are talking past each other.
And contracts, like humans, expire.
On this planet we have a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
The two allude to their run-in with Optimus Prime. Lockdown says that Attinger's men failed to capture Optimus after he did his part. Lockdown then hits Attinger with this absolute zinger.
You promised me human intelligence. Or is there such a thing?
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty clever. But why does Lockdown say that his strike was a mortal wound when Optimus survived? It can't be a mortal wound if the person you wounded survived. It's the equivalent to saying you fully charged your phone battery only to look at the battery percentage and see 69%. Attinger asks Lockdown why he wants Optimus, and instead of answering the question, Lockdown hits us with this weirdly cryptic shit about how every species thinks they're the center of the universe and alluding to that not being the case. That's neat and all, but you didn't answer the question. The dialogue in this scene is a godforsaken mess, but the bigger issue is that in an earlier scene, Attinger says this:
Because our world will never truly be safe till all of them are gone.
If you don't like the Cybertronians, you believe they are here illegally, and that the planet won't be safe until all of them are gone, why would you enable one of them to be your attack dog on your planet? Not to mention the ridiculous amount of collateral damage this dude causes in your country alone. I can't blame you for not wanting the president to find out about this shit-fuck cluster show. He would have this fake-ass operation shut down immediately. The scene ends and I have no idea what the point of that conversation was. The scene only really served to tell us that Lockdown and Attinger are working together, but we've known that for about 10 minutes now. Imagine if this scene was used to expand on their characters a bit more by explaining why Attinger is willing to work with this Cybertronian and none of the others, or what Lockdown has to gain from doing any of this. We jump back to Cade telling Lucas to go to the hardware store and buy a list of items. When Lucas is going to realize that Cade is fleecing the shit out of him is beyond me. Cade tells Lucas not to tell anything to anyone, and we get a match cut and an L cut. Finally, some good fucking film. The match cut is a type of cut that connects two scenes by way of visuals, audio, or, in this case, content. The content match cut is admittedly an unofficial and subtle version of the match cut. This is when one scene ends with the characters discussing something, and the scene it cuts to next is directly related to what was discussed in the last scene. An example of this is in Captain America Civil War.
You know where they are.
I know someone who does.
This match cut implies that Lucas has called the government and spilled the beans on Optimus, this being reinforced by the L cut. It's called an L cut because the video stops but the audio keeps playing, creating an L shape. As Cade says nobody, it shows footage of the CIA headquarters.
Not a word to anybody, do you hear me? Not a single word. Nobody.
Okay, Michael Bay, you got a little something going on here. But anyways, the CIA are now onto Cade and the gang. Cade works in his barn to build parts to repair Optimus. Cade says that the hit he took barely missed his power source. Optimus corrects him, saying it is his spark, which is essentially the Cybertronian equivalent of a heart and a brain. It contains the life source and memories of a Cybertronian. Cade says we humans call it a soul. I'm not sure about that. This is simply a personal assessment of it, but I would say a soul is more like your personality and passion. Your soul contains who you specifically are. Your memories can be a part of that, sure, but it's more about the personality that changes you from a sack of meat, bones, and blood to an actual person with aspirations and dreams. But that's just me. I'm not dinging the movie for that. I just have a different subjective view on the matter. More importantly, this is in direct opposition to something we find out later in the movie. Moving along, Attinger orders a CIA operations room to scramble Cemetery Winge and clear out. He thanks them for their efforts and informs them that the exit is quote-unquote on their left. So what direction does everyone go in?
Okay, let's go.
Michael Bay could have easily mirrored this scene to have everyone leave to their left, not our left. Does he think the audience, or CinemaSins, would not understand and would wrongfully ding the movie for it? Possibly. So now, Cemetery Cringe is on the move to Cade's home. Optimus asks Cade why he wants to help him. Cade simply says, maybe because you trust me to. What a clunky response. What this is supposed to imply is that because Optimus trusts Cade enough to allow him to repair him, that is reason enough to help because he must be good. But that doesn't explain why Cade would personally want to help Optimus. A better and more clear response would have been, you're the one who saved us in Chicago. I know you're one of the good guys and I want to get you to your friends. Why am I assuming that Cade knows who Optimus is? Just wait. Lucas finally returns to Cade's home, but before we move on, look at these shots and see if you can point out the issue here. What in the flam-flammity fuck is going on with the time of day? It went from dusk to sunset to broad daylight. I'm starting to get the impression Bay didn't really care for this movie. Nah, that's preposterous. Lucas explains that he took a long time because he had to go to the doctor because of his hit to the head. Motherfucker, you are wearing entirely different clothes. What the hell is going on with time in this part of the movie? Did it take Lucas an entire day to go to the store, go to the doctor, go home to change clothes, call Seminary Cringe, jumping ahead too quickly, and be back here? What were you doing? The sun reversing in time doesn't make this any easier to understand. Did Michael Bay change Lucas's clothes off screen so TJ Miller would be wearing something more appropriate for an action scene? I mean, have you ever tried running in flip-flops? Shit is damn near impossible. Why didn't you just have him in the action clothes to begin with? And that's not a rhetorical question. I genuinely don't understand why this is set up like this. We then see Lockdown setting up on a corn silo near a Little League baseball game. Is Attinger not concerned that this will cause undue attention to the CIA and Seminary Binge? I hope there isn't evidence later in the movie to show that he should call ahead and inform authorities. And as if I hadn't beat you over the head with the fact that Cade's property is entirely too big for his net worth, Teletubby Binge notifies Attinger that they're on the property and Cade's house is nowhere in sight. Tessa calls for her dad at the site of the CIA vehicles. Cade emerges from his shop to meet with the operatives. The leader of Cemetery Cringe, Savoy, and his entourage introduce themselves to Cade and tell him why they're on his property. They're looking for an old abandoned truck. Savoy confirms that they received a call from someone who was concerned about the truck, and we get a shot of Lucas regretting his decision with a muttered, "Oh no." Savoy refers to Optimus as the kind of truck that cost American lives. More evidence that the writer is twisting the fuck out of the character's events from the previous films and world building in order to make this character's motivations work. Savoy orders his men to search the property for Optimus. Cade says he needs a warrant. We then get... this gem.
My face is my warrant.
What?
Lucas, being the insufferable bitch that he is, asks if they are still getting a reward if they find this truck. Oh, you'll get your reward all right.
Your eternal reward.
Cringe agents release mini drones to scan the area. Agents infiltrate Cade's barn and say a bunch of tactical bullshit that doesn't relate to anything actually happening in this scene. But more importantly, there is an exchange that is rather strange.
What the hell is that? Just some dumb inventor.
You looked at the invention and called it a dumb inventor? Huh? You're going to see that ADR utterly ravaged this film and it is a real annoyance. Interestingly, one of the Cringe agents looks down in the boarded up wooden area with a flashlight. Surely there's nothing under there. We get a shot of a Chevy hot hatch arriving in the field. If you look closely, there is no driver. Oh boy, another Cybertronian?
No!
A Cringe agent says there's nothing in the barn. Notice this guy is still looking down into the boarded up wooden stage. One of the cringe agents notices something in the trash can. I wonder what it is. Also, Cade apparently has a sheet metal shed behind his house, so not only does he have a house, a barn, and a bunch of land he can't afford, he also has this fucking expensive ass shed that can cost somewhere within the tens of thousands. Right as the other agents say there is nothing to be found, an agent reports the armed live missile in the trash can. Ah, convenient that Cade would think, a real missile? Let's throw it in the trash like it's old underwear. Silly, crazy smile emoji. What a stupidly written way to tip Blessed Terry cringe off to something being awry. And of course, because Lucas can't shut the fuck up, he chastises Cade for making him carry a live missile to the trash because he was told it was a dud. I would assume so too, since missiles can either explode when the warhead makes impact with anything at the designated speed, or explode when they are close to their target. In either case, the missile could be assumed to be inert. But even then, listen to what the cringe agent said.
Sir, we have a live armed missile in the trash.
How is it armed if it didn't explode? Armed means that it's ready to go off. It is primed. It will explode under the correct parameters. Man, whatever. Don't words anything mean anymore. Cade admits to Blessed Terry cringe that he did find a truck, but when he woke up it was gone, and that was as much as he knew about him. This is what tips Attinger off. Ah, that's a good one. A subconscious slip of the tongue catches Cade in a lie. I like this because it happens all the time in the real world. A Freudian slip is when you accidentally say something that reveals what you were subconsciously thinking about. An example is when an employee is on the phone with his boss and accidentally says, "I love you," because it's what he usually says to his wife at the end of a phone conversation. It's not hard to believe that now that Cade has spoken to Optimus and can relate to him, he no longer sees him as just a truck and finds it hard to unnaturally lie and call him an it. But then we get 3 lines hammering the point home.
Him. He said him.
He knows who the son of a bitch is.
Excuse me. You just said him.
I am really starting to think that the writer thinks the audience is stupid. That, or Mr. Bay was so fucking proud of this clever bit of writing that he had to highlight it for the audience so he would be certain that they would catch on to it. What would have been cooler is if Cade said him, then Savoy sighs and simply says, him? Then stares at Cade coldly and wordlessly. It would have given the audience enough time to catch up with what just happened instead of just shoving it in their faces like they're stupid. It would also paint Savoy as more than just a mindless attack dog who takes orders. They then take Lucas and Tessa and detain them. Cade begs to let them go, lying for them and saying that they don't know about the truck. Savoy hisses at him, asking how a human can betray his own kind. This feels odd because we're talking about Optimus Prime here. If it was nearly any other Cybertronian, you may have a point. But we're talking about the Cybertronian who died to save the life of one human boy. Tessa accuses Lucas of calling Smelly Jerry Hinge, and he clunkily and obviously lies for comedic effect. Now is really not the time for jokes in a meta and in-universe sense. Attinger then tells Savoy to use Cade's daughter as leverage. The cringe crew throw Tessa to the ground and threaten to kill her, and God damn, that is a really nice handgun. A Salient Arms Glock 17. Well, they may be cringe, but you can't say that they don't have nice and expensive taste. I find it pretty funny that not only does this dumbass not keep one in the chamber, but also the cold-hearted CIA agent is visibly trembling while holding a pistol to a man's head who he finds to be a disgusting traitor. We get a cut of a tell-it-all Singe agent looking at the wooden stage again, but this time it's revealed that Optimus Prime is indeed waiting below. Oh, there is so much wrong with this. Dude, you guys have M4s with barrel-mounted flashlights, and you couldn't see the rusted red and blue metal underneath the 2x4s? Also, you didn't think, hey, this area below this stage is kind of big and hollow. We should physically rip it open and search inside? Optimus is literally moving while the flashlight is on him. And what exactly are the dimensions of this barn? How deep does this area go? Optimus is 28 feet tall in the Bayverse. You're telling me there's enough space down there to fit a Cybertronian who is over 9 yards tall? Sure, if he crouches, he'll be shorter, but then that makes him wider. Back outside, Savoy fires a warning shot into the grass, then warns Cade that he has 2 seconds to tell him where Optimus is. I can tell you from experience, Cade didn't hear this. What he actually heard was... Yeah, make sure you use proper hearing protection at the range, guys. It sucks if you don't. Attinger says he needs the truth and Savoy gives the okay to shoot Tessa. We then get a terrible slow motion shot of Cade watching in horror. This is what happens when you shoot a shot in 24 frames per second and try to apply slow motion to it. There aren't enough frames to compensate for the reduced speed of playback. Optimus decides that now is the time to intervene. He completely brutalizes the graveyard fart squad with objects that wouldn't just send them flying. They would have had body parts removed if they were hit with these items in the real world. Not to mention, this is Cade's workshop. Optimus, instead of shooting them or punching them, decides to cause massive amounts of collateral damage to Cade's property that is barely his as it is. It's odd because I believe the intention here was to show how Optimus only wants to incapacitate the Graveyard Cringe Brigade and not kill them, but the bizarre thing is that in the real world, these things would unambiguously kill a human. This is the writer and director showing you that they have no clue what can actually kill a human. It gets so much worse, by the way, but it's funny that the writer knew it would be uncharacteristic for Optimus to kill these humans, so he created this ass-backwards solution because Hollywood thinks guns equals dead, but everything else means alive. There is a shred of the Optimus we know in here somewhere, but something in my gut tells me we're going to discard that sometime in the future. Optimus causes an explosion for some reason and creates more collateral damage for Cade to deal with later. This distraction causes Morgwind to scramble to take Optimus down. Cade uses the opportunity to grab one of the mini-drones that was flying near his face. I don't know if it's a good idea to keep government property on your person. You might just become a fugitive and there are probably GPS chips in them, right? Right? Also, Tessa survives.
Fuck!
Optimus shoots the ground near the criminally cringe agents that just so happen to not kill them. We even get shots of the soldiers falling to the ground with ADR grunts to confirm to the audience, yes, we know that guy flew several feet in the air after a huge explosion launched him skyward, but it's totally fine. See, he grunted, which means he's alive. Optimus tells Cade and company to flee as theoretically Cringe is going to kill them. Pretty sure that's obvious at this point, but whatever. The foursome flee as abnormally large missiles start striking the area, blowing up Cade's old truck. In the distance, Lockdown is firing off artillery at Optimus and several of them hit Cade's house. Oh my fucking word! Restraint, Mr. Bay. And Lockdown, have you lost your damn mind? What exactly were you aiming at? The missiles fly in all these different directions, but none of them actually got remotely close to Optimus. Optimus isn't even in the shot of the house right before it gets obliterated. I mean, shit, none of the characters are in this shot. The truck that was just hit with a missile in the previous shot isn't even on fire in this shot. I'm starting to think you were a little lazy with this one, Mr. Bay, but maybe that's not the case. What do I know? Before we can adjust to this cacophony of idiocy, the Chevy hot hatch from before leaps off a hill and slams one of its tires into the face of an astronomically cringe agent.
That's just silly.
Also, that guy totally survived the shattered skull and TBI. Don't worry about it. I will say that the setup they had for this shot behind the scenes was impressive and interesting to watch. It is revealed that the Chevy hot hatch is not a Cybertronian, but unfortunately, it's Irish trash can. It's Shane. Shane Dawson. It's Shane Dyson. Yes, that really is his name. Yay. You'll understand why Jeepers Creepers here is not a fun character in just a few more minutes. Super lucky that Jeepers Creepers showed up right when the party needed him to show up. His presence was literally never set up and it never gets explained later in the film. He just so happened to be in the neighborhood, I guess. Shane opens the door for the trio and tells them to get in. Shane drives them away from kinda tactically cringe, and the military squad is not far behind. A helicopter fires missiles at Optimus, but for some stupid fucking reason, the missiles curve away from Optimus right before they hit, or they hit right behind him. What is this? Just have timed or motion triggered explosives go off near Optimus and just CGI the missiles into the shot. You've CGI'd missiles into this movie several times before. Ugh. Shane then calls Tessa baby as he asks for information on what's happening, and Tessa briefs him on what is happening. Tessa and Shane let the cat out of the bag. Tessa had a boyfriend all along. And then we get another exchange where the characters seem to talk at each other rather than actually behaving like humans.
You're not her boyfriend!
His name's Shane and he drives, Dad.
Yeah, well, I drive my car to the nearby Walmart. It's nothing special to say someone drives. What Tessa should have said was, he's my boyfriend and he races cars. We then get yet another Lucas special where he opens his mouth for no reason other than to attempt to be funny.
What kind of cars are those? They're so scary!
Ooh, it'll all be over soon for you, Lucas. Cade tells Shane that they need to lose Technicolor cringe in the cornfield, so Shane drives down the open path in the middle of said cornfield. And then one of the cringe cruisers slams into the side of Shane's car because he blindsided him from the actual cornfield. You stupid piece of shit, he told you to lose them in the cornfield, not adjacent to the cornfield. We get a weak throwaway line that can easily be missed. The helicopter pilot says that he's running on fumes and needs to return to base. What kind of operation are you mentally challenged pool noodles running here? This is your biggest game and you send out a heli that isn't chock full of fuel and you don't have a second helicopter ready to go just in case Optimus shot down the first one? Honestly, fuck helicopters. You should have had an unmanned drone flying above with Predator missiles ready, you vegan-brained meat puppets. So Shane drives into somebody's backyard and does a donut around a tree to create a dust-up that disorients the cringe cruisers and causes them to slam into a tree. That's a pretty neat trick and all, but to the driver of the black goon-fed Suburban, what do you think is beyond this dust? Oh, I don't know, maybe some trees, possibly. Dr. Hacon recommends applying pressure to the brake pedal until visual orientation returns. That's just me, though. Also, the driver didn't even attempt to swerve. Come on now. And the guy that got ejected? Totally alive and not a kill for Shane, I'm sure of it. He screamed, see? He's alive! Shane has now driven the gang into an urban area with Cemetery Minge in hot pursuit and...
Mr. Yeager, this is not how I wanted us to meet, okay? I'm Shane, and I'm a completely...
And I am not talking to you!
Why is everyone a cartoon character in this movie? The tone is all out of whack. Cade rightfully tells him to focus on driving and getting out alive. Shane then causes an accident, but to be fair, the two cars that hit this truck clearly weren't paying attention, probably on their cell phones or something. Savoy orders his turret gunner to fire warning shots at the gang. No. No. You never shoot warning shots. This is peak Hollywood gun cringe. You don't fire warning shots because every bullet you fire hits something eventually. That means a dog, a kid, a woman, or even possibly one of your own men. For a group of goons solely interested in humanity, you guys don't seem to really care about human collateral damage. Shane wisecracks some more, and it's genuinely hard to listen to. Kate then says what the audience is probably thinking.
Bro, focus, stop talking!
Then Tessa has an ADR line telling Shane to look out for cars that are directly in front of him. Baby girl, despite him being the cretin he is and is going to be, I don't think he could have missed the big Black Death Fed Boy Suburban squad up ahead. Shane escapes down a back alley while Lucas finally admits that it's his fault that Graveyard Cringe is after them because he thought they were going to send him a check, not a federal goon squad. Motherfucker, K told you to at least wait until later to report it, and you went behind his back to call the government. We then get a shot of Optimus and Lockdown on parallel roads, showing Lockdown on Optimus's tail. What's baffling to me is the fact that Lockdown didn't just get on the same road as Optimus and then hound him. We are talking about an old rusted semi-truck from the 80s versus a 2010s Lamborghini with an engine so fast that it left town today and made it to Atlanta, Georgia yesterday. Lockdown should have GPS'd or something to Prime's current road and then just simply caught up to him. But of course, it was for the shot. The scene cuts to Shane telling everyone to hang on before he whips his car around and then proceeds to attempt vehicular manslaughter on a bunch of people playing bingo. What in the goddamn fuck are you doing, you meat-headed gremlin? You can't just run over innocent people who had nothing to do with your situation. I mean, clearly you can, you have the ability to, but what kind of person just decides to mow down other people just to avoid a threat? Oh, we're going to find out soon enough what kind of piece of shit this guy is. I'd also like to point out the stunt person here who is clearly waiting for her cue to run. You guys couldn't get another take of that? Then look at this. You expect me to believe this bingo hall turned into this garage door with no walls, doors, or support beams in the way? Look at how this is shot. They deliberately hide the other side of the bingo hall so you don't ask questions about how Shane drove his entire car through a building without tearing himself apart. Lazy, absolutely fucking lazy. Lucas then tells Shane that he did a good job losing Whinge Cringe and calls him the stranger from the cornfields. Ugh. Lockdown finally catches up to Optimus and chases him through a bunch of abandoned buildings, factories, and warehouses. We cut to Lockdown shooting at Optimus, who has already started climbing a building. Why? Why didn't Optimus just keep driving until he lost Lockdown? He transformed into a much slower form to climb up a building. He's not one of the dreads from Dark of the Moon. He can't run that fast, so Optimus's decision here is baffling. Tessa tells Shane to lose X Cringe in the factory as Lockdown closes in on Optimus. Oh my, look at this. Lockdown is within hugging distance of Optimus but somehow tackles Optimus through a part of a building but doesn't grab him. Optimus slips out of his grasp and Lockdown shoots his gun at him. Dude, you are the worst bounty hunter ever. Maybe I'm a bit too harsh. It's not like he has an assortment of other weapons he could use to incapacitate Optimus, right? Lucas then whines about the fact that they are probably not getting the money for reporting Optimus Prime to the CIA. Oh, we are only 45 minutes into this mess. Optimus tangles with Lockdown. He takes a crane hook and latches it onto Lockdown. He yanks him off his feet as his gun flies out of his hand.
You done did it now.
This one change has baffled, vexed, and infuriated me for the longest. It was the one thing I applauded Bay for, and now he changed it. This is worthy of a small tangent, so you better buckle up. Why in the hell did you change the Cybertronian weapons to be handheld instead of built-in? It didn't start with this movie either. It started in Dark of the Moon. Michael Bay wanted his little Mexican standoff scene with Ironhide and Sideswipe, but it makes so much less sense from an in-universe perspective. I was recently informed that Optimus in Transformers 2007 and Revenge of the Fallen seems to have a handheld weapon, and while that seems to be what it appears on the surface, upon closer inspection it's not that simple. In a roundabout way, Optimus's weapon in the first two films do seem to be built in, but he summons them in a very strange way. His ion blaster in 2007 comes from his back from behind his shoulder blade, but when he grabs it, his hand converts and connects to the gun, combining it to his arm by the wrist. In Revenge of the Fallen, the ion blaster returns, and when Optimus faces Demolisher, he is simply holding it, but then he seems to cock the blaster, and his arm shifts and changes to connect the blaster right before shooting it. On top of that, he now has a new weapon called the Barrage Cannon that connects to his arm in the same fashion. The best and clearest shot to show the strange nature of Optimus's weapons in the first two films is right here. You can see Optimus's hand holding the grip of the ion blaster, but there's also this bridge that connects the gun to his forearm. What a weird way to design this weapon. Anyway, we're talking about giant alien robots who can shift and change their appearance, body type, and even their proportions in some cases. So naturally, it would make sense to give them weapons that are built in and part of their bodies. On top of that, this doesn't happen when your gun is part of your fucking hand. The bigger issue is that this is not G1. You made a mid-trilogy change to the established lore of this canon for no reason other than lol, it cool. I do not have this criticism of G1 because G1 didn't have the majority of characters equipped with built-in weapons, some of the few exceptions being Shockwave, Starscream, and Sideswipe, on top of the fact that this movie is inconsistent with who gets to have built-in weapons. Ratchet and Bumblebee kept their built-in weapons in Dark of the Moon and Age of Extinction, but everyone else gets the inferior version. And I swear to Christ, if there is evidence that Lockdown has a built-in gun and he chose not to use it in this scene, I'm gonna lose it. Moving on, we get a shot of Optimus yelling for Cade on the rooftops. Then it cuts to Optimus suddenly being at ground level and doing whatever this is.
Cade!
Wait a minute. This is worse than I thought. Look at this. What is happening? The car does not react correctly to what Optimus does to it. Optimus mashes his hand on the hood of this truck, and instead of flattening the front like you'd expect it to, a small explosion is generated underneath the car to propel it upward. And then 16,000 explosions just randomly go off in the background, completely eating the scenery. It's like someone put 7 dozen explosive barrels behind some stuff in Gary's mod and just blew them all up at the same time. Tessa tells Shane to take the chase upstairs, meaning she knows where they are at. She then tells Shane to do that thing. Savoy orders his men to take out their guns and shoot them. Why weren't you doing that already? They were actively shooting at the Jaegers in the city where there was an insane amount of collateral, but now that they're in a secluded area away from innocent civilians, they decided to stop shooting? Shane tells Tessa to grab his stick, and then tells her father that she has the best hands in the business? Are you going to tell her father she sucks like a professional popsicle eater next? What the fuck is going on with this dialogue?
Do that thing, Shane!
You know it. That's it, grab my stick, grab my stick! She's got the best hands in the business.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Why is there such suggestive wording here? Tessa is 17, by the way. It gets even weirder when we find out about what Shane carries on his person at all times. Shane does a maneuver that honestly looks like something he could have done by himself. Tessa pulls his handbrake while he turns, making them do an extremely sharp right turn. Maybe this is something I don't understand about racing cars, but that seems pretty easy to do without a co-pilot. So upon closer inspection, apparently this car has 2 handbrakes. Why? Does the second handbrake make the car brake more? I don't get this. Someone explain this to me, please. From a writing perspective, I get what the purpose of this is though. To show that Shane and Tessa have worked with each other in the past and have done so frequently. The execution is just super clunky. Shane launches the car off a ramp and out of the building. There is something really off about the CGI or green screen here. I can't tell you what it is, it just looks wrong. Maybe it's that hyper fancy camera Bay was talking about in the behind the scenes.
I had this vision in my mind after I used the Phantom Flex, which is a very, very high speed digital camera. I realized that your sense of time and space get warped, and the human mind can't track what is the correct time. And if you start throwing 3 or 4 things at an audience in the screen, their brain can't compute, oh, that car should be going faster or slower, or that grass is going too fast. It just starts to warp in their mind.
The crew lands safely on a ramp below, fending off the cringe cruisers who just fall and explode. Okay, I guess. But Shane's rim is cracked and he can no longer drive his car. But isn't this a stunt you've done before? Do you crack a rim every time you do this trick? If you do, how do you justify practicing it? We know he doesn't have an infinite amount of money because, to jump ahead a bit, he reveals his life savings were invested into this car. So what use is it to practice this stunt if it is the most costly stunt to practice? It was not only for the shot, it was also an excuse to force the main cast to ditch the car and link up with Optimus. I can see the strings behind the puppet show and they are not pretty. Okay, so what happens next is a whole shitstorm of weirdness. Let me explain what happens first, then I'll break down why this scene is so stupid. Optimus swoops in and honks, giving the gang a new way to escape. Lucas gets his foot stuck in Shane's car as Lockdown appears above with a grenade. He throws the grenade below at the humans and blows up Lucas as Shane, Tessa, and Cade all flee the pursuing explosion. They make it to Optimus and they get away. I really don't even know where to begin with this. So first, Lockdown just appears above the gang. How? He was stuck on the side of a completely different building that was further away from this area. Him breaking off the chain and hook that was stuck on him in this shot only makes this more confusing because now I have to ask where the fuck he's been during the entire chase if he was free from this chain. Next, instead of Lockdown going for Prime, who is right there, Lockdown decides to blow up the humans? Lockdown doesn't give a flying fuck about the humans. Why the hell would he go out of his way to kill these stupid sacks of shit when his biggest game is sitting right there in front of him in his slower alt form? Then Optimus just sits there in his truck form and allows Lockdown to attack the very people he's defending. Optimus should have transformed in— oh yeah, that's right, he lost his gun. Don't worry, he gets it back. Next, Lucas somehow gets stuck on the door that is behind Shane when he was originally sitting behind Cade. Why didn't he just get out via his door instead of going out of Tessa's door? His door wasn't completely obstructed, so I don't know why he did this. But wait, there's more. This shot seems to imply that not only did Shane assist Tessa in getting out, but he also had a bag he grabbed from the back seat. Then everyone simultaneously says fuck Lucas and hauls ass, leaving him to get killed by this creature man. I don't blame them, but if you guys care about this man, could you at least pretend to give a shit about his whereabouts? And finally, Lockdown stands there like an oaf and lets Optimus drive away. He doesn't chase after them in his much faster alt mode, he doesn't shoot at them, he just poses for the camera near Lucas's charred corpse. All of this was clearly done for the shot. This shot.
I don't use the word fucking stupid loosely.
This little sequence of Lockdown killing Lucas was absurd to the extent that only a gormless paste eater would find coherent. Savoy watches Optimus drive away as Attinger chews him out for failing to capture Optimus. Again, you guys are terrible at the one thing the government is supposed to be good at, killing people. Tessa and Cade briefly mourn the loss of Lucas at the hands of Lockdown. I beg to differ. This calls for celebration. One less shit stain of a character to deal with. But seriously, who remembered that Lucas and Cade were supposedly friends since at least high school? I wouldn't blame you for forgetting since it's hard to get that impression from their behavior. Come on a tangent with me for a second. It'll be brief, I promise. Open a new tab and go to YouTube. Type in RevZilla CTXP into the search bar. See a video named 1,000 Miles Across Alaska? Watch some of it, but make sure you come back to this video. Don't watch the entire thing right now. You don't even have to watch all of it. You probably will because it's a phenomenal video and I feel like I should be paying for that level of quality content. Mere minutes into the video and you can practically feel the chemistry between the two hosts Zach and Ari. Yes, their friendship is a real life one, but as a writer you can analyze and extract the factors that create that chemistry, which, who knows? I might make a video analyzing their friendship and make a guide on how to create chemistry between characters. Back to the sludge, we see here that Cade kept the mini drone from earlier. How is Criminally Cringe not tracking this thing right now? In the previous scene, he was clearly not carrying it anywhere on his person, yet it spawns here because the metaphorical and literal script said so. We then get an odd instance of muted dialogue. Tessa is clearly moving her head here as she's speaking to her father, but we don't hear what she's saying. The only thing we get is Tessa saying, "Lucas, we just left him," and Cade responding, "He's gone." There may have been a conversation that was more in-depth, but they cut it out, butchering the conversation so that Cade responds with a line that doesn't really match the context of what Tessa said. Optimus drives the gang to an abandoned gas station and transforms to his robot mode. He pounds the ground in frustration because he couldn't save Lucas, offering condolences after the fact. I'm sorry, but who the fuck do you think you are? You sat in your stupid truck mode and did nothing as Lockdown killed Lucas. I hated Lucas, but you've got no right to be upset when you didn't even try to stop Lockdown. Optimus tells the trio to stay here as he leaves to ensure that they have not been followed. No? Both the Cringe Brigade and Lockdown know what your alt mode looks like. You need to simply stay put at this point and wait until you can change your alt mode. Shane complains about taking orders from a truck. Fucky Charms here doesn't seem to realize that if it wasn't for this truck, all three of them would have been told to face the wall. Cade rightfully points out that they don't have any better options. In the next scene, Attinger continues to chew out the Cringe Squad for losing to a garage inventor from Texas, and that it's going on their resumes. Attinger says that Washington thinks their target was a Decepticon, but if the Jaegers escape successfully, the story falls apart. But then Savoy asks what happens if the Jaegers go to the cops or the FBI, and Attinger says that they know to hand them over to the CIA. Okay, so what's the big deal? If all the alphabet agencies know to hand over the suspects, then what are you scared of? Just lie to the president like you always have. Tell him that Optimus has gone rogue and is a Decepticon now, or tell him that he created a new faction of Cybertronians that are against mankind. Just create a fake-ass narrative about the Jaegers to feed the media like the CIA does in real life. What exactly is the cause for concern here on your part? In a meta sense, it's because we need a bad guy to actively chase after the good guys. And here we are. This scene. The most infamous scene in this entire movie. Strap in because this shit is about to get fucking weird, dude. Cade asks where Shane is from because his accent doesn't sound Texan and sounds more like a leprechaun. Shane says that those are basically fighting words in Ireland. Cade doesn't give a shit. He wants to know more about this guy who is with his daughter. Tessa says he drives for a living and that at least he makes a living. What an absolute We're going to save that word for later. Shane explains that Tessa is his navigator while he races and that he's sponsored by Red Bull. He says this while spinning a can of something that is clearly not Red Bull. The worst part is that this is actually not the most egregious product placement in the movie. Shane also says his life savings were invested in his car. Cade dismisses the conversation by denying any of this is happening. I am totally with Cade right now. Cade then does the thing where he goes aggro and gets into someone's face. You can tell it's coming by the way he stands up and the camera gives him enough room to move. Only this time, it actually makes sense because holy fuck, this part is a doozy. Cade asks how old Shane is and he says he's 20. Cade says Tessa is a minor and that this is basically statutory struggle snuggle and he's about to beat the shit out of this guy. Then Shane is the progenitor of one of the creepiest things I've ever seen in a modern movie. He says that they are protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws because they had a pre-existing juvenile relationship when he was still a minor, meaning he had to date Tessa while he was at least 17 and she was either 14 or 15.
I don't like where this is going.
This fucking creepy piece of horse shit not only recites the law's statute, but he shows a card that has the law written on it. Who the fuck does this? You are carrying a card on your person at all times that acts as a shield against anyone who has questions about your relationship. What is this? How down bad are you, my dude? To add insult to injury, the card's statute number doesn't even match what Shane said. He said statute 2705-3, but the card says 22.011.
We've got a pre-existing juvenile foundational relationship. Statute 2705-3.
You couldn't even get the card to match what he said in a reshoot? And what's even goofier is that the age of consent in Texas is 17, making this entire charade completely unnecessary. Or you know how you could have avoided all of this? Make Tessa 18. Or completely remove Fucky Charms from the movie. Or just not make this movie at all. I just want to take this movie and... To cap this section off, let's take a moment and look at this quote from the main producer of this film, Lorenzo di Bonaventura.
Our world has gotten so over-concerned about things. That's my reaction to that. I find that scene funny, and I don't think there's anything in it that's so ribald or strange that anybody should have concern. Look, I respect people's rights to feel that way, but I don't know, I think it's a funny scene and it's intentionally funny. And it's a real thing at the same time. Which is probably what makes it funny, you know? It probably makes people feel uncomfortable because it's something that happens in the real world and we're just giving it a moment. I don't know. I think people take things too seriously. The whole scene shows how people look at our world and have a lot of respect. Come on, you guys have a little sense of humor.
Guys, what are we doing here? Where is the funny in this scene? It was just utterly bizarre watching the scene play out with my mom sitting next to me in the theater. There was legitimately no excuse to include this very weird shit in this movie. Cade asks the two if they remember what happened to Romeo and Juliet, and Tessa stupidly says they ended up in love. Public schooling at work here, folks. Cade correctly says they ended up dead, but what exactly is he implying here? Are they going to die? Is he going to kill them? What's going on here? Cade asks if Shane's dad would be okay with him dating a 17-year-old girl, and Shane says his dad took off when he was 5. The movie thinks this is enough to get me to give a shit about this creep. Cade then focuses his frustration on Tessa, saying that he trusted her. Tessa shoots back that he only trusted her to never have fun or take risks. Bitch, he's upset with you because you lied to him, you moronic wannabe Instagram thought. Not to mention that he does let you have fun. Remember yesterday when you asked to go hang out with your friends and he said yes?
You're so full of shit!
He did trust you. That's why he let you go to see your friends that one night. Cade says that he has been busting his ass to take care of her. Tessa stupidly asks, is that what you were doing when you brought home the truck? What the Yes! That's exactly what he was doing. He brought the truck home so he could part it out and get money for your college tuition. Why do I care more about your dad than you do? She reveals more of her selfish personality with this line.
All you had to do was report it, and now Lucas is dead. And my life is over. Thank you. You've taken real good care of me.
Your life is over? Everyone else in the room is just as fucked as you are. Lucas's life is actually quantifiably over. I wish the cringe platoon had actually tracked the mini drone and just struck Tessa with a predator missile as she stepped outside. Cade stays up thinking about how the cringe battalion were going to kill his daughter, so he gets to work seeing if he can find out who gave the order by stripping down the mini drone and looking at its internal storage. So now he has definitely tripped some kind of tracking protocol since he tampered with it, right? And why would there be a local storage on what essentially equates to a flying camera owned by government black ops? What if this drone had fallen into Russian or Chinese hands? There should at least be some kind of kill switch that can be activated remotely, or a dead man switch that activates automatically when unauthorized tampering occurs. Come on, man, you can set your iPhone to delete all of your data if you fail to unlock it in 10 attempts. We have human equivalents of this in the form of cyanide pills. Do better, film. On the drone's internal storage, we see Leadfoot from Dark of the Moon being killed by Cemetery Cringe. Great. More characters we never got to connect with being killed unceremoniously. Hopefully it stops with this movie.
I got the lash! His fat head. Don't get any.
Never mind. Cade and the gang raid the gas station for supplies and load up with Optimus. Cade uses the mini drone to check if his card has been locked. Why? You're broke. And while doing this, Tessa gives a backhanded compliment by saying her dad doesn't suck at everything. Is this supposed to make up for that shit she pulled in the last scene? Are we supposed to like her now after it was revealed she lied to her dad and completely misunderstands why Cade does what he does? Too little too late, you piece of garbage movie. Once Cade's card is declined, Attinger gets a video of Cade using one of their mini drones with his debit card and the words "I will find you" scrawled on it in marker. Wait, what the fuck? This is a Chinese ATM. What the hell is a Chinese ATM doing in the United States? Oh yeah, that's right, half of this movie takes place in China. I wonder why. The cops arrive at the ATM and start detaining people. So, wait a minute, you can track him based on his card activity, but you didn't track your own tech? Sam Witwicky was smart enough to know that the government can track you through your cell phone.
Here, give me this thing. They can track us. Do you see this? What? They can track us?
So you didn't think to bug your own shit as a safety measure? Jesus Christ, you guys are dim-witted. The next scene is honestly a crowd pleaser and I love it, but it's still got a bunch of stupid shit in it. Optimus rallies the Autobots who are in hiding with a radio broadcast. Sir? Shut the fuck up. Mortuary Gust is most definitely listening. Or at this point, I'm not surprised they aren't listening. They are just not bringing their A game today. Optimus scans a white Freightliner and turns himself into this eyesore of an alt mode that is probably visible from orbit. The flames? Again? Then 3 other Autobots ride towards Optimus, all 3 of them in high-profile sports cars alt modes. If you dunces are supposed to be on the lam, why the hell did you choose alt forms that are the equivalent of putting a gun-free zone sign in front of your house? Oh yeah, that's right, money. We get a shot of a massive, portly Autobot named Hound on top of some even larger rocks, celebrating the return of Optimus Prime. Again, shut the fuck up. You are on the lam. This stupid motherfucker starts shooting his gun into the air while literally screaming, "Optimus is here." Would you like to also yell out your credit card number, the expiration date, and the 3-digit security code on the back? How did you even get up here, you big chunky meathead? I know for a fact that you can't fly. Well, watching him try to get down would be hilarious though. Hold on, I got a call. What's up, Isabella? What? Fat shaming. Stop?
Never.
Next, we have a blue Autobot named Drift who is fashioned like a samurai on top of some more rocks. Dude, you were on the ground seconds ago. Why are you up here? Oh. It's to show us that he's a triple changer. At least his third form isn't as lazy as Megatron's from Revenge of the Fallen. Literal tank with wings. Next we get a green Autobot named Crosshairs who we don't even get to see him transform. Another off-screen transformation. Also take a note of what he says here.
Mr. Leader of the Free Galaxy's back.
This is going to age poorly. One thing I like about this scene is the much less aggressive and angry energy on display here. They feel like a team who is happy to see Optimus. We even get a little bop on Crosshair's arm from Drift. Then the part that makes the normies clap. Bumblebee transforms and reunites with Optimus. I don't hate Bumblebee, I just think he oversaturates most Transformers media. I mean, he even got his own movie for Christ's sake. There was a time when Hasbro couldn't even use this guy due to licensing issues. His robot mode looks great though. Hope he keeps it. Optimus finally transforms and we get a good look at his new robot mode. And it fucking sucks. Yes, this is a hill I am willing to die on. Put a pin in it. I'll come back to it in like 2 hours. Optimus tells the other Autobots that the rules of engagement with the humans have just changed. And before we can appreciate the less angry energy, we immediately switch back to aggression with Hound bemoaning the humans, calling them backstabbing weasels. But that's not the part I'm drawing issue with. Drift tells Hound to find his inner compass by reciting a haiku, which isn't even structured like an actual haiku.
Loyalty is but a flower in the winds of fear and temptation. What?
A haiku has 3 lines. The first has 5 syllables, the second has 7, and the third has 5 again. Drift simply says a sentence that has the required 17 syllables, but is actually just an unbroken sentence. An actual haiku is structured like this. This film is dog shit. A sludge flowing down a pipe. Fucking kill me, please. But after Drift tells Hound to chill out and roll up, Hound gets mad because Drift sounds like a liberal arts major and threatens to beat his ass for some reason. Then Drift goes aggro and pushes his sword up against Hound's gut and neck. An interesting note here is Hound's dialogue. He tells Drift to please pull it. I think he was either supposed to get into an argument with Crosshairs or Drift was supposed to have a gun instead of a sword. Either way, we couldn't have gotten a redo from John Goodman. It's just audio, what the fuck? Bumblebee then says that them killing each other would save the group time, and Crosshairs asks the group to raise their hand if they're unhappy with their quote-unquote Earth vacation. These guys are supposed to be Autobots, by the way. Then Crosshairs aims one of his massive guns at the trio of unarmed, helpless humans that Optimus brought himself. Then Hound aims his even bigger gun at the group like a bloodthirsty maniac. Thankfully, Optimus tells them to calm the hell down because they helped him. We then get a transition that has always bugged me. It is the most ineffective and malformed way of conveying to the audience that time has passed. Even Peter Cullen sounds like his lines come from a completely different year. This whole shot just irks my soul.
They've risked their lives for mine. We owe them. So there's been no sign of any others.
The Autobots brief Optimus on the current state of affairs, saying that the 5 of them are the only Autobots left. Haha, that's not true at all. I don't know why you're trying to write yourselves into a corner again by stating that these 5 Autobots are the only ones left, especially since this movie exists purely because Paramount and Hasbro wanted some of that cinematic universe money that the MCU was experiencing 2 years before Age of Extinction came out. Fucky Charms asks if being under Autobot witness protection is the best option. Yes, it is, you deflated mushroom goblin. What is the alternative? Get captured by the Cringe Patrol and be tortured, interrogated, and either killed or put in an underground gulag? This is the second time you've asked this stupid ass question. Please stop. Cade tells Shamrock Shake to kick rocks if he doesn't like it, but then Shane says that he's not hiding out with Cade, he's hiding out with Optimus. So why in the fuck did you even ask that redundant and stupid as shit question? Drift informs Optimus that Bumblebee had taken command in Optimus's absence, and apparently he sucked at it. Given the fact that Bumblebee had been on Earth for nearly 10 years at this point, and possibly even longer, I can't imagine a situation in which Bumblebee would not be able to at least keep things operating at the level at which they had been for the past several years. Drift says Bumblebee is like a child, and then Bumblebee does the aggro stand-up maneuver, which leads to a brief scuffle between the two for no other reason than ego. Allow me to go on another slight tangent. In Dave Grossman's book On Combat, he states that there are 2 reasons why people fight: ego and survival. One should weigh the consequences of a fight and decide whether it is worth the cost of possibly losing it. Is a life worth losing over ego? Thus, he concludes that fights should not be conducted unless it is for survival, never for ego. Bumblebee and Drift started fighting over bruised ego. It's the giant robot equivalent of those fights in the Mortal Kombat and Injustice story modes, where the characters fight for no reason other than to keep the amount of fights equal per chapter. But Drift does have a line that I 100% agree with.
Am I the lone sage who sees through these puppy dog eyes act? It's beneath you.
Yes, Bumblebee, it is beneath you. Crosshairs then says a very Decepticon-esque line. I've been waiting for them all to dispatch each other so I could take charge with no trouble at all. Starscream called, he wants the character he never had in this series, but this personality trait doesn't really go anywhere, so I don't know why it was given to him in the first place. Optimus then does a pretty weak pattern interrupt by diverting the subject to Lockdown hunting them down and the humans helping. Optimus asks why, and Cade says something odd here.
Well, listen, I don't know why, but I have an idea about who.
Optimus didn't ask who, he asked why. What's even stupider is that the drone footage Cade shows Optimus actually does answer his question. A nice little moment comes when Hound acknowledges the death of Leadfoot and removes his helmet in respect. Rarely do the deaths of any of these characters get acknowledged with respect, so the moment is appreciated. And then we get raw verbal exposition as to where the film is about to head next. To summarize the point of this chunk of dialogue, Cade says a government contractor named Kinetic Solutions, KSI from here on out, built the mini-drone Cemetery Cringe used, and that the Cringe Patrol passes off dead Cybertronians to KSI's headquarters in Chicago. This part is why show don't tell is something you really need to master if you're a storyteller. My personal first experience with this scene, and another one later, is that I heard Cade talking, but because he said so much shit in one long-ass sentence, and then Shane starts talking before I could process what just happened, I ended up utterly confused as to why we were in Chicago in the next scene. It is also absolutely bizarre that they didn't have any actual footage of a truck carrying a dead Cybertronian on it. And to jump way ahead for a second, we have this shot of Galvatron being hauled to China. Why am I bringing this up? Just model swap Galvatron with Ratchet or Leadfoot. Boom, done. It's especially egregious when you realize that this shot of Galvatron was already a reused shot of a dead Optimus from Revenge of the Fallen. Shit, just take any shot from any of these movies and model swap the character. Something would have been better than nothing in this scene. The long ass line Cade had is not accompanied by any visuals, and it causes the audience to process information slower. Here's a real life anecdote of how this works. I used to do security, and the procedure for this event was for guests to empty their pockets while sliding their bags onto the table so they could be searched. They were supposed to take their pocket contents and place them above their heads as they walked through the metal detector. Instead of simply reciting this repetitively, I would chop out the unnecessary words and accompany this abridged version of the explanation with simple gestures, patting my thighs to represent pockets, then raising my hands over my head to represent where the pocket contents would go. This enabled my line to go much faster than the other two lines. This is because the human mind processes information better through visuals. We react faster to audio, but when it comes to breaking down data and converting it into usable information relevant to what we're doing, visual aids are king. Back to this movie. Look at this. When you look at this raw line in text, you realize a good chunk of this line is unnecessary. Just remove the parts about a truck coming to haul the dead Cybertronians away and the part about defense and aerospace. My reworked version of this section would be, look at this. Footage from an Autobot raid. After they kill them, they send them to a government contractor, Kinetic Solutions. Explains how they got this high-tech drone. There. Easier to digest, less unnecessary words, allows the audience to process things faster, throw in some visuals from the KSI drone and we're golden. This scene is fixed. We can inform the audience of what KSI does later. What's sad is that from a screenwriter's perspective, I can tell what the writer was trying to do. He knew that the information was a lot to digest, so he threw in the line from Shane that sums up what Cade said. But because the characters' lines are spoken so close together, it's forcing what appears to be new information into your face before you can process what was just said. This could have easily been fixed with a quick 2-second pause before Shane starts talking. But that would have been a band-aid on a wound, when my solution wouldn't have created a wound in the first place. Hound says there's no way to get into KSI without a battle. Yes, there is. You are literally robots in disguise. Use your disguises. It's not like energon detectors exist anymore outside of that one single detector in Chicago and literally nowhere else. And even then, once you're inside, you can tear ass anyways. We'll find out later how pathetic KSI's security detail is. But more importantly, Hound made this not very astute assessment because it's supposed to prompt Cade's next line. Cade says they'll need human help. Of course, his piece of shit naysaying ass daughter has something to say about it. Cade actually responds to her bullshit with a logical retort.
Sweetie, we're targets now too. We need to know why we never get our lives back.
And she rightfully has nothing to argue back with.
Know your fucking place, trash!
Optimus then swears to break his oath about not killing humans. You can even hear the hesitation in Peter Cullen's voice when he says this blasphemous line.
But when I find out who's behind this, He's going to die.
The Autobots and the Jaegers make their way to Chicago the next day. Small note here, but this is the only one of 4 scenes of Hound in his vehicle mode. We also never get to see him transform either. We get a series of shots that make you realize why Paramount kept bringing back Michael Bay, even though he didn't want to do these movies anymore. Brand deals, baby. We get an establishing shot of Chicago, and why does it look completely unaffected by the events of Dark of the Moon? This is just a shot of Chicago circa 2013, just not close enough to see the broad day killings. There should be checkpoints, energon detectors, signs of construction and repair. And to jump ahead a bit, wouldn't it be cool if KSI had sentries patrolling the city? Human-made transformers that the Autobots would have to avoid as they do recon, that also stand to bolster the security of the city against another potential Decepticon invasion? One thing I can applaud The Last Night for is the fact that they had a no-go zone in Chicago that was abandoned after the events of Dark of the Moon, an area that was so fucked that humanity simply never returned to it in an official capacity. That exclusion zone should have been in this movie, not the one that takes place in 2023, 10 years after the Chicago War. Moving on, Cade briefs Tessa and Shane about their objective. Tessa and Shane steal some supplies out of a Walgreens. Pretty funny how this movie predicted the events of the 2020s. But Tessa doesn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation as she jokes about stealing a novelty t-shirt, and Shane obliges. There is literally narration of Cade playing over this footage, telling them to only steal the essentials. Shane even makes it obvious by throwing the hanger to the shirt on the floor. Are you two trying to get caught? A security guard walks past Shane, who is clearly about to steal a pair of binoculars. Dude, I've had this job before. People who are about to steal are very obvious about it. And this shit is about as obvious as you can get. Cade then says the goal is to find something to blackmail both the government and KSI by sneaking into the top secret military wing that's defended like a fortress. Let me tell you right now, no it isn't. Fun fact, did you notice the KSI's logo position on the building is inconsistent? Look at that polish, boys. And we now get an introduction to a new character almost 1 hour into the movie. The CEO of KSI, Joshua Joyce. And with this introduction, we get the death of comedy. And calling this scene quote-unquote comedy is a very loose usage of the word. I'm just going to allow this scene to play.
What was that sound?
That's the sound.
No, I asked for boundless. Present. Say it.
Future.
That scene was approximately 45 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Let's go on a tangent and talk about the comedy of this movie. The quote-unquote comedy in this movie is either one of two things: awkward situations that play out for too long.
Sweetheart, your shorts are shrinking by the second, okay? Cold water air dry, please.
Or yelling, vulgarity, and profanity.
Excuse me, lady, excuse me. Oh my God! How do you say get the fuck out of the way in Chinese?
Compared to the previous movies, the comedy in this movie is constantly falling flat. Let's compare that to one of the best scenes in the first movie, the scene where Sam needs to find his great-great-grandfather's glasses. For context, Sam needs to find his great-great-grandfather's glasses because the coordinates of the Allspark are etched into them. Don't ask, it doesn't make sense. But because the Autobots are in a hurry, they need Sam to find these glasses post-haste. Sam then has to try his best to keep his parents from seeing the Autobots while also trying to keep the Autobots from accidentally destroying his home while also trying to find the glasses. We get a bunch of personality with the interactions between Autobots and the human world around them, from the family dog Mojo peeing on Ironhide to Optimus not watching his step and Ratchet being unaware of the power lines. The joke here is that it's a fish out of water situation. The Transformers are not used to how the human world is set up, and they accidentally cause havoc as they try to adjust. It's like Black Adam, but done right. But this scene is just us watching an eccentric billionaire be an asshole-ish version of Tony Stark, who is already kind of an asshole. It establishes the character of Joshua, sure, but all we learn is that he's rich as fuck and he's one of those weird avant-garde guys who thinks peeing on a statue is art. And there are a multitude of ways to get this across without stealing 45 seconds of my life away from me. We get some shots of the interior of KSI with Steve Jobs-esque corporate propaganda playing on the walls. Joshua enters a conference room and... holy shit, I completely forgot about this character. Darcy chastises Joshua for being hard to get a hold of and then proceeds to remind the audience why she was even introduced and why she's here now.
Don't you realize what the Arctic Find means?
Right. It was historically significant, which means you're shutting it down. That's what you said. So you're shutting it down, right? Darcy re-explains what happened at the beginning of the movie and... Wait. Are you seriously reintroducing a second plotline in this movie this late into the runtime? Dude, the average moviegoer is not going to remember this existed. The correct way to do this is to bounce between the KSI subplot and the Yeager family subplot at certain intervals. But because we've been with the Yeagers for so long, the introductory scene seems moot at this point. 2 plot threads can be done properly, but this ain't it, Chief. Basically, Darcy explains what happened at the beginning of the movie, and Joshua says, nah, bitch, don't worry about it, and gives her an expository tour of his facility. So there goes that. The operation is not being shut down. Words don't mean anything anymore in this clown world. I mean, they never did, but I'll keep holding out hope. Joshua tells Darcy that there is this rare Earth metal that had no use case until the Cybertronians arrived on Earth. It was then that they realized that this metal is what the Cybertronians are made of. Wait, so you're telling us that there was this random natural metal on Earth and you just didn't do anything with it until at the earliest 2009? Dude, the first lithium-ion battery was developed in 1985. What's your excuse? One of Joshua's lackeys takes over the expositing and says the material has been dubbed transformium. Ugh, Avatar made this mistake in 2009 with unobtainium, and you guys still fell into this pit. Oh, Avatar 2 dropped the unobtainium plotline. Wonder if it's because it's fucking stupid. Wait, immortality whale juice? Something I just noticed is that the shot of Darcy looking at the transformium is reused mere seconds apart. This entire movie is starting to feel like a money laundering scheme or a tax evasion conspiracy. Continuing on, in this universe, transformium is a matter that can be programmed, like coding. Joshua takes a small white ball and activates it in a demonstration. The effect here looks lazy. It looks like a 3D modeling student went apeshit in Blender for 30 minutes. We then get more product placement with Joshua turning the transformium into a Beats pill. Also, he says, "Do you like music? The pill." Ugh, I told you the Red Bull one wasn't the worst. And neither is this one. He transforms the Beats pill into a 1911 handgun and then aims it at Darcy. Hey, hello? Hollywood. No. No. Bad Hollywood. First rule of firearm safety, treat every gun as if it is loaded. Second rule, never point a gun at anything you do not intend to destroy. Even the science lackey here is looking around like, what the fuck? It's especially egregious because Joshua knows just enough to know not to put his finger on the trigger, which means he should know that you never point a gun at anything you do not intend to destroy. So Joshua is just a gigantic psychopath. Joshua explains that the goal is to own the entire robotics industry. With this power, they can explore anything. We get another failed attempt at comedy where Joshua asks why there's a video of jellyfish on the wall, and the science lackey says that he asked for it because it's a jellyfish commercial that he wanted, and that he said they were erotic yet deadly, like women. They have a small back and forth, then the lackey says that he definitely asked for it because they were talking about his sexy yet bitchy ex-girlfriend. Joshua deflects by telling him not to eat on the tour. The punchline is that the lackey asks if Darcy is his ex. Yeah. Funny. Wait, are you telling me Darcy has been working for Joshua and is only just now learning about Transformium and what KSI does? We cut to Cade and the Autobots in their new hideout in an abandoned church. Cade says he bought some new clothes for Tessa so she can ditch the short shorts.
Hey, found a whole bunch of boxes of clothes.
How he bought them when he's broke and has no access to his digital money is a mystery, but more importantly, we need to address something here. Look. If you know she's a minor in this universe and you lampshaded the fact that a 20-year-old dating a 17-year-old is creepy, why do you keep putting this character in short shorts that show way too much of her legs? How the fuck am I supposed to respond to this? What are we doing here, guys? Cade takes a look at what Shane and Tessa scrounged up, and Tessa procures some protein powder. Cade strangely questions why she would grab this. Every protein shake is a meal that is not needed. Why are you asking about this? Tessa also says that they almost got caught. Oh wow, Tessa finally got a win under her belt. Tessa 1, Cade 14. Why is the protein a Chinese brand? Cade asks why Shane stole mouthwash, and Fucky Charms says that he likes to be fresh when he's making out with Cade's daughter. And for some reason, Shane's mouth remains unpunched. Cade puts up with so much bullshit in this movie. Even Bumblebee laughs at him in this scene. We cut back to Joshua introducing KSI's latest military prototype, Galvatron. The line is ADR'd, by the way.
This is our military prototype, Galvatron.
Bro sounds like he's reading a book on Audible. What's even funnier is that this ADR'd line is completely unnecessary because he names Galvatron as we get a pan-up shot of his body.
I modeled Galvatron after Optimus Prime.
Joshua takes a look at his prototype and says that it keeps coming out incorrectly, despite this being the 5th iteration. He wants it to look like Optimus, but the prototype keeps rendering itself to look like Megatron. First of all, no he doesn't. Second of all, you literally just explained to Darcy how this matter is programmable. How are you not able to simply build a body and then program it to be controllable? You built a bunch of other drones without issue, including Stinger, so what is the deal with Galvatron? Joshua even says that this is simple coding as he has a Tizamy meltdown. To me, it'd be kind of a red flag if I was building something and it kept changing its form without my input. It'd be time to whip out the old Ouija board. And if you wanted to make this thing to rival Optimus Prime, why would you name it Galvatron? That's like a German man naming his son Randolph Punchler with the intent of raising his son to be the exact opposite of Hitler. I love how this one lady walks away as soon as Joshua hits the board behind him. She's just like, I can't be around him when he's like this. As for the Tizamy breakdown, it's amazing how you can build a character to be this eccentric, calm, and collected CEO, Steve Jobs-esque character, only to wreck that characterization within minutes. Additionally, it's kind of interesting that Joshua knows who Optimus and Megatron are, but Cade doesn't know who Optimus is. It'd be really, really bad writing if we find out later that Cade knows who Megatron is. Luckily, that isn't the case. That isn't the case. Luckily, Joshua asks the science lackey about the scary-looking, consumer-unfriendly face and the big turbine-esque hole in Galvatron's chest. Dude, you just said this was a military prototype. Why do you care about your product being consumer-friendly when it's going to most likely be deployed in some war zone to do the bidding of a president who's just going to sick it on some brown kids in the Middle East? Joshua clarifies that he hates it. So it's just your ego talking. Okay, and regrettably, we are not done with this scene. We find out that Brains has been captured and forced to decipher the code in Sentinel Prime and Megatron's decapitated heads that were collected at the end of the events of Dark of the Moon. You couldn't even get the battle damage right on Megatron's head. Wait! This is actually not a continuity error. In the 2007 movie, when Lennox, Epps, and a random soldier are looking over Scorponok's severed tail, they say this.
It's like a self-regenerating molecular armor. Look at the scorch mark where the sabot round hit. Melted right through.
Way back in 2007, they actually established that the Cybertronians can regenerate after a period of time, even if the limb or body part is severed. Megatron's decapitated head has inconsistent battle damage because it regenerated. Holy shit. Continuity? I haven't seen this in a Transformers entry since Prime. However, the cracks start to form once you do a little bit of napkin math and look at the finer details. There is an issue here, just not as obvious as we thought. First, we need to establish a timeline. Revenge of the Fallen takes place in 2009, which dedicates an absurd amount of time to Sam's college shenanigans. Sam is a freshman in 2009. Now, if we're to believe that Sam is getting a bachelor's degree, that means he will be attending for 4 years. Dark of the Moon starts with Sam looking for a job post-graduation, meaning Dark of the Moon doesn't take place in 2011 per the year it released, but instead in 2013. And as we established earlier, Age of Extinction takes place 5 years after Dark of the Moon, making this film's events take place in 2018. Now, in Dark of the Moon, Megatron is still healing from the damage he sustained from his fight with Optimus in the previous movie. You know, the one where... But if you look at these faces side by side, Megatron has clearly regenerated some of his face. He grew his right eye back, but at the end of Dark of the Moon, Megatron takes an axe to the face, nearly cutting his head in half. So let me lay all of this out. Megatron was only able to regrow a portion of his face in 4 years while alive, but damn near regrew all of his head in the 5 years while dead? How does that work? I get that some species still maintain passive functions even when dead, but they usually are somewhat hindered by the oh so relevant detail of being fucking dead. You'd think Megatron's regeneration would be slowed because of his death, but if anything, he won't need a new body from KSI. This rate of regeneration should allow Megatron to be reincarnated in a matter of 10 to 15 years. The biggest question to pull from my point here is this. Why is Megatron's passive regeneration ability less effective when he's alive than when he's dead? Not to mention that Sentinel's regeneration seems to have completely turned off, as his head hasn't really changed at all in the 5-year gap between movies. Sentinel's head is much more accurate to the damage he sustained when Optimus executed him at the end of Dark of the Moon. We were so close to some clever writing, but it imploded the moment we examined it closer. Back to the movie. Darcy name drops Megatron. Okay, this is actually low-key a big deal. You're telling me that this archaeologist knows the name of the leader of the Decepticons just from his decapitated head, but Cade didn't know who the leader of the Autobots was when he was standing in front of him alive? Megatron was never the face of the Decepticons in terms of the public reputation with the humans. That was the Fallen. And even though Optimus was working with human governments, the leaders didn't know Optimus by name. But wait. Remember those posters in that news footage way back at the beginning of the movie? Yep, that's right. That's Optimus Prime. So people knew what Optimus looked like. People were specifically trained to be able to identify him and Bumblebee. Fucking hell, this is a slurry of an existential calamity. My point here is that either both faction leaders should be public knowledge or neither faction leader should be public knowledge. It's a boneheaded, inconsistent oversight to allow such a buffoonish mistake that breaks nearly everything. But still, there's absolutely nothing that says that Cade knows who Megatron is. Absolutely nothing. Cade uses his mini-drone that should have been tracked by the government to get a photo of a KSI security badge so he and Shane can infiltrate the headquarters. They're going to go through the back entrance into the scanning department, which is heavily guarded by military personnel. It looks like there's even a few shots dedicated to showing Cade test the badge to make sure it works before the mission. Okay, pretty decent plan so far. Can't wait to see how they fuck it up. Also, this shot of Cade inside of Optimus controlling the drone outside of KSI headquarters. Question: where are the Energon detectors? Back at the hideout, Cade and the others relax and wait for the time to begin their mission. Cade tells Tessa and Shane there's no smooching in front of him. So now you've just acquiesced to their demands, huh? Beta! Besides the fact that they weren't actually smooching, Tessa replies with, "You're so square, who even says smooching?" Bitch, who even says square? Cade says he gets no respect. I agree, but you haven't really commanded it. Optimus says he went through the same thing with Bumblebee. A line that would have made for a much better movie than the one we got. It doesn't even go anywhere or mean anything because Bumblebee has been nothing but a good little boy when it comes to Optimus's orders and has never hinted at being stubborn or insubordinate to Optimus. Come to think of it, I can't think of any Transformers media in the past decade that has depicted Bumblebee as anything other than Optimus's perfect Boy Scout and or greatest fanboy. So the next day, Cade and Shane drive Bumblebee to the scanning department of KSI. Why? Why not take a Cybertronian with a flashier alt mode like Drift or Crosshairs? You've already done the prep work, so you know that flashier and rarer cars are designed for scanning. Look, there's what I think is a Corvette Stingray ahead of you. A car leagues flashier and rarer than a Camaro from the 60s. Wait a minute, what the actual fuck? What is that? You stupid bitch, if you're on the run from the government, why would you put your faction's emblem on the back of your disguise? Especially when you're entering the premises of a government contractor that has been confirmed to have connections to the CIA and the death squad that's hunting you down. Cade, for some reason, decides to start interrogating Shane about a noise he thought he heard in his home about a month prior. Shane deflects and says Cade has a habit of having these conversations at the wrong time. Yeah, it's not the right time, but, fucky charms? This you?
Mr. Yeager, this is not how I wanted us to meet, okay? I'm Shane, and I'm a completely
I am not talking to you. Drive the car.
You are the last person to have authority on this topic. Cade tells Shane to come clean or he's going to blow their cover and get both of them killed. It's kind of funny, but nonsensical since he's doing all this to get their lives back. As Cade starts to ask the guard for his attention, Shane comes clean and admits it was him. You really risked your life to keep that a secret? Seriously? And Cade risked their lives to find out the truth about something that happened so long ago? Cade backs down and they gain access to the scanning department. Cade threatens to kill Shane after this. Like I said, funny but nonsensical. Pretty neat that the movie is just brushing over the fact that this confirms that Shane slept with Tessa, someone who is a confirmed minor in this universe. Also, again, where are the energon detectors? Look at this trigger discipline, what the fuck? As Bumblebee drives the two through the scanning area, we get more corporate propaganda explaining how KSI took old alien technology and upgraded it. You guys don't get to say that when you're having trouble making these things. I guess these videos are for customers or something, but how many customers does KSI have to warrant this big ass room with all these ads? Yeah, thought so. Cade points out that the robot on display looks similar to Bumblebee. So that's why we needed Bumblebee to be here, so he can meet his rival. We'll come back to it. Shane then insults B by saying that KSI is picking cooler cars than B's alt mode. Didn't we already do this joke in the first movie? Only this time, instead of kicking Shane out, B shoves his steering wheel into Shane's throat. Okay. The KSI ad says that Stinger is inspired by Bumblebee, but better in every way. This causes B to go aggro again, but this time he's in his alt mode, so he just starts spazzing out in the middle of the showroom, doing donuts and shit. Joshua enters the showroom with his Chinese assistant who is yapping at him in Mandarin Chinese. Why she's choosing to speak whole-ass sentences to a man she knows is American is beyond me. Joshua responds with,
My delicate flower, I can't understand you when you're angry. Actually, I don't really understand you at all.
So why are you speaking to him in Chinese when he literally knows none of it? Joshua diverts his attention to Cade and Shane. As he's approaching the two, B revs his engine while nobody is sitting in the driver's seat.
Grease monkeys. What the hell is going on here?
This would have tipped off Joshua immediately, but because half of this movie was created in post, this film takes place in Clown World. Joshua gets on them for bringing in vintage crap. Interesting how B didn't lose his cool at this comment when Shane basically made the same comment earlier. Joshua tells them to get the fuck out because B's alt mode is too old. What is this? And it's almost as if you should have brought Drift because he is literally the most expensive alt mode you have. So expensive they couldn't bring it back in the next movie and they changed him to a Mercedes, but whatever. Joshua returns to his group of what I can only assume are investors and leaves Cade and Shane to their own devices. Cade tells Shane to stay with B as he does recon, but then in another line done in ADR, Cade tells them to quietly get out. So what happens to you? Where's your getaway vehicle if they leave? What happens if you get had and you need to run? Shane behaves as if only Cade's first order was given, with him inspecting the Pagani. B transforms and inspects Stinger. He goes aggro yet again and starts manhandling the inactive Stinger drone. B watches the company ads and interviews. The designers call his design archaic, which is funny because you guys didn't have technology like this until the Cybertronians arrived. They even call him ratty and ugly, which is important for a point I'm going to bring up later. Interesting note, Ben Schwartz has several uncredited lines in this movie.
I'm calm, I'm not even touching it. Okay, I'm barely touching it, Turn back in.
B says fuck it and just kicks Stinger in the back, causing him to collapse onto the floor. B instantly transforms as some kind of supervisor enters the room and asks Shane what he did. B then plays a clip from Can't Touch This by MC Hammer without a driver in the car again. Another dead giveaway that B is not just some car. The supervisor tells Shane to meet him in his office in 15 minutes. Shane can just leave, so it's clearly just for the joke. We catch up with Cade, who is inspecting the area where Galvatron is being kept, and the most recent render is being broken down due to it failing to look like Optimus Prime. This is quite interesting given what happens in less than 20 minutes in universe. We then see Joshua speak with CIA Director Attinger, who just so happens to be at the KSI headquarters the very same day Cade is infiltrating. This is just as bad as Saburo Arasaka showing up at Konpeki Plaza the same day and moment V and Jackie infiltrate Yorinobu's penthouse. Only they at least acknowledged it was a horribly timed coincidence in Cyberpunk 2077. Joshua asks Attinger if a deal had been done and if a quote-unquote seed has been received. This is done in this way to poorly construct a mystery. The writer wants us to think, wait, what the hell is this seed? I need to keep watching to find out. But the actual response ends up being, oh my god, another thing I have to keep up with? We are now closing in on the third plot thread in this sprawling fungus of a movie. Attinger says they get the seed when Lockdown gets Optimus, but Kate knows KSI is involved in this grand conspiracy. Starting to wish you put a dead man switch on those drones, aren't you? Shane and B return to the other Autobots, who are just chilling outside in their alt mode so we can get shots of these cars that most people will never be able to afford. We jump back to Joshua and Attinger's conversation. Joshua tells Attinger to tell Lockdown that his company has been staked on this deal involving the seed. I can tell you what Lockdown would say.
I don't care.
Attinger says that he's staked his life on this deal. We never get any clarification on what this means. Will Lockdown kill him if he fails to get Prime? Will the government kill him? Will he be locked in a gulag for the rest of time? What exactly is at stake for him, and who is the one that is hanging this over his head? Joshua spouts out exposition, telling Attinger information he already knows. Attinger came to Joshua with a deal to get a massive amount of shares from KSI if he can deliver the seed to Joshua. Also, this line is unintentionally the funniest thing in this movie.
You need to deliver the seed.
Someone make some slash fiction of these two. Cade finds the KSI engineers melting down Ratchet's head for parts and live streams it to the Autobots. For some reason, Drift displays this on the roof of his alt mode. Is it because the Bugatti Veyron doesn't have an infotainment system? Car costs millions of dollars and this is what they choose to put in here? Don't try and tell me the reason why. I know the reason why, and this still looks whack as fuck. Optimus is now suddenly in his robot mode, and he, the gentle but firm, great and level-headed Optimus Prime, gets aggro. I fucking hate this movie. I get that Ratchet was his friend, from exposition alone, mind you, but Optimus would not respond this way. Maybe B would, but not Optimus. He would tell the Autobots to remain calm and wait for more information before they strike, not go in half-cocked. What if Galvatron was active and could defend KSI? What if Lockdown was in the area? What if Attinger was... Oh fuck, he's already here. What if there were energon detectors? Remember when Bumblebee was captured and tortured in the first movie? How did Optimus react again?
There's no way to free Bumblebee without harming the humans.
I will go into greater detail on how they fucked Optimus in this movie after I've run through the plot. Darcy approaches Cade and says that she just thought of the Cybertronians as metal. Clunky, but let's see where this goes. Cade starts to explain how the Cybertronians are alive and they have souls. He even says he spoke to one. Dude, are you trying to blow your cover? Darcy rightfully points out that even though he's met a Cybertronian, believes they have souls and are alive, Cade's still working with Transformium. Your disguise is fading. Shut the fuck up. Darcy says that KSI must be down bad for Transformium since they've resorted to melting down Decepticons to get more since the natural Transformium deposits are being depleted. Cade then decides to degrade his disguise again by saying that Ratchet was an Autobot, one of the ones who fought for humanity. Dude, again, shut the fuck up. Just lose this little debate and keep your disguise up. Joshua is informed that 2 badge codes were scanned at 2 different gates and that the classified area is being locked down. Attinger spots Cade and signals the head of security to stop Cade. Cade hightails it out of there just as the guards spot him. As Cade flees at what appears to be a mild jog intensified by shaky cam, the Autobots make their way to KSI headquarters. Unfortunately, Cade is surrounded, captured by security, and arrested. B decides that now is the time to change alt modes during the assault on KSI. Gotta sell them motherfucking cars and toys, man. Somehow, Shane and Tessa are now inside of B when they were originally sitting inside of Drift. This was most likely done so we can get their gobsmacked goober-ass reactions to B's new vehicle form. Oh wow, look at how cool this new car is. Isn't it so fucking cool, man? It's the greatest fucking car you feel the world, man. It's a big car. Cade is sat down in a conference room across from Attinger as he pleads to get a lawyer or speak with someone from the Department of Justice so he can protect his family. He clarifies that he doesn't want to avoid KSI, he wants to avoid the government. Attinger then clarifies that he is from the government. Cade, you knew that infiltrating KSI, a government contractor, would net you the attention of the government. To attack one is to basically attack both. Attinger tells Cade that he gets where he's coming from, and it's admirable. He's just trying to defend the nation. You told Savoy to use Cade's daughter as leverage to get information from him. You don't give a fuck about this dude's family. I guess that's the point of this scene? Attinger gives Cade a deal. Reveal where Optimus is and he gets to basically take the blue pill and go back home and everything is back to normal. Cade says that the alternative is that his daughter gets killed by the hired gun. Take the alternative, please. Cade asks if Attinger is going to man up and do the dirty work himself, and Attinger responds with,
"What's your preference?"
This is honestly a much better way to convey menace than overt, over-the-top edgy shit like Lockdown saying,
"Never is here."
The implied violence and skullduggery is what makes this line hit harder. As Cade talks, the Autobots breach the entrance and basically just start tearing shit up. Drift and B somehow know where Cade is and break him free. Okay, maybe they locked onto his video signal from the KSI mini drone he had. But at this point, Paramount should have just hired me to write this shit. Crosshairs reaches the lab where all the KSI drones are stored. Just look at this for 1 second.
Get out!
Look at it again.
Get out!
What is this ever-evolving mess of a movie? It's like watching a car crash that keeps going for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Also, lucky for the Autobots that KSI didn't have any of their combat drones active to fight back against the Autobot assault. What's next is a scene that is actually such an interesting scene that it is indeed the greatest missed opportunity in the movie. Joshua confronts Optimus and the Autobots who are destroying everything in the lab. Joshua says that they are destroying his property. Optimus shouts at him, saying that they are not your property. Optimus calms down, realizing he's getting too heated, then says they were my friends. Joshua tells Hound to shoot him and show the world their true colors. Optimus gestures for Hound to calm down. Joshua says that these drones are all the spoils of war and dead metal, actually acknowledging that the Cybertronians are alive. Joshua harps on the idea that what he does is something that is inevitable. If he doesn't do it, some other human will, because you cannot stop technology. Optimus loses his cool at the idea of being considered technology. Rightfully so, as this laboratory is an abomination and an ethical travesty. Joshua says that the Cybertronian genome basically belongs to him after breaking the code. Optimus says that the world will find out what KSI is doing, but Joshua rebuts this by saying that the human world will approve. Joshua hammers his point home by saying that humans don't need the Autobots anymore because they can now be manufactured. Optimus then appears to think about what Joshua has said, then sighs in acceptance. Optimus orders the Autobots to fall back and leave the premises. Now, why is this the greatest missed opportunity in the film? Because this was the final moment where the film could have redeemed itself and become something so much more. Sit back and allow me to construct a better Transformers film in a few sentences. This scene could have been the catalyst for a change of character. Optimus could have pondered on Joshua's words, trying to figure out why he would believe that the Autobots' true colors are dipped in violence. Why would the humans no longer need or want the Autobots? How could the species that he grew to love turn their backs on him? Optimus would look at B and Drift ego fighting, Hound's penchant for violence, and Crosshair's self-centered behavior and realize that it is not a mystery why the humans have forsaken the Autobots. It's because they no longer act like Autobots. So now the objective is to prove to humanity that the Autobots can regain the reputation they once had and reforge the bond that was once strong. Optimus would correct the selfish and egotistical behavior of the other Autobots and corral them back into the disciplined Autobot warriors they are supposed to be, and show humanity why the Autobots are the ultimate protectors and why they need the Autobots. Too bad that ain't the fucking movie we got, boys. We reconvene with Joshua and Attinger, who have either instantly teleported to each other or have met at an unclear and undisclosed amount of time later. To avoid odd and jarring moments like this, you should put a different scene here so the audience can get the feeling that time has passed and these two have met while the other scene has played out. For example, we could use this moment to have the Autobots question Optimus's decision to let Joshua live, cause he most certainly said,
"But when I find out who's behind this, he's going to die."
And then Optimus could tell them and the audience why he made that choice. But instead, we get this jarring moment where the Autobots have collected their entire party off screen and have already begun fleeing, and Joshua, Attinger, and their posse have just teleported to each other. Attinger tells Joshua that he needs to use Galvatron to capture Optimus, but Joshua objects, saying that it's never been tested in the field. Why does Joshua, the greedy corporatist inventor, care more about innocent human life than Attinger, the xenophobic, pro-human government agent? Attinger basically confirms what I said earlier. Cade, you knew that infiltrating KSI, a government contractor, would net you the attention of the government. To attack one is to basically attack both. Attinger tells Joshua that he's indemnified by the CIA and he is now forced to deploy Galvatron. Joshua orders his employees to activate Galvatron. Wait a minute, last time we saw Galvatron, he looked like this. That was less than an hour ago. In universe. You're telling me you completed a new, fully operational render of this thing in less than an hour?
Bullshit!
There is a little moment that seems small, but it actually is going to create a massive problem later on. We have this KSI employee announce that Galvatron is transforming, and we get a shot of Galvatron's alt mode forming.
Transforming Galvatron.
Oh no. They subsequently activate Stinger, and I'm gonna tell you right now, Stinger does nothing in this next scene. They should have cut him out of this sequence because it's going to be bloated as is. Actually, they should have just cut him out of the entire movie, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Stinger and Galvatron somehow leave KSI after the Autobots maneuvered around the Chicago highway system and ended up in front of the Autobots. How does that work? Speaking of things that don't look like they work, look at these controls for Galvatron. 2 PC gaming flight sticks. You're going to need a lot more joysticks, pedals, buttons, and levers to make Galvatron do all the shit he does in this movie, let alone all the shit he needs to do to keep up with Optimus Prime. Galvatron transforms in what I can only explain as the ugliest, laziest, and most broken way ever. He simply turns into a bunch of flying cubes with his wheels just bouncing away, completely missing his robot mode when he reforms. Like, I'm not joking, his wheels never reconnect with his robot body. And just like Prime, I have a huge issue with Galvatron's robot mode, but that is for another time. Galvatron kills at minimum 3 people as he transforms, at first by accident, but it becomes clear it's not an accident. Joshua and the KSI employees are in shock. Joshua asks if they're still in control, and the KSI employee says yes, mostly, followed by another employee announcing that systems have seemed to malfunction. Okay, so that was a fucking lie. Galvatron engages the Autobots and forces them to reverse direction. Stinger pursues them and fires rockets at the Autobots and misses. This is the last time we're going to see Stinger in this sequence, by the way. No, I'm not joking. Go watch this set piece on YouTube and see for yourself if you don't believe me. And a Pagani Huayra would have easily caught up to 3 of the 5 Autobots, one of which is the leader. Galvatron then fires 4 missiles without the KSI employee's input, causing a huge car crash ahead of the chase. What happens next is absolute, distilled horseshit. Bumblebee transforms and leaps into the air, launching Cade, Tessa, and Shane skyward and over the car crash. Optimus is just running through the crash, and he too leaps into the air. B hurls the trio of humans to Optimus, flicking Shane in the air with his massive metal fingers, then hooking himself onto the overpass so he can hang upside down and shoot rockets at Galvatron. Optimus has instantly transformed by the time the camera gets to him, and he drives away with the humans. Excuse me? Mr. Bay, sir? Do you have any idea what you just did? Is this a natural talent, or did you have to learn how to create something this stupid? First of all, why is Optimus already in his robot mode running just as fast as B was driving? If he can run as fast as the Dreads, why even have this slow-ass truck mode? Second, how in the living hell did Optimus just launch himself into the air? Can he fly? Not yet, at least. Bumblebee at least has the excuse of already going over 50 or 60 miles per hour, so you can chalk this leap into the air as momentum just being transferred. Next, it's clear that Michael Bay has no earthly idea what can kill a human. Shane died here, Tessa died here, and Kate died here. Congratulations, there are now 3 broken and mutilated dead bodies slumped together in Optimus's cabin. Oh my god. Dude, I haven't even recovered from the previous stupid thing you threw at me. Now you're throwing this at me? Galvatron turns into a bunch of cubes when B's rockets should have hit and damaged it, and then flies past B, reforming into his alt mode and continuing his chase after Optimus. This is so broken. This means that Galvatron can turn into flying cubes to avoid attacks, fly past enemies, fly as a general ability, and fly through objects. Why even have a truck mode? Just transform into a cloud of cubes and fly wherever you have to go. And all of its wheels came back when at least one of them flew away the last time he transformed. This violates the law of conservation of mass, the law of physics that states that matter and mass cannot be created or destroyed. This means that Galvatron should at least be missing a chunk of itself when it transforms back into a truck. KSI is shown scrambling to dispatch medical teams for the possible, honestly more likely certain, civilian casualties that have been caused by the chase. Again, KSI cares more about human lives than the CIA does. Par for the fucking course, honestly. Joshua voices his concern for the innocent lives being destroyed during the chase, and Attinger tells him that he's making history, what he's doing is for freedom, and that innocent people die all the time. So the movie basically confirmed that Attinger doesn't really give a fuck about human lives, even though he pretends to. Galvatron closes in on Optimus and fires more missiles at him with the human trio inside. Take notice of the seating arrangement here. One of Galvatron's missiles hits Optimus and forces him to transform, but Cade and Shane have abandoned ship out of Optimus's passenger door before the missile even hits. Why? How does that make any sense? Why would they jump before the missile hits? The missile could have hit Cade or Shane directly instead of Optimus's front wheel. The stunt timing of this shot is so off. More importantly, Cade and Shane jumped out of the passenger door, but there's no sign of Tessa. No, it doesn't mean she's dead, unfortunately. Let's go back and take a look at the seating arrangements. Tessa was in the middle of the cabin. This means that Cade had to leap over his own daughter to escape. After all this shit, you really think Cade would forget to grab his daughter? No, we have to have them separated, by any means necessary. You'll see what I mean by that shortly. Optimus is holding Tessa as he tumbles down the road at 80 miles per hour. He lets go and Tessa tumbles on asphalt at a speed that would tear any non-metal thing apart. Of course Tessa survived, because this movie is a cinematic affront to God. That was the last time you're gonna see Optimus transform in this movie, by the way. Optimus prepares to face his opponent as Tessa scrambles to her feet. Cade calls for Tessa, then we get a wide shot of Galvatron and Optimus already deep in the throes of combat. They didn't even walk towards each other. We didn't even get to see how the fight started. We didn't even get to see what the first move of each of these robots was. The fight just happens. While Optimus and Galvatron are occupied, Tessa has laid back down and is having some kind of fucking seizure as she struggles to get back on her feet. Only this time, it takes her a full 10 seconds to get the hell up. She's doing the stupid movie trope where instead of simply moving horizontally to avoid a danger, she keeps moving backwards as the danger gets closer to her. And as she's doing this, her placement either gets closer or further away from other objects depending on what's needed for the shot. The editing in this movie is something fucking foul, I swear. No, seriously, like, she does like a kickflip and just starts spinning around and spazzing on the ground. Joshua eggs his employees on to ensure Galvatron does not lose to Optimus. Shane surprisingly helps the guy that was hit by Galvatron's missile, pulling him out of his Jeep and to safety. I say surprisingly because Shane has done nothing but be a selfish anal plug the entire movie up until this point. 30 seconds since Optimus crashed, and Tessa has still not gotten up. I get that fight, flight, and freeze is a real concept, but she's doing two at the same time, freezing and flying, which does not happen. Cade tells her to run to the field, which is the smart thing to do. She successfully makes it to the grass, but Optimus and Galvatron's fight makes its way to her. Now here's a real crowd pleaser moment. Optimus struggles with Galvatron and tells him that he has no soul. Galvatron, revealing the truth, replies with,
"That is why I have no fear,"
in Frank Welker's original Megatron voice. God damn you, Michael Bay. You whipped out the fan service for that one. This is legitimately the best thing in this movie. As the fight continues, a large impact knocks Tessa down. She starts backing up on the ground again, then screams for someone to help her.
Look here! Look, listen!
You had a clear path to the cornfield ahead of you, yet for some reason you decided not to get back to your feet, but instead to back up into the Cadillac that the two giant robots could easily crush by accident. And then the slowest missile in the known universe glides through the air and explodes Optimus's insides. I guess it's supposed to be in slow motion because Optimus reacts in slow motion. It's weird because this missile flew at the same speed when it hit Ratchet, and that scene wasn't in slow motion. It's another editing cock-up. But look at this. Nobody fired this missile. It just spawned in this spot here, then flew through the air. We get a shot of Optimus exploding again, and this time the camera spins around to reveal that Lockdown is here. Bull fucking shit. There was nobody there. The editor of this movie was screwing around on his phone while editing this movie. Wait a minute, 3 people edited this movie? Look at Optimus's chest. There were like 17 metal giblets that flew out his chest, but there's no significant damage to be seen here. I love this part where Attinger says that Lockdown is his asset.
That's my asset.
He sounds like the proud beta boyfriend who finally got lucky with a girl and is showing them off to his friends. Joshua tells his employees to pull Galvatron out. Holy shit, look at how Attinger teleports between shots. Lockdown shoots Optimus with his gun face, and it takes a whole 6 seconds to form before he shoots Optimus again. Okay, let's talk about the gun face. What would possess you to bring such a juvenile concept to life? This sounds like one of those things your drunk friends made up and said, haha, wouldn't it be cool if you made a Transformer with a gun face, brah? Only Michael Bay didn't sober up in time. Then in universe, the gun takes forever to transform, charge up, and fire. Optimus or any other Autobot could shoot him in the time it takes for him to fire it. If it was a long-range weapon only, this would make more sense, but he just used it in broad daylight in the middle of a combat zone with the area being unsecured. What would possess you to use this weapon that leaves you vulnerable for so long? And where is all of this mass and metal coming from? You'd think that with all the mass being moved from within, that Lockdown would not be able to function the same if this gun face is active. Like, he wouldn't be able to walk because a lot of his leg mechanisms would be missing. Take an hourglass, for example. When you flip it over, the sand at the bottom doesn't just materialize, it comes from the top and moves to the bottom. You can't just move large quantities of mass and expect the constitution of the object to stay the same. But as we've seen with Galvatron, laws of mass and matter don't mean anything in this realm of bile and sludge. What's even crazier is that the film spends all this time making the gun face look cool, and this is instance 2 of fucking 2 where Lockdown uses it. He never uses this gun face again. Back to the movie, Galvatron gets up and flees as Lockdown captures Optimus. Where the hell are the other Autobots? The chase starts at the hour and 16-minute mark. Drift, Hound, and Crosshairs have been missing since the hour and 17-minute mark, and Bumblebee has been missing since the hour and 18-minute mark. Lockdown arrives at the hour and 20-minute mark. Did they get lost? This isn't the first or last time Bay forgets about other characters and they get put in the pocket dimension until they need to be used again. Tessa, in all her lack of wisdom, decides to get inside the Cadillac that Optimus just slammed his head on. It gets much worse. Cade makes a run for Tessa to try and save her, but Shane tackles him and says that Lockdown will kill him. It's one of those situations where everyone is acting dumb as hell and I can't really tell you who's the stupidest. And thanks to this movie's inconsistent character writing for Lockdown, I can't even tell you if it's logical or illogical for the humans to think Lockdown will kill them if he spots them. Lockdown tells Optimus that he feels sorry for him because being loyal to a cause is troublesome because
the cause will always betray you.
So why are you doing what you're doing? If a cause will always betray you, then doesn't that mean your employers will inevitably betray you? Don't think about it, it's just supposed to be cool bad guy talk. Optimus asks who sent Lockdown. Lockdown says that his creators want him back. He cryptically says we all work for someone. Why? What does he mean by that? Why is he saying this at this moment? Don't talk about it, it's just supposed to be cool bad guy talk. I do have to say that there is so much distracting bullshit happening in this scene. First, there's black strips of confetti falling from the sky for some reason. Lockdown's facial animations are going fucking apeshit. The environment outside of the Cadillac is horrendous looking green screen. Lockdown has these weird finger things moving on his collar the whole time. The door of the Cadillac keeps randomly opening and closing. There's these weird noises happening while Lockdown speaks. It's just... This scene has too much shit going on in it. Lockdown sends one of his small gunships to capture Optimus, and the size of this thing is somehow never established, yet I'm looking at it at the same time. How does it go from slightly bigger than Lockdown to being slightly smaller than Lockdown, then to being sizably bigger than Lockdown, all in one shot? What is happening? The gunship drops a net on Optimus and the Cadillac that holds Tessa. Cade runs to try and save his daughter. Cade is screaming at her to get out of the car. Sounds doable. The car isn't off the ground yet, but for some reason Tessa doesn't move. Cade gets to the car and starts to mildly pat on the windows and doors, but again, for some reason, he doesn't pull any of the handles. Tessa rolled a window down and reached for her father, but didn't think to do this one simple life hack that would save her life. Look at the size of the holes in this net. She could easily slip through these without issue. Also, I love how Optimus is just missing from this shot. Then Cade teleported away from the car to run and do hardcore parkour off of a nearby car that someone in Gmod spawned in to jump onto and grab the net. Tessa falls down to the trunk window and starts to pathetically slap the glass with her bare hand. This bitch even has the audacity to say that she's trying.
Break the glass! Break the glass to get out!
You are wearing boots. Hit that shit with the Dead Space curb stomp, for Christ's sake. Or, you know, that other infamous stomp. Cade falls off and Lockdown takes Tessa and Optimus to his ship, the Knights Temenos. That one section of film, from the point where Galvatron transforms to Lockdown capturing Optimus, that part was only 7 minutes of runtime, but it was a fever dream that felt like it happened over the span of an hour. So much dumb shit happening just to make specific plot points occur. We're not even halfway through this sodomized urinal cake. Lockdown returns to the Knights Temenos with Optimus and tells his drones to take Tessa to where she belongs.
Take that human to the trash!
We then see Chicago in chaos as the Knights Temenos hovers above. We see the Air Force or Navy has scrambled their jets above Chicago as well, as they probably think a repeat of the Chicago invasion is upon them. If KSI had drones active, they could be in the city trying to ease panic like the drones Tony made in Age of Ultron. It would also give credence to the idea that Joshua was right. But whatever. We see Attinger on the phone with several people, including the White House Chief of Staff. Attinger tells him that everything is chill and to call everyone off. Oh, you stupid motherfucker. You didn't call ahead to inform local authorities that you and your asset would be in the area? I thought you already talked to all the police agencies and the other alphabet agencies. Are you really telling me you have selectively told everyone different bits of information, but didn't tell the local authorities that CIA activity would be conducted in this state, while also simultaneously not telling the president that your asset is Cybertronian in nature? And now you gotta have the I eat ass face while you try and explain yourself over the phone. If this were to happen in the real world, you'd be fired. No, you wouldn't. You only feel upwards in government. Lockdown hauls an incapacitated Optimus through the Knights Temenos. Lockdown asks if Optimus remembers this ship and how it was built for him and these unseen quote-unquote knights, implying that Optimus has seen and used this ship before. This is never really expanded upon in this movie. Or the next, for that matter. Tessa is taken to the incinerator of the ship. She is attacked by some junk bots and escapes. Damn it. Kind of convenient that the claw she's attacked by is just big enough to miss her, but not small enough to stab her. Also convenient that none of the Shadow Raiders were in this part of the ship either. Quite interesting. Yeah, it was recently revealed in the Studio Series toys that Lockdown's humanoid non-Cybertronian minions are called quote-unquote Shadow Raiders. The toys pull a typical Hasbro and just recolor Lockdown and label them as Shadow Raiders. Never change, Hasbro. Tessa stumbles her way around the ship, weakly calling for Optimus as he is trapped in a completely different part of the ship with Lockdown. Optimus says Lockdown has disgraced the Knight Temenos. Lockdown didn't call it this up until this point. I just wasn't going to call it Lockdown ship for half of the video. So Optimus has seen this ship before. Lockdown then delivers what is basically a copyright-safe version of a Star Wars classic.
Join your fellow rebels, fugitive scum.
As he loads him into a cell with some other unknown Cybertronians. Lockdown explains that the creators want to hard reset the cosmic balance of the universe by collecting their knights, especially since there have been many an instance of species intermingling. So I guess the presumption here is that a long time ago these days, Prime was working with these knights for the creators, but at some point they rebelled against the creators' agenda, and now the creators have come to collect their knights and put an end to this revolt. I bet that backstory would have been the far more interesting movie to watch instead of this. But for this movie, let's talk about the fact that Lockdown has been doing the very thing the creators don't want the Cybertronians doing. He just said that the creators don't like it when species mix with each other, but in order to find and capture Optimus, that's exactly what Lockdown did. He struck a deal with a human who also has his own discrepancies in his motive to make all of this happen. Does that mean the creators approved of this, or is Lockdown going against the wishes of his masters? And wait a minute, if the creators are so obsessed with the cosmic balance of the universe, why did they disturb a planet with life on it minding its own fucking business to nuke it into extinction? Does wiping out all life on a planet not count towards upsetting the cosmic balance? The creators are full of shit, and I haven't even heard them speak. And we never will. Savoy goes to meet Lockdown to complete the deal and secure the seed. Look at this fucking time of day again! It goes from broad daylight to sunset to high noon, just like at the beginning of the movie. Stop doing this stupid shit to get the cool looking shot! Lockdown lowers his ship so Savoy can enter with his helicopter. Why is he lowering his ship if Savoy is flying in? Savoy can just fly the helicopter higher and it's so the Autobots have the chance to climb on. Characters doing stupid shit for plot contrivance. Carry on. Savoy and Lockdown meet, and Lockdown gives him a seed-shaped metal pod, saying that he trusts that the human species is ready. Given what we will find out about this seed, Lockdown's speech to Prime about the cosmic balance is going to age worse than decade-old milk sitting on a sidewalk on a hot summer day. Tessa just so happens to watch this deal go down. Look at how large this ship is. What are the chances this tiny bitch would be able to maneuver this ship without getting caught and then coincidentally observe the deal that would give her plot relevant information to relay to the main characters? Not to mention the distance Tessa is from this conversation. There is no way Tessa heard any of this. Lockdown dismisses the humans as he walks away so he can prepare to be absent from the movie for the next 40 minutes. I'm serious, watch. The Autobots catch up to the Knights Temenos and climb on because Lockdown gave them the opportunity. The team make it onto the ship and Cade tells Shane that if he wants to cut and run, he should do it now because Cade is going to die trying to get his daughter back. Oh, don't worry, he won't cut and run. Not yet. Shane then says that he's not here to help Cade get his daughter, but rather Cade is here to help him get his girlfriend. Okay, cucky charms. What's sad is the way Cade looks at this sorry piece of fuck. Come on, man, grow a spine. Also, there's a mistake here. Crosshairs is clearly speaking here, but there's no dialogue being played. He's even gesturing, which means he definitely was supposed to speak. Maybe they forgot to place his audio in the editor or something, but chalk it up as another mistake. Then not even a minute later, another mistake appears where Cade and Shane are not shown walking with the Autobots on the top of the Knights Temenos, but they suddenly spawn in from behind this obelisk. That's just sloppy. Were you guys asleep at the wheel on this one or what? Lockdown prepares to launch and the Autobots realize they are short on time. I find it interesting that Crosshairs mentions the possibility of radiation on the ship. Hopefully the Jaegers and Shane absorb some of that. Drift says that the element of stealth and surprise is on their side and they must use violence as a last resort. Restraint? In a Michael Bay movie? Never. Crosshairs immediately aborts the mission and says they should leave after pretending to look for the lost party members. Hound holds him at gunpoint and forces him to complete the mission. Again, these are the Autobots? Crosshairs suggests sabotaging something to delay the ship from launching. Oh boy, is that something else. Cade is then the first person on screen to actually acknowledge how huge the ship is for a human. Shane's stupid ass yells for Tessa and his voice echoes and wakes up every creature in their block. Cade rightfully chastises him. Crosshairs removes some kind of module from some kind of area. It causes the ship's anchors to fire and destroy a nearby building, causing untold amounts of damage and pain to the occupants. As we see later, there are still people in this city. What the fuck was that? And the way he says,
here's a little jujube right here,
implies that he knew what pulling this thing out would do and he still did it. Is Crosshairs really an Autobot or a Decepticon in disguise? Lockdown realizes that there is a loose prisoner and sends his robot wolf things to hunt them down. I find it a shame that this wasn't used as an opportunity to introduce the Maximals and the Predacons. Lockdown could have had a Maximal slave ship with his wolves being reformatted Maximals at his command. Lost opportunity number 37, I guess. Also, what's interesting is that Lockdown incorrectly assumes it is a loose prisoner who fired the anchors, not stowaways. It's interesting because it shows the writers are capable of entering the character's mind and writing dialogue that makes sense from their perspective. But this kind of writing is so few and far between, it actually shocks me when I come across it in this movie. Cade and Shane hide from the Shadow Raiders while Tessa runs from the wolves. Look at how fast the wolves are moving. They can easily catch up to Tessa, but because I'm taking crazy pills, the wolves keep pace with her, and then when she makes a turn, they clamber over each other, which coincidentally allows Tessa to escape. Look at this. They are literally jumping into each other, like they don't see this dude bust his ass on the turn. Tessa slips through a grate and it stops the wolves from chasing her. I'm really tired of seeing this chick roll around on the floor. Back to Cade and Shane, they stumble across an armory and it just so happens that Cade knocks over the one sword out of 8 that happens to activate the walls and reveal a slurry of weapons. What a massive coincidence. If Lockdown had it tied to his biometrics or something, Cade and Shane would not have access to these weapons. Also convenient that, out of all these Cybertronian-sized weapons, there are 2 that are human-sized. I mean, the fact that they just so happened to stumble upon the armory in the first place is convenient as hell too. Yeah. Whatever. Back to Tessa, the Shadow Raiders have released scanning orbs that look like the weird ball things from the Battleship movie. Starring Rihanna, Tessa climbs onto a cage to avoid it, and this thing starts licking her leg and okay, what the absolute fuck is up with this movie putting this underage character into these weird sexual and inappropriate situations? Cade and Shane are confronted by the junk bots with guns. Cade asks if Shane is ready to go down with a fight. He asks repeatedly, so this is clearly the telegraphing of an incoming joke. At the sound of one of the enemies shooting, Shane jumps up, drops his weapon, and pleads for his life, repeatedly saying, "I surrender." And as he drops his weapon, it just so happens to hit the ground in a way that not only activates it, but causes it to fire a shot that ricochets off the wall and kills one of the Shadow Raiders by happenstance.
I'm so sick, my body's doing that thing, and you over there? Shut up!
I haven't seen a scene this full of shit since the last scene full of shit, and that was only 15 minutes ago in the runtime. Do I really have to explain how bad this is? I'm not asking as a rhetorical question, I'm asking because there is a lot wrong with this moment and I really don't want to. First of all, the highly telegraphed joke ends up not even being funny because the punchline is Shane being a little bitch and throwing Cade under the bus. It undermines his already contemptible character and causes the whole structure to be uprooted and flipped upside down. This one joke will change the way you view Shane for the rest of the film and on repeat viewings. Second, what kind of safety hazard is this weapon? It not only activated, but shot off a round and killed someone. Any weapon in the real world this unsafe would be laughed out of the conversation in 2014, let alone 2024. And it's not a matter of legality or regulation. Tactically speaking, it would be not only embarrassing but also dangerous if your holstered gun or slung rifle fired a round every time you fell to the ground in a fight or when dropping to the ground from a high up location. There are drop safeties in all modern guns, but this super advanced alien sword gun thing doesn't have such a mechanism. And what in the ever-loving fuck is this design? Why design a gun in the shape of a sword? To jump ahead a bit, look at how it is fired. The grip of the sword is not even used as the trigger for this thing, so why even design it like a sword? Again, tactically speaking, it would be wiser to have a bladed weapon separate from your ranged weapon, because if you lose your one weapon, you are now assed out of both. What can I even say about the ricocheted round killing a Shadow Raider other than...
It's just dumb!
What kills me is how Shane apologizes for being a pussy. Like, apologies are worth anything in this situation. Cade asks how Shane did that, apparently not aware of the circumstance in which the gun was fired. Shane, of course, doesn't know. Cade accurately describes Shane as a no-good chicken shit little rat before activating the gun out of frustration. What really isn't a plot hole is how Cade is so competent in shooting. He holds and fires his weapon like a rifle, and given where he lives, there's a pretty good chance Cade grew up shooting guns with his family and most likely probably owned a rifle. Well, before... Also, rifle platforms are incredibly easy to aim and shoot, with very little recoil and 3 points of contact for maximum control over the weapon. I'm not writing the movie for the writer, I'm just using real-world information to make an inference about this character. However, it is pretty convenient that this ancient alien weapon just so happens to operate in a way that allows a human to shoulder and fire it like a typical semi-automatic rifle. After Cade fends off his attackers, we cut back to Tessa being violated by the hentai monster with no sign of the scanner balls anywhere. She cuts herself free and escapes. Cade yells for Tessa, which is hypocritical because he got on Shane about the same thing at the beginning of this sequence. And just because Cade can now effectively defend himself doesn't mean he should let the enemy know where his location is. After fighting his way to his daughter, Cade gets what is probably the most disrespectful reward for his bravery in the history of mankind.
Shane, I love you, you saved me.
I know.
Alright, time to say the word. Tessa is an absolute cunt. Your father risked life and limb to find you, sacrificed so much to protect you, and went up against a multi-million-dollar corporation and the government to get your life back, only for you to run past him to hug the Jeepers Creepers ass boyfriend who has contributed nothing since you left Texas. Shane isn't even carrying the gun he previously had. I am going to jump 5 years ahead and say that I'm so glad that this abominable bitch gets written out of the next movie and her fuck-ass, cuck-ass boyfriend is not even mentioned. Hopefully this bitch-ass motherfucker Fucky Charms died in between movies in Guantanamo Bay in a botched CIA waterboarding interrogation. Cade just takes this disrespect and all he has to say are snide remarks about Shane's surrender in the previous room. I hate everyone in this movie. Cade decides to move the plot forward before I pop a blood vessel as the Autobots find Optimus. Finally, back to the main selling point of these movies. Hound also kills an alien because it spit on him and that it's too disturbing to live. His words, not mine. Again, Autobots? The Autobots search the supermax of the ship and look for a way to free Optimus. Another small moment, Optimus tells Hound that the arms of the ship detach and are separate ships on their own. He tells him that the cockpit is to the right and Hound goes to his right. So Michael Bay assumed the audience was smart enough to understand perspective directions here, but not earlier in the movie? Also, if this is the Supermax, where are the guards? Where's the security? Lockdown's most prized trophy case has no security system? Back to the human trio of trash, the three find their way on the exterior of the Knights Temenos, and the only way off is to traverse the anchor's tethers. Fascinating how, instead of something more understandable like cord, rope, or even wire, Lockdown's anchors are connected by beams of metal linked together in hinges. I absolutely love how the movie would be over if these tethers were made out of something the humans could not easily walk onto. Tessa objects, and surprisingly, Cade grows a spine and tells Tessa to get on the tether so they can get off the ship. And this is when I noticed that Shane still has this bag for some reason. Why? He doesn't use it for the rest of the movie. Why is he still carrying it? But more upsettingly, Cade also has a messenger bag, and he literally never uses this bag for anything in the movie. Even worse, it's never shown when he got this bag. He suddenly just has it. There was no instance in which Cade could have this bag because he didn't have it during the cemetery cringe assault on his home. He didn't have it after it was revealed his funds were frozen. He didn't have it before he entered KSI. He didn't have it when he left KSI. He didn't have it during the Galvatron fight or Lockdown's capture of Optimus and Tessa, but he suddenly has it when they're about to board the Knights Temenos. And no, that's not the same bag that Tessa had in the Walgreens when they were stealing shit. This is a new bag that was spawned in via console commands for no reason. I have scoured the entire film up until this point for an explanation for where this bag came from, and I can't find one. It's especially weird because, as we've seen before in the Bayverse, when a Cybertronian transforms with someone or something inside, the contents of the cabin are ejected. So that means that Cade and Shane's bags should have been lost when B did this. The only instance of a Bayverse Cybertronian storing something within them in a way the vehicle mode was not designed to do was when the Constructicon ejected Sam's parents out of the radiator in Revenge of the Fallen. My point here is that Cade and Shane's bags should have been lost or destroyed the moment B transformed on the interstate. This isn't Transformers Prime, where they established that some of the Cybertronians can store things within them. We're in a different continuity here. It's also incredibly sloppy filmmaking to have unexplained wardrobe and prop choices and changes throughout your film. The three make their way down the tethers in record time, and for some reason, the three get split up when they started at the same time on the same tether. Shane is just straight up on a different tether somehow. I won't even assume a character reason for this, it's just a glaring oversight on the part of the director. I find it funny how Cucky Charms got all the credit for saving Tessa, but at the sight of his girlfriend falling behind, all he can muster is a weak, "You okay, Tess?" No wonder they break up in the next movie. And then for some reason, Tessa falls down. Again, why isn't she doing what Cade is doing by holding on to another tether to keep her balance? Cade tries to comfort Tessa, and when she doesn't budge, he just yells at her for some reason. Ah, yes. When a surgeon's scalpel doesn't work, use a fucking machete and a sledgehammer. Of course it doesn't work. Tessa even says she's going back to the ship as she crawls backwards. Ignoring that stupid comment, I really do think these guys just liked seeing this actress on the floor and or on her knees. Cause this shit cannot be a coincidence. Why are the F-22s flying so low? They established in the first movie that F-22s are not authorized to fly this low.
They shot at us! F-22 pilots would never fly below buildings. That's alien. That ain't friendly.
Was it for the shot? Of course it was. But uh-oh, Lockdown's wolves have found the trio. Cade is trying to coax Tessa to keep moving, even asking Fucky Charms to help. All he can muster up is a meek,
"Come on, for God's sake."
Of course it doesn't work. The wolves climb the tethers and make their way towards the trio. And look, they make it down the tethers in record time too. While Cade and Tessa are talking, the wolves pop in and out of existence right before Cade shoots them. Come on now, you're not even trying. Cade warns her that he has to point his gun in her direction, but it's not at her. Tessa asks if Cade is trying to kill her, which is such a dumb fucking question. Such a dumb question that the writer couldn't help but make Cade react in the only logical way.
I had to bust my ass to get up here on this spaceship. Shoot it! Get down now!
After dispatching the wolves on the tethers, the rest of the wolves decide to display a surprising amount of intelligence by chomping off the cables that connect the anchors to the ship. Right when all the tethers are about to be cut, Bumblebee leaps in to save the day. So that explains why we haven't seen him in a while, I guess. But it's a really big coincidence that Bumblebee made it here just in the nick of time, not too early to defend the humans and bring them to the rest of the Autobots, and not late enough to see the trio of humans strike the Earth at highway speed. Bumblebee then saves them in a way that clearly would have killed them. No, man, these three are limp, bloody corpses resting in Bumblebee's arms. This film is a gigantic rickroll, a large, elaborate troll at this point. Crosshairs arrives in one of the gunships from Dark of the Moon. What? How? Where did you find this? How did you find this? How did you know Bumblebee was here of all places and not lost somewhere in the ship? The last time we saw Crosshairs was in the Supermax trying to free Optimus. Seems mighty lucky. The director wanted the shot of Bumblebee catching the three humans while swinging on a tether, but didn't think about how to get the four of these characters out of this situation. So he just decided to use a console command again to spawn in Crosshairs with a gunship so he can get them out of this situation. Then Crosshairs says that enemy ships are inbound. How would they know you're here? Did you take a gunship and compromise the rest of the Autobots? What is happening right now? It's like a dream where you start in the middle of the action, but nothing makes sense and there's no explanation for how you got here. We now start an aerial chase sequence that looks like it was supposed to promote a roller coaster ride at Universal Studios. But during this chase, Bumblebee does some concerning shit, to say the least. What? B is this strong? I don't even think Optimus is this strong. Look at what B did here. He yanked a boat twice the size of Optimus into the air with nothing but raw strength. And what the fuck? Since when did B have this harpoon gun? It would have been useful throughout several parts of this movie before and after this point. And why did he think the most effective way of dispatching these ships was to throw a fucking boat at them? It was for the shot. As it always is. Before I can even recover from that last bit of insanity, Crosshairs decides to blow up a raised bridge so the debris can drop onto their pursuers. Again, is Crosshairs really an Autobot? He just caused insane amounts of collateral and put nearby innocent humans in danger. Also, Crosshairs says, "This one's for you, a-holes." Guys, you have been using far worse language before and after this moment. Why are we suddenly using PTA-friendly swearing like we haven't been putting James Rolfe to shame? Also, why did the drone that flew into the debris not just fly up? Look at how long he had to react to the debris. He didn't even try. Crosshairs tells B to swap places with him and then teaches Cade and Shane how to shoot the rear tracer gun. And then Crosshairs does one of the most tactically stupid things in the entire movie. I'll just show you. Great job, you fucking idiot. You only destroyed 2 ships and are now stranded in the middle of Chicago, leaving B and the humans alone to fight off a swarm of smaller fighters. Done for the shot. Again. Cade and Shane wildly fire the tracer gun back at the ships behind them. Although, take note of how they blindly fire the gun at the street below, probably killing and wounding dozens of people trying to escape the chaos. Hollywood gun cringe strikes again. Then Bumblebee lowers the ship into a tunnel, putting more innocent humans in the crossfire for no reason. The movie tries to mitigate the calamity by editing out the cars that were just present before the drone crashed. And then B says, uh-oh, for some reason, and lifts the ship through the fucking ceiling, destroying the ship and putting hundreds of human lives at risk. Why did he do that? I'm not even going to explain how stupid this is. Not because it's obvious, but because I genuinely cannot break down how strange of a decision this was for B to essentially smash his fucking head against the ceiling of the tunnel when there was no reason given to us. The tracer gun cockpit careens through the streets, bouncing off cars and blowing up shit as it finally crashes into a car, nearby flattening the front. Of course, not only are the Jaegers and Cookie Charms perfectly fine, but the driver of the flattened car is also perfectly fine.
For the love of God! Please! Damn! Damn!
Cade gets out of the cockpit and sees a bunch of Bud Light scattered on the ground. There are even close-ups on the bottles so you can clearly see the logo. The role of the Bud Light isn't over, by the way. The driver of the car Cade and the gang crashed into gets out of his totaled car and says Cade better have insurance. Yes, because a real human would say this in this situation, let alone survive it. Cade, one of the only sane men amongst crackheads, rightfully points out how no insurance is going to cover whatever the fuck just happened here. It escalates into typical Michael Bay machismo when Cade picks up one of the Bud Light bottles, cracks it open on the guy's crushed car, takes a huge swig of it, and then throws it at his feet. It's so insanely cartoonish, I can't help but laugh. There's even a Goodyear truck positioned perfectly in the background. I've seen less ads before a YouTube video. This film is a marvelous and wacky cataclysm of consumerism. Cade holds his daughter close and says she needs to trust her dad. Whatever. We cut back to Lockdown ordering his men to prepare for launch, and the Autobots get ready to detach their part of the ship to escape. Optimus says that Lockdown will be in deep space before he realizes that they're gone. What? You're telling me this super advanced ship that has anchors, melting pits, an armory, advanced prison cells, and mini ships that detach from the larger body. You're telling me that ship doesn't have an alarm for when one of the mini ships detaches when our cars warn you when one of your doors is ajar? Holy fuck, it doesn't. Oh my god, we only have an hour left. We check back with Joshua, who lampshades the fact that Cemetery Cringe is terrible at being covert. Just because you acknowledge it doesn't make it any better. He states that they are moving all their assets to their Chinese facility because the federal government is about to be onto them and he doesn't want the seed to be found. Buddy? You are talking to the director of the CIA. Just tell him to get his Fed buds off your back. All Attinger would have to do is tell the FBI, ATF, or whoever that the CIA has it under control. Science Lackey starts splooging his pants over Galvatron, and Joshua correctly assesses that it was a complete and total disaster. He was even aware that Galvatron spoke. that means he's aware of what Galvatron said. And what Galvatron said was in response to Optimus. This should be setting off alarm bells in Joshua's head, and he should have Galvatron stripped down and never assembled. But then we wouldn't have the first half of the third act, so Joshua also says that he wants to know why he didn't have control over Galvatron. This plot point doesn't go anywhere after this. We cut to the Autobots who have crashed the ship in a rural area. Nice job, guys. Didn't even try to mitigate collateral damage. Prepare for the film to simply fold in on itself here. Crosshairs, who somehow got here before Bumblebee, informs B that the Autobots are leaving Earth. To go where exactly? Your home is destroyed, and as far as we know, no other planet has resources. What is the plan here? Wait, what the fuck is this? Optimus then whinges about the humans, complaining about how they've done this after everything the Autobots have done for them. Another thing that is severely un-Optimus-like. Cade, again, rightfully points out that he doesn't know what the fuck Optimus is talking about. Optimus goes on to explain that Cade doesn't see who's controlling who. Cade is one of the very few people in this movie who is not in control and has never been in control of anything. Maybe this was leftover dialogue of an alternate scene where Prime is speaking to Joshua instead of Cade. Optimus explains that he felt the presence of Megatron inside of Galvatron during their fight. Holy fuck, a third plot thread? This late in the movie? Not only do we have Cemetery Cringe and Lockdown, not only do we have KSI, now we have the ghost of Megatron to deal with, and what in the fuck is this shot? Is the cameraman drunk or asleep? What the absolute shit am I looking at right now? Cade then says a line that made me audibly frustrated.
I sensed the presence of Megatron.
The Decepticon that started the Chicago War?
Are you for real right now? Are you serious? You just confirmed that Megatron is the known leader of the Decepticons. You're telling me that every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows who Megatron is, but Cade, Tessa, and Lucas didn't know who Optimus Prime was? The Cybertronian who saved humanity from eternal slavery? And also, Megatron wasn't even the one who started the Chicago War. It was Sentinel Prime. That one line breaks the world building for this entire movie. You're saying that everyone knew Megatron was the leader of the Decepticons and the one who quote-unquote started the Chicago War, but no one knows who Optimus is, the leader of the Autobots and the one who ended the Chicago War? You're probably thinking, Alastor, isn't it a bit of an assumption to believe everyone in this universe knows this information? Yes, it is an assumption. But Cade is presented to us as a normal guy living in the aftermath of the world Dark of the Moon created. He is the point of view character, our eyes and ears into what the population of this universe knows. By making his knowledge inconsistent, you cause confusion about who knows what in this universe. Now, how does it break the world building? Because if the world was consistent and everyone knew who all the players in the Chicago War were, then it would make zero sense for the public to be conditioned to hate the Autobots and have any desire to terminate their alliance. Notice how an explanation for the termination of Nest was never officially given? Yes, Attinger had his reasons for hating Cybertronians, but why did the rest of the US turn on the Autobots? In the MCU, they gave us several reasons for the Sokovia Accords. In Mass Effect 3, they gave us a reason, or two if you completed Mass Effect 2 Arrival, for why Shepard was arrested by the Alliance. Hell, in Sonic Adventure 2, they gave us a reason why Gunn was hunting down and trying to arrest Sonic, even if it didn't make any fucking sense. You can't just have the world's public and institutional perspectives flip off screen with no explanation. It only gets worse as Brains, the tiny Cybertronian who was held captive at KSI, starts to explain information in a massive, heaping chunk of exposition. To sum up what Brain says, Megatron's decapitated head was actually not as dormant as KSI thought. He forced them to render a new body for him and infected it with his psyche. He wants to detonate the seed and kill millions and use the transformium from the aftermath to build a new army of Decepticons. But Brains takes this much text to explain this. This block of text has cringe humor, random asides, important information, and character motivations for previous actions, all messily tangled together in this heap. This entire section takes nearly 2 minutes out of the 2-hour and 45-minute runtime, and it still feels rushed. And also, Lockdown's speech about the cosmic balance, how's that going for you? You gave a device to another species that would create enough transformium to create an army of Cybertronians. Oh, this species mixing with species, and you are part of the problem, you stupid bitch. Also, Optimus says that the creators destroyed Earth to create the Cybertronians. Unless I'm missing something, doesn't destroy mean to completely end the existence of something? The creators didn't destroy Earth, they only wiped out the life on it at the time. Take a close look at this. These ships are scooping up the material and collecting it, but the Earth below remains unscathed? How the shit did the explosions go off, kill the dinosaurs, but leave the Earth unscarred? Explosions aren't just balls of fire, there is force behind them. The power of the blast would rip the Earth below asunder. These bombs should actually destroy the Earth, not whatever this is. Also, it's really convenient that Tessa managed to be at the right place at the right time to see the seed deal go down so she could tell the group she saw Cemetery Cringe get their hands on the seed. Also, how does Megatron/Galvatron know about the seed? He was just a head in a lab for the majority of his life post Dark of the Moon. He shouldn't know about the deal between Attinger and Joshua. Conversely, I do like the neat detail of Galvatron having Cybertronian scrawls on his armor, a hint that this KSI drone is not really what it seems. Cage says they need to get the seed before Galvatron does. Sure, I guess. Anyone still in the theater at this point might as well stay to see how this ends. We jump to Beijing where Joshua watches Galvatron be unloaded. This is the shot I was talking about that was reused from Revenge of the Fallen. Given the context of the original shot, it makes this usage very strange. If you pause, you'll notice US soldiers and US Humvees in the shot. It made sense in the original movie because it was a US base for Nest. But in this movie, there are US soldiers working for a private company in what is supposed to be Beijing, China. That's just lazy. Also, why would you transport Galvatron in his robot mode? It would have been easier to have him be in his truck mode and just have one of the engineers drive him off the plane. Oh. It's because we need to have him ripping and ready to go in his robot mode when he wakes up later. That's just lazy. Then, in what appears to be narrative rhyming or some shit, we cut to a scene that starts with what is clearly an ADR line done in a recording booth of Joshua saying that the seed will be the salvation of his company. He explains that their goal with the seed is to safely detonate it in the Mongolian desert so they can have enough transformium for 100 years. Or you could reverse engineer the seed, see how it works, then make 100 seeds to make enough transformium for 10,000 years. But no, gotta make those investors happy and make money fast right now instead of playing the slow game. Gotta love this Chinese water product placement. Look at how she's holding it, delicately grasping it and keeping her fingers away from the logo while also making sure the logo can be clearly seen on camera. We cut back to Cade, Tessa, and Shane breaking into a train depot to sleep in one of the inactive trains. Tessa whines about breaking into places and stealing stuff. Can this bitch please just shut up? Then Shane says, yep, just another break-in. Hey, fan of the playground, what are your alternatives? You three are on the run. Both of you cunts shut the fuck up. As Tessa sleeps, Cade decides to have a calm and honest talk with Shane for the first time in the movie. The talk itself is actually kind of nice. In a vacuum. Cade says that all he ever wanted was for Tessa to be safe and happy. He thought he would be enough, but he isn't. He looks at Fucky Charms and says, so somebody better be.
Whoa, okay, I surrender! I surrender! I surrender!
Your faith is misplaced, Mr. Yeager. Also, can someone tell me what kind of train has a bunch of cushy executive-style chairs lining the walls of the car? I'm genuinely curious. I've never seen anything like this before. Drift informs the group that Joshua is headed to his facility in Guangzhou, China. And this is when I noticed that Drift has a nipple drill dick for some reason. Cade calls Joshua, which is not a plot hole, surprisingly.
We've intercepted encrypted communications.
And tells him he's in big trouble because he's going to be responsible for the destruction of a city. He tells Joshua that he knows he has a conscience because he's an inventor. J. Robert Oppenheimer had a conscience. He knew his creation would cause nothing but death. Still assisted with the creation of the atom bomb, though. Cade tells Joshua that he can't let Galvatron become active. Joshua says he controls Galvatron. Cade says, but do you though? And hangs up. Joshua then looks like he's taken aback by Cade's words, like they actually mean something. Cade said Galvatron is controlling Joshua. But how? What evidence does he have? It's more like Joshua is attempting to control Galvatron, but Galvatron is simply uncontrollable. And wait a minute, where did Cade get that phone? We've already gone over this. The government can track you. Are you telling me you had your phone on you the entire time? Ugh. And look, the police arrive in what I can only assume is a day later based on the wardrobe changes between the human cast. Either they took forever to track Cade's phone, or they took forever to respond to the crashed alien ship that took down some power lines. Nobody in this fucking universe is in top form today. Cade tells Tessa that it's her call if she wants to submit to the police or trust the Autobots. Yes, trust the temperamental 17-year-old girl who values her punk-ass pervert boyfriend, getting a tan, and going to college to get sloppy drunk over her own father. She definitely should be making life-altering decisions. See, this is why the age of voting should be raised to. Tessa silently decides to leave with the Autobots, and Cade and Fucky Charms act like she's some determined, strong, girl boss badass or something. Bitch, all she's going to do is scream and be in danger for the next 53 minutes. Well, not entirely. Shane also gives a compliment that comes across as an insult. He tells Cade that Tessa must take after her mother, implying that everything positive about Tessa has nothing to do with her father. Reminder, Cade stormed the Knights Temenos to rescue Tessa while Shane pissed himself and surrendered. Right. In this next scene, everything about Optimus just fucking bothers me. Optimus orders the Autobots to board the ship. They will be retrieving the sea, then leaving Earth because they are done defending the humans. Even the line he says just rubs me the wrong way. Its delivery and verbiage is extremely out of character.
Move. We're retrieving the seed, but then we're done defending the humans.
Plain and simple, Optimus would not speak to his men like this. He is gentle but firm. Remember this phrase. What's even weirder is Cade's reaction, being surprised that Optimus would leave the humans. Dude, are you aware of who this is? And I'm not asking rhetorically, I'm asking literally, because Cade bounces between knowing who Optimus is and his history of being Earth's guardian to being completely oblivious to even the events of Dark of the Moon. Okay, what comes next absolutely broke me. I lost my mind when I realized what happened here. Let me break it down first. Lockdown finally realizes a day later that Optimus and the gang stole a part of his ship and that they need to reverse course and get his collection back. Lockdown, the captain of this ship and the person at the helm of the main controls, was completely unaware that a chunk of his ship was missing for 24 hours. What makes this funnier is that Lockdown was apparently told this. He never found out on his own. The line is delivered as a question, not a statement.
Hijack part of my ship. How did you let this happen?
Nigga, how did you let this happen? And what's even worse is that the next line implies that they were not traveling at light speed, meaning that yes, they really were flying through deep space for 24 hours.
Sit down, dark matter drive, reverse course at light speed and get us back.
Meaning that they need to reverse course at a different speed than what they were going, and that no matter what a dark matter drive is, it is clear it doesn't go any faster than light speed. Oh my god, I lost calories laughing at this scene. On top of the fact that Lockdown looks like a little kid pouting in this shot, I cannot believe that so many people believe that Lockdown is one of the best Bayverse villains.
Is this your game? Huh?
A bit of a tangent, the use of dark matter in this line is interesting, because it could have been an explanation for a different problem. How does the Knights Temenos violate the square cube law while in Earth's atmosphere? I'm no dark matter expert, but with a little bit of research, the writer could have used dark matter to explain how such a massive ship could defy Earth's gravity with such little propulsion. But instead, they chose to use dark matter as technobabble by creating some ridiculous dark matter drive as some kind of light speed eco mode or something. We cut back to the KSI Chinese facility, where Joshua tells his employees not to activate Galvatron. Apparently, Cade's words did get to him. Joshua and Attinger meet to trade the seed for a cut of Joshua's company. Attinger explains that they're going to end human warfare by creating a fully automated US Army with KSI drones, connecting back to what he stated at the beginning of the film.
Never again can we allow aliens to fight our battles for us.
Wait, how exactly is Attinger here? I'm somewhat sure that Savoy would be fine, but the director of the CIA being in China? The identity of the director of the CIA is public knowledge. A simple Google search would yield that information. Either Chinese authorities would be on him like flies on shit, or the US government are going to have a nice spot in Guantanamo Bay for Attinger when he gets back. Who am I kidding? If Attinger would have survived this shit show, he wouldn't see the inside of a prison cell. Oh yeah, Attinger dies. Joshua decides to act sussy-wussy and tries to back out of the deal. From an internal character logic standpoint, why can't he just complete the deal and keep the seed away from Galvatron? It's not like Joshua has had any real issue with Attinger up until this point. Savoy's making Riz faces while they're talking for some reason, Sin City was and Attinger reminds Joshua of all the men who had to die to get the seed. For some reason, Joshua sees this as a threat and threatens Attinger back. This was less of a defensive tactic and more of a preemptive strike. A strike which causes Attinger to go aggro on Joshua. I can't help but agree with Attinger here about Joshua's grandstanding about his dream of making the world a better place. If all it took was a dream to become successful, many more people would be in Joshua's shoes, but that's not the case. Also, where the fuck did this come from?
I started this company when I was a boy, with a dream of making the world a better place.
Funny. I had the same dream.
Attinger has literally never expressed this kind of character motive or backstory, and it suddenly gets introduced mere seconds before the third act. Side note, Attinger sounds like Jeremy Irons here.
I have served my country for decades of unparalleled prosperity.
Attinger tells Joshua that he's going through with the deal. Galvatron then wakes up on his own, and this shot really highlights how fugly Galvatron's face looks. Wait, he could have just woke up on his own the whole time? And you only wrapped a single strand of chains around him? And Megatron is seriously going to adopt the name the humans gave him? Galvatron! What happened to this guy?
Disgusting.
You really think a character that thinks humans are disgusting would accept the name they created for him? That was the whole point of this moment from 2007. The whole movie, Sector 7 kept calling him NBE-1.
NBE-1.
Anyway, Mr. NBE-1 here, aka Megatron.
The first thing Megatron does when he's thawed out is declare that he is not NBE-1. He is motherfucking Megatron. 2007 Megatron was a menace to society. I miss that version of him. That dude gave me nightmares. But nah, let's assassinate Megatron's character while we're here too, I guess. Joshua's assistant informs him that Galvatron has activated himself, and Joshua, instead of reacting in stunned horror, looks more like he got the news that his dog took a massive sloppy shit in the house. Joshua hurries Attinger and Savoy out due to a quote-unquote factory emergency. Attinger says Joshua got what he wanted, and Joshua corrects him by saying,
I got what it wanted.
Dude, at this point, just give him the share so he can get the fuck out of your face. Now we've manufactured an excuse for Attinger and Savoy to chase after Joshua and the Seed. Galvatron infects the drones and commands them to rise up and fight for him. He gives them the objective to,
Go find my Seed.
Gross, that's
a lot of illegal, icky shit.
Joshua flees with the Seed, and we finally get our first full transformation of Stinger, which is just as lame as Galvatron's. But more importantly, let's talk about the design for a second, because there are story implications. Why did Bumblebee copy this design if he believes himself to be superior to Stinger? If I find a specific gun to be inferior to the gun I currently own, why would I go out and then buy the very gun I find to be inferior to replace the gun I think is so great? B made such a big deal about Stinger and his human design, yet he literally copied every aspect of Stinger's robot mode, sans the color scheme. I can't even really hypothesize why this decision was made. It's just an all-around strange choice. Joshua meets Darcy outside and, wait, when the fuck did Darcy get in China? The last we heard of Darcy, she was in Chicago at KSI headquarters. That was 50 minutes ago in the movie's runtime. Functionally speaking, Joshua's assistant Sue, I had to Google her name just to be clear, has replaced Darcy in the narrative, and now both Darcy and her replacement are sharing screen time. Wait, the Wikipedia page states that Sue is the owner of the KSI factory in China. That makes matters worse. In the film proper, Sue behaves more like an assistant to Joshua, but as the owner of the factory Joshua is working out of, that would mean she would behave more as a business partner rather than an assistant. Attinger tells Joshua that he has to contain his drones. Since when does Attinger care about innocent civilians? Let alone innocent civilians from a different country. Let alone innocent civilians from a country the US is not in great standing with. Devil's advocate, maybe he's concerned that if the drones get out and get traced back to KSI, he will also be implicated in this mess. Okay, movie, you win this round. Sue says she can lose their pursuers in Hong Kong. I didn't know she was aware that they were being pursued. Also, what she says is false.
I know a military garrison there that will help us.
Yeah, this military garrison never shows up. Also, she says she can lose their pursuers in Hong Kong when they are in Guangzhou. Guangzhou is approximately a 2-hour drive from Hong Kong. You better be able to lose your pursuers. I'm also not certain of the legal nature of driving from a city in mainland China to Hong Kong. What I've read is that you need plates for both mainland China and Hong Kong in order to legally cross over. I can't find anything on if you need these plates for both the front and rear, but we see the rear of Joshua's vehicle here, and there's only one plate, and the front of the vehicle here, and there's only one plate. So yeah, they shouldn't be getting into Hong Kong. It really pisses me off when writers don't do their research, but that's my good faith argument. Here's my bad faith one. This movie pretends that Hong Kong is a part of mainland China, like Hong Kong doesn't have its own sovereignty or borders. The three of them are literally going to be brought to a halt when they reach Hong Kong's borders, but the movie is behaving as if there is no border. This will not be the last time this movie denies Hong Kong's sovereignty. We cut back to Cade and the Autobots traveling to China. I have no idea why this spaceship is flying so low, but whatever. Optimus reveals that he is full-on racist towards humans, placing the sins of a relative few on the shoulders of Cade and all of the innocent humans. Cade responds by saying that making mistakes is what being human is all about. I love how the camera just cuts to Tessa when Cade says that sometimes out of those mistakes come the most amazing things. Yes, Tessa was a massive fucking mistake. Cade says that he originally fixed Optimus for a reward and that was a mistake. No, the mistake here is that you didn't fix Optimus for a reward. You fixed Optimus so you could reverse engineer his technology and see how he works. Tessa and Lucas were the ones who suggested turning Optimus in for a reward. Cade only agreed with the caveat that he find out how Optimus worked first. Cade says 3 lines that kind of conflict with each other.
See, if you've got no faith in us, I'm asking you to do what I do. I'm asking you to look at all the junk and see the treasure. You gotta have faith, Prime, in who we can be.
I honestly don't understand what he's trying to say here. He basically says, despite not having faith in us, you should find any reason to have faith in our potential. What? How is that inspirational at all? Do you know what faith is? Faith is the belief and trust in something with no proof or credence. It is a belief in something despite having nothing to work with. You cannot tell a person to find faith in something while also simultaneously acknowledging that they have no faith. Let me see if I can try to reword this so that it fits the film's message better. I know you've lost so much, Prime, but you gotta believe in the good in us, in who we can be. That's what faith is. But that's under the assumption that this message is even worth telling to Optimus fucking Prime. Attinger and Savoy decide to kill Joshua and his party and reveals that he's tracking them. This movie is so inconsistent with how things are tracked, who is tracking who, and when characters are being tracked. Attinger simply scoffs at the idea that Joshua thinks he can outrun the CIA. What a pathetic hand wave. You could have easily just said, all that genius and he didn't think we'd bug the seed, or something along those lines. Would have made Attinger a far more formidable villain, but the damage to him and Cemetery Cringe have already proven fatal. And wait a minute, Savoy was going to get a cut of this plunder too? Why? When was this established? I thought he was in it to avenge his sister. Darcy asks Joshua how lethal the bomb is. What an odd way to phrase that question. Bombs are simply lethal. It's pretty definitive as far as I know. The more accurate question is, what is the yield of that bomb, or how big is that bomb? Joshua asks his lackeys as they're screwing around in the lab with Transformium. The CGI here is terrible. How could you not just get a real AR-style rifle and drop it into the scene? This looks like a model from an early PS4 game. It gets worse when you realize that in the next shot, the rifle is real and is very different. The grip is a Magpul grip instead of the A2 grip. The stock is completely different. There's a dust cover now, and now it has a forward assist.
It's fucking love! It's real, okay.
Aw, how cute. His ringtone is the jingle from the 80s TV show.
This is so good. Oh, hang on.
So cute how you think that would work on me.
And why the fuck are you guys in the office? What time is it? Hong Kong's time is ahead by 14 hours, meaning that there is no time in which a motherfucker in Hong Kong is experiencing daylight the same time as a motherfucker in Chicago. And the time of day, again, it's going fucky wucky. It was nighttime before the scene with Optimus and Cade, then it suddenly turned into daytime in Hong Kong. Is the implication supposed to be that the Autobots are arriving in China at sunrise? If so, that means Joshua and his gang left Guangzhou around 5 or 6 a.m. in order to make it to Hong Kong by the time the sun is fully up. But then look at this aerial shot. The sun is way too high for it to be 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. This also means that the science lackeys are in the office at 10 p.m. I swear it seems like the acting is devolving the further we get into this movie, dude.
Oh, is that a bomb in the back?
Yes, there's a bomb in the bag.
Shit.
Darcy says she is the diversion while Sue and Joshua get the seed somewhere safe. So wait, what exactly is the plan here? Hide until Galvatron or Attinger finds the seed? It's almost as if there is no clear objective because the Autobots are going to show up and solve all the problems for the characters.
I just found Optimus Prime!
he's gonna do with all this shit?
The next sequence is an exchange in which I have no idea what is happening due to the language barrier, sudden shouting, and goofiness on Joshua's part. Just watch.
Shut up! I need a raise. I want a raise.
Nice that we got confirmation that Sue is an employee of Joshua's and not a partner that owns the factory he works out of. Savoy and Attinger immediately realize that Sue and Joshua are on a motorcycle, so Darcy's diversion was a no-sell. Great. Why the fuck is she even in this movie? Sue and Joshua ride through a barricade that Savoy can't drive through and, oh my god, Cemetery Cringe is back. I thought you were completely gone from the movie. Aren't you a sight that makes my eyes sore? We cut back to Sue and Joshua and, for some reason, Sue yeets the handlebars sideways and dumps the bike in a low side crash. I know what the stunt rider did to create this low side crash, but I don't understand why this just happened in universe. Also, check out the obvious bulky as fuck stunt rider with obvious armor under their costume, and the chunky ass tennis shoes getting replaced by the tiny Asian woman with heels. This movie is a semi-failed abortion. Joshua gets in an elevator with the Seed and his lackey finally texts him back the next day apparently, telling him the blast zone of the Seed is the size of a tactical nuke with these tone-deaf emojis. Joshua starts losing his mind for comedic effect and Sue tells him to snap out of it. She says he needs to get to the roof and she will call him a helicopter extraction. Spoiler alert, no she doesn't. She doesn't even make a call concerning it. Sue fights the Cemetery Cringe assassins and the random guy in the elevator helps, and that's that, I guess. The guy that helps Sue is Zhu Shiming, a former Chinese professional boxer, by the way. That's why he got highlighted in this scene. Joshua randomly says that he loves Sue for a joke, I guess. Look, I'm trying not to clock out early on this movie. We've got 42 minutes of runtime left. I forgot to mention that the elevator door never closes in this entire 2 minutes and 2 second sequence. Joshua gets to the roof and starts drinking some boxed milk for some product placement as Galvatron and his forces arrive in Hong Kong. Look at how his hand moves out of the way of the logo. I can only assume Galvatron and his minions killed the Border Patrol agents to get through. Or the movie is again pretending that Hong Kong is a part of mainland China. Joshua panics as the Autobot ship arrives, thinking that it's lockdown again. But for some reason unbeknownst to me, nearly everyone else is pretty sure it's Optimus and the Autobots. Galvatron orders his men to shoot the Autobots down. Cade meets Joshua to retrieve him and the Seed, but a random drone, who I honestly confused with Stinger the first time I saw this movie, shoots down the ship by himself. Hound, Bumblebee, and the Jaegers all fall off with Joshua as the rest of the Autobots somehow fly the damaged ship up a hill, then down into a valley, crashing off screen. Savoy and Attinger decide to kill all the humans because they're witnesses. Sure, I guess. Joshua says there are 50 active prototypes under Galvatron's control, so we're about to watch the climax of Revenge of the Fallen and Dark of the Moon again, huh? The 50 versus 5 shit is getting old. Believe it or not, it gets worse than the last night, but we'll save that for another day. But the setup here is clear. Attinger and Savoy are supposed to keep the human cast busy while the KSI drones will keep the Autobot cast busy. I only care about half of this. Can you guess which? I'm just noticing that Shane is carrying the sword rifle that Cade had earlier. Take note of this. As the Autobots fight, the humans flee with the Seed. This happens. What are these missiles made of? Lean and Xannies? The 4 of them should be a slurry of giblets, bone, shit, and piss. Hound engages in battle with the drones, and even he doesn't follow gun safety rules. He blindly fires a round that could have killed a human. No, the area is not evacuated. The Jaegers and Joshua make it to an elevator, but Savoy starts shooting at them from a distance with his pistol. Wait, where'd you get that from? I'm 100% certain mainland China authorities did not let you keep that. Did KSI give him one? Highly doubt it, because they were only supposed to be here for a meeting to transfer the Seed. Not to mention there's the Hong Kong Border Patrol. There's a lot of Hollywood gun cringe in this scene, so please be patient with me. The gun Savoy uses is an H&K P30, a compact firearm that fires either 15 rounds of 9mm or 13 rounds of 40 Smith & Wesson, depending on what it's chambered in. Savoy shoots like 20 rounds before the pistol stops firing. Even a Glock 17 doesn't have that much ammo in its standard capacity magazine. Notice that I didn't say needs to be reloaded. I said before the pistol stops firing, because the slide did not lock back, indicating that it is empty. We have guns from over 100 years ago that lock the slide back when empty. A gun from 2014 not having this feature is unfathomable. There's a logical explanation for why this happened actually. If you aren't careful with some guns, the way you grip it can cause the slide catch to not activate. But when you look at how Savoy is holding the gun, which is a joke in and of itself, there is no possible way this could have happened. And then the way this chud drops the magazine is a special breed of stupid. Just look at it. There are ways to convey to the audience that Savoy is reloading without doing this stupid shit. Then something really weird happens. Savoy seemingly reloads off screen, which is fine, but then Cade steps out of the elevator and Savoy fires another shot at him. We see Savoy aiming at Cade and he racks the slide for some reason and continues to fire. If that wasn't strange enough, a used casing flies out and then Savoy continues to fire. If you own and practice firing a gun, you'll understand why I am so utterly confused by all of this. Why am I mentioning any of this? Stay tuned after I run through the plot. So Savoy wildly fires at Cade instead of saving his ammo for when he has a clearer shot without all this greenery in the way. He radios to Attinger that the rest of the Jaeger party is coming down the center elevator. How does Savoy know the layout of this monstrosity of a building? The center elevator of this side or the center elevator of this big ass U-shaped building? We get a shot that tries to show me that Tessa gives a shit about her dad, but I'm not convinced. Her tears mean nothing to me because she's been a jackass to her dad for nearly the entire film. Attinger finds the supposed elevator and takes aim with his pistol. Again, how do you, the Googleable director of the CIA, get a handgun into mainland China and then through the border patrol at the Hong Kong border? When the elevator opens, we see a Chinese woman in skimpy clothes let out the most unconvincing and subdued scream for someone who has a gun aimed at her. And holy shit, this one shot of Attinger aiming his gun at the elevator looks like something even shit wouldn't want to be associated with. The compositing on this shot is downright embarrassing. Luckily, it's only for a brief second. It's not like a certain scene from a show that came out a decade later where two characters are speaking to each other and the Chevy Tahoe in the background looks like a fucking PNG. The Jaegers and Joshua had gotten off halfway down and ran through the hallway. Actually, this is quite clever, I don't mind it. But for comedic effect, the three get stuck behind a gaggle of old ladies and Joshua drops an F-bomb for comedic effect.
Oh my god! How do you say get the fuck out of the way in Chinese?
Okay, tangent time. I'd like to say something about the one F-bomb per PG-13 movie rule. It's not a real confirmed rule, but it's a general rule of thumb. I'm a firm believer that this should be used for maximum effect, not for some petty joke that could easily be replaced with another joke of similar caliber. There's two types of precision F-strikes, the funny one and the serious one. And the Transformers series has given us at least one example of both. Me, I'm biased towards the serious one, but the funny one works too. The serious one is easier to implement because it can be used to denote how passionate and serious a character is about something. For example, in Mission Impossible Fallout, August Walker is speaking to who he believes to be Solomon Lane, an anarchist terrorist and one of the main bad guys. This scene is when August believes the good guys have left and candidly reveals that he is actually John Lark, another extremist who wants to commit unholy atrocities for a greater good. Lark grills Solomon Lane for making his plots and schemes needlessly labyrinthian in nature in order to make Ethan hunt the Fall Man. So Lark drops the first and meanest F-bomb in the Mission Impossible franchise.
Why'd you have to make this
so fucking complicated.
It shows how incredibly frustrated Lark is with the game Solomon is playing with Ethan. This scene was amazing for many other reasons I won't get into right now. The funny precision F-strike is a lot harder to execute. It requires confidence in knowing that your joke is going to stick the landing. I didn't watch the full movie, but I have seen the one clip from Guardians of the Galaxy 3. This usage of the F-bomb works great because it's A, unexpected, and B, at the height of a comedy skit. This type of joke doesn't work in a movie where the characters swear like sailors throughout, like in the Transformers movies. In every Bayverse film except the first one, the swearing is all over the place. So when we get this scene in Age of Extinction,
How do you say get the fuck out of the way in Chinese?
and this scene from Dark of the Moon,
Fucking awesome.
and this scene from Revenge of the Fallen, it doesn't have the same impact. This was a lesson I learned after writing my first book and rereading it after it was released. The characters swore way too much, and it eventually becomes overbearing and hard to read. Back to the movie, Savoy is now directly behind Cade, and the stunt choreography has reached a new low. Cade reaches an unsecured fence and tries to run through it as Savoy seemingly reloads his pistol. But instead of Savoy simply shooting Cade in the back now that he has a clear shot, Savoy tackles him. And in this heap, of course Savoy loses his pistol. And instead of picking it up and shooting Cade, he leaves it and chases after Cade on the rooftops. Also, this is just like the chase in KSI. Two middle-aged men just mildly jogging across the rooftops as the camera shakes in an attempt to fool you into thinking these two are fervently running. Wait a minute. Why'd you let Shane keep the alien rifle? Seems like it would have been mighty useful to take Savoy out before this chase scene even started. Shane could have popped Savoy in the chest from the elevator as he was distracted by Cade. It would have even bolstered the relationship between Cade and Shane. Is it because you knew that giving Cade the rifle would have ended this before it even started? You also knew that having Cade lose the rifle here would mean that he couldn't help Optimus in the finale, so you just stuck it in Shane's hands for this scene when he never uses it, making the characters act illogically in order to get the action scenes you want. A Michael Bay specialty. Now, this movie came out 10 years ago and I just noticed this. This shot has what appears to be Cade and Savoy running on the rooftops in the distance. But if you pay attention to the men's movements, you'll realize they are both CGI in this shot. Look at how overly active and gummy the first person looks when he drops down. You guys were so lazy that you didn't feel like sending two stunt guys up there to chase each other. This ironically probably cost more money to do than to just grab the guy that was riding the motorcycle earlier and one of the cemetery cringe guys and have them chase each other a few times while the main production team filmed the big set pieces. Hollywood, the king of overly produced bullshit solutions. Cade and Savoy make their way down the side of the building. Cade gets stuck hanging onto an air conditioner. Savoy breaks off one of the AC units, and behold, it wasn't connected to anything. Oh, Lord Jesus. We check back with the Jaeger party, Hound, and Bumblebee, and they've reached the ground. Another close-up of Tessa being worried about her dad. Still don't give a shit. Back up to Cade and Savoy, and I'm genuinely getting frustrated with the lack of continuity between shots. In this wide shot, we see that Cade is below Savoy, both CGI again. Cade seems to jump down again, and in the following shot, Cade is now on the opposite wall with his back to a wall on the left side of the building. We get a close-up of Savoy to hide the fact that he's about to teleport. Then Savoy jumps towards a windowed area that looks like the area Cade is standing at, but then he teleports further away to be level with Cade so he can tackle him through the window. And even the window itself changes between shots. I've seen abusive relationships cleaner than this shit. You know, that's what this film series basically is to a Transformers fan, an abusive relationship.
Huh?
We then get a shaky cam fist fight that looks like it came right out of the mid-2000s. The Bourne series called. He said that you need to stop copying his homework and still getting the answers wrong. You're making him look bad. During the fight, Cade actually sticks his thumb into Savoy's eye, but when Cade tosses him across the room, there's no damage to be seen. Why even include something so violent if you know you can't follow up on it because of the PG-13 rating? Savoy tells Cade that he never should have hid Optimus, and Cade says that Savoy should have never came after his family. Savoy says we all have family, and Cade says that he's going to live to see his. Cade throws a nearby football at Savoy's face as some kind of lame, hollow payoff, then shoves him through the window and into the worst shot in the movie. This shot and the next few shots of what is clearly a dummy falling are so fucking funny because they remind me of this meme.
Oh my god! Oh jeez, oh my god!
I'm surprised Michael Bay didn't have a joke about the awkward conversation that would have taken place between Cade and the residents of the apartment he just bulldozed during his fight with a Black Ops CIA agent that he killed right before their eyes. With Attinger's dragon dead, he tells Lockdown to do whatever he needs to do to recapture Optimus. The device he uses to speak to Lockdown is hilariously large and oddly shaped. There's no way he was carrying this around everywhere so he could communicate with Lockdown. If you thought Lockdown was about to finally re-enter the film, you are sorely mistaken because instead we get Darcy. She's returned from failing to be a distraction. Cade returns to the rest of the party and asks B where his daughter is. Notice Tessa's reaction here. Joshua tells Cade how fucked they are by explaining that his drones were all designed to be better than the Autobots, even stating that Hound is fat. Hound flicks his cigar, that's actually some kind of unfired artillery round, at Joshua's back. The force of this fucking thing should have snapped Joshua's spine, but he just stumbles forward as if he was merely shoved by someone who is the same size as him. We then cut to Optimus, who has been in communication with Hound and B the whole time apparently. Wait a minute. What the hell are these three even doing? They crashed and now they're just standing around? Two of your Autobot brothers in arms are in life or death combat and you're just standing around in this forest taking in the fucking scenery?
Bunch of jackasses standing in a circle.
Optimus says they're in trouble. As if he didn't know this when the entire reason they were separated in the first place was because their ship was shot down by a Decepticon. Crosshairs basically says they should quit the ranked match because being an underdog sucks. Okay, sure, fuck the humans, but what about B and Hound? Fuck them too? Again, Autobots? Optimus says that it's time for reinforcements. He takes hold of a sword somewhere in this section of the ship. Take notice of his gauntlets when he grabs it. This will be used to justify radioactive horseshit later in the film. He says, recognize one of your knights. Again, a line that alludes to a fleshed out backstory for this version of Prime, but the runtime was siphoned by jokes about slavery and squabbles about age of consent laws, so we will never get the lore behind Bay vs. Prime. Ever. He runs up to Grimlock. Yes, this monstrosity is Grimlock and he goes unnamed for the entire movie, and slices his cell open in one swing. He speaks in Cybertronian, which for some reason the home video version of this scene has no subtitles, but I vividly remember the theatrical version of this scene having subtitles that said, "The legend exists." And lo and behold, the theatrical version did have subtitles for this shot. What a strange choice to make. Honestly, Michael Bay is notorious for having different versions of films be released, not just for home video, but for different screenings. In regards to the next film, The Last Night, there are apparently 4 different versions of that film. The American version, the international version, the home video version, and the digital version, each with several changes. One version even has Nitro Zeus voiced by a completely different actor.
Baby, free at last. Thanks, Megatron, I'm free at last. Baby, free at last. Thanks, Megatron, I'm free at last.
It's like spaghetti sauce flavors but made of shit. Why am I mentioning this? Well, it's because the descent into madness started with this post-production nightmare production of a movie, a film that was created in the editing room rather than with the stroke of a writer's pen. We cut back to Hong Kong and the authorities are evacuating the city. Hound and Bee are in their vehicle modes. One is a military vehicle and the other is a very conspicuous sport car. With them are a bunch of American motherfuckers who clearly don't fit in. One of them armed with an alien sword gun thing. Nothing to see here, folks. As they try to sneak out, Decepticons attack the area and force the Autobots and the Jaeger party to get to cover. Commence the mindless action sequence of nameless bad guy robots getting easily killed by the main characters with plot armor. Look at how B barely even flinches when he gets shot by this drone. Bumblebee is not supposed to be the tank, guys. The Jaeger party flees into a little glass house in the middle of the battle. Joshua points out how stupid it is that they just fled into a big fragile glass house in a please laugh kind of way. See, this kind of humor bothers me because it doesn't alleviate the horrid writing or directing issue you just created. Pointing out the issue and doing nothing with it doesn't absolve you of shitty storytelling choices. And this kind of stupid dialogue absolutely smothers the recent outputs of the MCU, such as The Marvels. Amazing how Transformers beat them to the punch nearly 10 years early. Back to Optimus, Grimlock and the Dinobots have been freed and Optimus asks for their assistance in this fight. No, I am not calling them the Knights. Honestly, the Dinobots are comically large. Like, it's fucking hilarious how tall they are. Look at the little trees, they're so tiny. But looking at this from a meta perspective, why exactly would the Dinobots need to be this big when none of the other iterations of the Dinobots have been this large? Optimus declares that the Dinobots either stand with the Autobots or stand against him. Grimlock, naturally, does not like this. He fights Optimus and Crosshairs and Drift decide to sit this one out. All the while they seem to have given John DiMaggio way too many lines here, as he just keeps talking for no reason.
There's no friggin' way I'm staying down here with them. No way, no way.
Also, the water underneath him is really making my brain itch. I don't know why, but it just looks wrong. Wait, if Optimus and the Dinobots used to work for the creators, why would Grimlock fight Optimus? They're brothers in arms. Grimlock should trust Optimus more than anybody here. Optimus and Grimlock continue to fight and... Why the fuck is the ground just exploding? Grimlock is hitting the ground with a blunt object, and 4th of July, or Guy Fawkes Night, if you partake in that, fireworks just start going off. It's almost self-parody at this point, just adding explosions for the sake of it. Optimus lands a punch on Grimlock that just looks off. Like, the way he floats in the air in the first shot and how he appears in the second shot just don't match up. And finally, at 2 hours and 13 minutes into the movie, we get our first shot of Grimlock as a gigantic robot Tyrannosaurus Rex in all his magnificent glory. The movie ends in about 20 minutes, by the way. At the sight of Grimlock transforming, Optimus goads Grimlock into charging at him with a harsh "Come here!" As Grimlock charges, Optimus declares that the Autobots are giving the Dinobots freedom.
Is that right?
Then why is the very next thing you say one of the most out of character, non-liberating, and downright unfathomably fucked up things you've ever said in any continuity?
You defend my family. Or die.
You're a loser! You loserhead! I hate you!
Let me reframe this so that you can understand how absolutely fucked this version of the character is. This is supposed to be Mr. Leader of the Free Galaxy, Mr. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, Mr. Were we so different, Mr. Freedom is your right. All of that shit just got thrown out the window when he decided to threaten a sentient being with death if he did not do what Optimus commanded him to do. Grimlock did not want to fight for Optimus. Per his conversation with Galloway in Revenge of the Fallen, freedom is a right, not a privilege. What Optimus just did was conscript someone to fight and possibly die for him. What kind of fucking freedom is that? Freedom is the ability to live life the way you want to as long as you aren't hurting anyone else. Even if you believe the desires of those around you are absolutely stupid. Even if the desires of those around you are selfish and self-centered. That is their right. And this fucked up, foul, violent, primitive, savage, and degenerate version of Optimus Prime is no liberator. He does not bring freedom. He brings authoritarianism, tyranny, coercion, wanton violence, bloodlust, rage. And if a version of Optimus Prime is not interested in freedom and is willing to strip others of their agency and freedom, is he even Optimus Prime? The answer is no. Definitively. Also, the ground exploded again when Grimlock tumbled. So now that the Autobots have their new slaves, no Kanye, they head back to Hong Kong. Hound and Bee are on their last legs in this fight. A fight in which Cade has a rifle that can do serious damage to Cybertronians, yet he hasn't helped out until Hound asks him to. The music is somber and hopeless, and the enemy grows closer, and we get Joshua throwing a temper tantrum and complaining about his fate being in Cade's hands. Cade offers his rifle to Joshua, and Joshua meekly declines, saying that Cade's good with it, so he should keep it. A prime example of poorly timed comedy. Hound gets blasted into a metro railway, and there is zero feedback from this massive, bulbous titan getting his back broken on this structure. The train doesn't even wobble when he hits the bridge, but the force was strong enough to damage it? Michael Bay films are where physics go to die. We get more chaos and robot fighting and... Wait a minute. Where's Bumblebee? Disappearing characters? What kind of microcosm is this? Oh, right. Hound throws an inactive grenade into the glass house with the humans in it and begs them to pull the pin. It would have been faster if he did it himself considering how large the fucking thing is, but whatever. Joshua and Cade work together to pull the pin, and Joshua holds this massive metal grenade like it weighs the same as a plastic Easter egg. They squabble over what to do with it, and Cade gives it back to Hound. Hound then takes out another grenade and pulls the pin on it himself, throwing both at the Decepticons. Also, Bumblebee finally reappears in this shot after escaping the Michael Bay pocket dimension. Optimus, Crosshair's Drift, and the Dinobots finally arrive in the city and ravage every Decepticon in their way in an admittedly cool and energized action sequence. But there's one blink and you miss it moment when Optimus jumps off of Grimlock.
I'll kill you!
He flies now?
I fly now.
Something quite charming is how Hound just starts using accessories on his person to fight Decepticons. Like when he throws his hat and uses his sling as a whip. But as Cade fights, he looks back at Tessa and Shane, and they hold hands as they both cower. This is supposed to be a setup for a dumbass conversation the three of them have later. The Dinobot charge is unstoppable as they rush through the city to get to their friends. It's also kind of funny that the Decepticons have an exaggerated death animation that looks like it was straight from Call of Duty. Galvatron complains about the Autobots ruining his plans as he flees. Sparks are just falling everywhere as he scampers away. And these aren't CGI sparks, these are practical sparks. Maybe Galvatron was supposed to be damaged from a scuffle, but it didn't make it into the final cut? But wouldn't it have been cool if Galvatron ordered a retreat here so that he had some Decepticons at his command in the next movie? That way, they didn't have to manufacture a bunch of new Decepticons from a nonsensical Cybertronian Arkham Asylum. That would have been cool. Hound gets into a tussle with a KSI drone that is a literal two-headed clone of Shockwave from Dark of the Moon. Michael Bay reusing assets from previous films in lazy and offensive ways? Par for the course. Also, something interesting to note is that the round that Hound's using as a cigar was live. One wrong move and Hound gets half his head blown off. Smart. So the Dinobots arrive and save Bee's life from Stinger. Strafe, the two-headed pterosaur thing, grabs Bee and flies away, but not before Stinger could grab Bee by his ankles by making a jump at a height and distance that would make Michael Jordan look twice. Drift gets into a fight with some Decepticons and slices them up. In an odd case of continuity, Drift throws his sword at a drone here. What's wild is that this sword is never seen again, even in the last night, except for one shot which could be considered an error. The ongoing theory is that Drift is practicing Bushido. In Bushido, it is stated that a samurai must respect and honor their weapon, as their weapon was an extension of their soul. If a samurai was to throw their katana, then that means they do not respect it and it should not be retrieved. But the question is, if this is true, why the fuck would you throw this sacred and respected weapon at such a low-level enemy? He never threw it at Lockdown or Galvatron. I don't even think Drift is ever on screen at the same time as either Lockdown or Galvatron. Not to mention this disrespectful shit he does with his swords earlier in the movie and the next movie. What a weird thing to keep consistent when there are so many other larger issues that need attention in this film. Bee and Sting fight on the back of Strafe as they fly around. Why Strafe doesn't just transform mid-air, drop Stinger while holding Bee, then transform back as Stinger hits the ground at Mach 2 is beyond me. While flying, Stinger causes Strafe to fly into a relatively small pole, and this, for some reason, causes Strafe to stop flying and fall into the building. It's for the shot. Again. As the trio crash and scuffle in what is clearly a Chicago doubling as Hong Kong, Bee hooks his blaster onto Stinger's neck and blasts his head off, shooting a second time after he's dead for good measure. Well, that character was something. Weird how Bee says that he hates cheap knockoffs when he based his appearance in this film off of said knockoff. Optimus confronts Joshua, telling him that his inventions will lead to the extinction of mankind, and because Joshua is a clown person, he has to try and make this a joke by rambling in response to Optimus. Cade tells him that he should just say that some things shouldn't be invented. Oh wow. Remember that theme? I know it was about 4 hours ago, but remember when Tessa said this?
Dad, you think maybe something should never be invented?
Yeah, she said that only for it to have zero through lines throughout the rest of the film up until this point. She said that at the 12-minute and 27-second mark. That line was just for this moment with Joshua and Optimus? Optimus orders them to get the seed out of the city and to the hills. Haha, that's not where they end up. In an ADR line, Joshua yells that Grimlock almost ate him. You know, sometimes, just sometimes, it's okay to shut the fuck up. Preferable even. But more importantly, no, do not give the seed to the humans. Give it to Strafe. He is a giant two-headed flying robot dinosaur. He is larger than all of the Decepticons. Hand the seed to Bee even, and Bee can ride on Strafe's back and fly out of the city with the seed. Or even better, hand it to Drift. He's a triple changer, remember? He can fly and has one of the fastest alt modes in the film. The seed would literally be safer with anyone else over the humans. But nah. We have to make the humans the center of the universe and the most important people in the film. So the human party all pile into an old Toyota SUV. Oh my god, I forgot about this sequence. Holy fuck. So the human party all pile into an old Toyota SUV instead of splitting up, with some of the humans going with Drift and some going with Crosshairs. Cade gets into the driver's seat, and for the first time since the cornfield chase sequence, Shane actually tries to be useful by telling Cade to get out so he can drive. He dicks this moment up by saying Cade is one lucky dad to have him. Oh, fuck off, says the surrendering cocksucker who was unwilling to pick up arms for the rest of the movie. Every dad who is watching this movie is praying that their daughter never finds a man like Shane. Shortest horror story ever told. We've only witnessed the first half of the climax. As the Autobots escort the humans out of the city, the siege seemingly activates in Joshua's lap. Of course, this has to lead to a comedy bit where everyone is talking and yelling at each other. I just noticed that Joshua has what appears to be a piece of beef jerky in his mouth at the beginning of the scene, and it's gone for the rest of the scene. Why? Also, he describes the light in the seed as blinking, yet it's just a solid, steady blue light.
That it's a steady blinking light, which could be a timer of some kind.
Also, when Cade asks him, "What did you do?" Joshua strangely says, "I don't know," rather than, "I didn't do anything, it did it by itself," which is the actual thing that fucking happened. And the time of day is doing that thing again. Joshua hypothesizes that the seed is signaling location, and we get the sight of the Knights Temenos hovering over Hong Kong. I'm honestly exhausted from this movie at this point. Every time I watch this movie, I let out my kiss of death when I get to this part. A long and tired sigh. Oh boy, this next scene is really fucking weird, and it seems small when you first watch it, but with time and understanding of real world knowledge, this scene becomes groan-worthy. So we get some Hong Kong authorities freaking out at the sight of the Knights Temenos, and one says something in Chinese to another guy, and that guy responds in English. Then the third guy says something in Chinese with a thumbs up and walks off. I know the official languages of Hong Kong are English and Chinese, but who has a conversation like this? Bopping back and forth between two languages seems needlessly obstructive. They're also looking straight down at something when the shot right before this scene implies that these officials are talking about the Knights Temenos, a vehicle that is above nearly every single building in Hong Kong. But what the English-speaking official said is important.
We gotta call the central government for help.
What? You mean to tell me, out of all the weird shit you've gotten wrong about Hong Kong's relationship with China, this was the one thing you got right? In case you don't know, Hong Kong is a special administrative region of China, which basically means that while Hong Kong is technically a part of China, it has its own government, laws, and economy. But one of the few things Hong Kong does not have, separate of China, is a military. So you mean to tell me that you got Hong Kong's border policy wrong, you need 2 plates to enter Hong Kong from mainland China by road, you got its laws wrong, this Toyota SUV is illegal to operate in Hong Kong, you got the architecture wrong, Hong Kong has no glass houses, you got the ecosystem wrong, there are no overhead train tracks in Hong Kong, but the one thing you got right was the fact that mainland China, i.e. the CCP, are who Hong Kong has to rely on for military defense. I smell a fucking agenda. Lockdown beckons Optimus to come to him and opens a part on the bottom of the Knights Temenos that acts as a giant magnet and picks up anything made of metal, only to drop it if the ship moves past it. Besides the fact that this is aping the shit out of Man of Steel's world engine that cursed movie screens a year prior to this one, this is just an obtuse, lazy, and ineffective way of capturing Optimus on Lockdown's part. All the trash, debris, and humans he'd have to sift through after sucking half of Hong Kong up would weigh the ship down. And yes, I get that Lockdown does this to capture Optimus and the Dinobots in one fell swoop, but my question is, why such a slow and easily defeatable tactic? I'm jumping ahead a bit, aren't I? Also, how is it sucking up vehicles that it hasn't even reached yet? Look, these 2 tusks indicate that this is the front of the ship. How large is the area of effect on this thing? We get a shot of Penghu Plaza back in Beijing, and no, it doesn't have this many screens in real life. But interestingly enough, one of the shots in the news footage is an aerial shot of the Knights Temenos sucking shit up. As we've seen in the previous scene, the area of effect on this thing is more absurd than the area of effect on a grenade from a noob tube in Modern Warfare 2. Would the helicopter not get sucked up into the ship just like everything else? No, because they just literally reused the footage from the last scene and called it a day, not even remotely thinking about how this breaks immersion. Are these nitpicks? Sure. but it's another cut in the thousands of cuts that lacerate this beheaded, fucked up corpse of a movie. Anyways, this scene doesn't really do anything, as it just serves to show a bunch of Chinese officials walking around and looking important while reporters say things in Mandarin. I don't know what any of them are saying because the movie hates subtitles for some reason. Remember when I said that the Temenos drops things when it moves away? Well, apparently it doesn't do that until the main characters get near it, and it suddenly needs to drop obstacles in their way. Rather convenient, that. So the main characters flee in reverse, and Optimus gets swept away by water as he tries to protect the human party from falling debris. As the humans flee, other Hong Kong citizens are running on foot, and Joshua suggests that Shane just runs over them. Yeah, vehicular manslaughter of innocent civilians is supposed to be funny and hashtag relatable, I guess. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I have to defend Shane. What I find extra annoying is how everyone in the car is screaming at Shane to drive faster when 1, he's driving in reverse and swinging the car around could cost them precious seconds that may get them flattened by a tugboat or something. 2, there are people in the way and debris falling from the sky that he has to swerve around. 3, he's under an insane amount of pressure and stress because of the alien warship trying to drop the entire fucking world on him. And 4, it's all in a rickety-ass old SUV that is nowhere near as nimble as his hot hatch he had at the beginning of the movie. Not to mention, they're telling him to drive faster when you really can't drive much faster than a giant alien warship that covers ground faster than any land vehicle could ever hope to traverse. The humans crash into a shack, the film teases Shane's death, nothing happens, they all get out alive and unharmed, yada yada whatever. I do find it interesting that Tessa doesn't show concern for Shane until after he's confirmed to be alive to the audience. Movie, you're doing suspense wrong. You have the character call out the other character's name first, then you show them getting out alive. Fucking amateurs. We get a wide shot showing the Temenos flying across the water. Where exactly is it going? Wait, actually, where is it coming from? The characters were nowhere near a large mountain-like area. First they were by flat harbors, then they drove through the city, basically reversing course back to where they started. Why exactly is Lockdown flying across a body of water? The fucking shot. Again, the time also warped. Again! The humans regroup with the Autobots and Bumblebee gestures them to keep moving as they will escort them out of the city. When exactly did Bumblebee link back up with Strafe? Last we saw, Strafe was saving Slug from Lockdown's magnet, and Bumblebee was fleeing the magnet in vehicle mode shortly before Optimus got swept up in the tide. It's not impossible, it's just logistically unsound given how frantic and scattered the retreat from the Temenos was. Joshua tells Darcy to go find a safe place, and out of nowhere, Darcy drops this unearned gem.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, fuck you, you sack of shit, piss for brains, dumb fuck movie. What exactly is she proud of? She was literally gone for the majority of the film, and she's proud of a man who refuses to admit his faults in building an easily exploitable robot army, a man who recommended running over innocent people fleeing for their lives in the middle of chaos and confusion, a man whose only personality trait is self-preservation and self-interest. Get the fuck out of here. Strafe and Bumblebee are then shot down by a gunship that just spawns right behind this building. Where the fuck were these things for the entirety of the chase? In addition to the magnet, Lockdown should have scrambled a whole squadron of these fighters to capture his knights if he was so serious about it. The gunship gets defeated easily by Slug jumping up and grabbing one of its cannons, causing it to crash. We will never see any more of these fighters for the rest of the movie. Optimus orders the humans to get the seed out of the city. As the humans run, Optimus and Slug are sucked up into the magnet's grip. But notice who isn't. We had an entire scene where we established that the seed is affected by the magnet, only for that to be thrown out 4 minutes later in real time. We're breaking records with how quickly this film throws out continuity. We also see Bumblebee and Crosshairs driving through this area and neither of them are affected by the magnet. How convenient. Optimus struggles to not be sucked into the magnet. As he yells at the top of his lungs, he fires 3 shots into the orifice of the Temenos, and it blows the whole device up and drops everything in its grasp. What the fuck? You're telling me this massive alien ship designed for combat and war can have one of its main abilities disabled and destroyed by having one combatant, an individual that is considered an infantry unit, a rifleman, fire projectiles into it directly? If it was this easy to disable, why didn't Optimus do it sooner? And don't try to tell me that Optimus didn't know. Did you forget that he confirmed that he is familiar with this ship several times over earlier in this movie?
Welcome back to the Knights Temenos Prime.
You have disgraced it.
The arms of this night ship detach. We can break free.
Let's take a look at what Knights Temenos means. A Temenos is a piece of land cut off and assigned as an official domain, especially to kings and chiefs, or a piece of land marked off from common uses and dedicated to a god, such as a sanctuary, holy grove, or holy precinct. This ship was given to Optimus, if words mean what they are supposed to mean. As of 2024, that is seemingly going out of vogue, but in any case, it is inferred that the creators gifted Optimus and his knights this ship to traverse the stars in their name. So if Optimus was given this ship for his crusade, why would he not know the intricacies of his ship? But Alastor, what about when Optimus said Lockdown disgraced it? Disgraced means something very different from changed or upgraded. There's no other line in this movie to imply that Lockdown changed anything significant about how this ship functions. If anything, there is evidence of the opposite. Why in the fuck would Lockdown allow the ship to be able to detach one of its arms and allow his entire trophy case, his words not mine, to be lost? Don't you think he would remove that function if he was given the chance? Especially for something so important to him?
Turn this shit off!
I'd like to note that during this shot, Grimlock's tumbling body seems to crush a line of innocent civilians. Why even put this in the film? Drenching Grimlock's hands in blood for no reason. It's not his fault he fell there or that the civilians just so happened to be there, but again, we're at level 3 writing here. Why even put Grimlock in this situation? Also, how far can a Cybertronian fall before fall damage becomes a thing? Is it a thing? Look at how high Grimlock was before he fell. Is structural integrity a concern for Cybertronians? Guess not. Optimus heads to a remote location to face off against Lockdown as Joshua escapes the city with the seed. Cade tells Shane and Tessa to get out of here because he's going to give Optimus some backup because Optimus came back for them. Is he referring to when Optimus saved them back at Cade's home? He didn't come back for you because he never left. What the fuck are you talking about? The wording here is all wrong. And why can't at least one of the Dinobots give Optimus some backup? We haven't seen Lockdown fight anyone except Optimus. Would have been interesting to see Lockdown take on the Dinobots so we can see how he hypothetically managed to capture them before the beginning of this film. So remember this scene? This is the payoff for that scene.
You promise me you're gonna keep her safe rest of her life until the end of time. Promise me.
I promise you.
No, he doesn't. So Optimus is running towards the Temenos and wait a minute, why not just fly up there and fight him in the ship? Whatever. Attinger is here for some dumb fucking reason. He has a pistol and I have no clue who he's going to use it on. Is the movie spawning him in here so that Cade is in danger later on? What do you think? Lockdown jumps down from the Temenos, but because of the piss poor editing, it looks like Lockdown also spawns in midair and drops onto the bridge thing. He shoots it so that the collapsing debris falls onto Optimus. Once Lockdown lands, he admittedly goes apeshit on Prime, and the choreography of his fighting moves is one of my favorite things about this fight scene. But this is when I noticed something. I swear to Christ, if there is evidence that Lockdown has a built-in gun and he chose not to use it in this scene, I'm gonna lose it. Oh boy. Alright, you listen here, you motherfucker.
Alastor, you've been in there for like 6 hours.
Yeah, Isabella, it's for a review.
Te has vuelto loco. I'm not editing all of that.
What the hell are you even reviewing in there?
A movie about giant robots. I think you can relate.
Pacific Rim? I like that movie. Let me talk about it.
God damn it, guys. Where was I? Oh yeah, why the fuck did Lockdown use handheld weapons at the beginning of the movie, only to switch to built-in weapons later on? You're telling me you had these far superior tools at your disposal and you chose not to use them? And this is only going to get worse. We cut to Tessa and Shane with Bumblebee. Tessa tells Bumblebee to stop by saying, "Stop the car," which is a really fucking weird thing to say to someone you know is sentient. Tessa says she's not leaving her dad. Oh, little Tess wants to go save her dad when she has done nothing but be a toxic bitchhole the entire movie. Because the movie failed to make Tessa a likable and understandable character, I can only assume that she wants to save her dad for some ulterior reason that has nothing to do with love and respect. We see Crosshairs, Drift, Hound, and the Dinobots escape the city via bridge. Crosshairs, Grimlock, Spike, and Slug hold the line as Joshua escapes with the seed, so Hound, Drift, and Strafe are left. Honestly, at least one of those three could have given Optimus some backup. But because Bumblebee was conveniently fucking about in the city and not escorting the seed, we now know that Bumblebee is for sure entering that fight. Wait a minute, look at this shot of Joshua inside of Drift's cabin. Bro, are you serious? You guys couldn't afford the Bugatti one more day for this shot? You had to green screen in Stanley Tucci onto a shot of the inside of a Bugatti Veyron? This is funnier than any joke in this film. Stanley Tucci is so obviously not in this vehicle. This is something a multi-million-dollar production company did, and if you look at the shot right before, the side mirror is clearly not the side mirror of a Bugatti. That is the side mirror of a Chevy Camaro. This is becoming less of an analysis and more of an autopsy the further I go. We get back to Optimus and Lockdown. Cade arrives and watches the two fight. Before Cade can help, Attinger starts firing at Cade and misses all of his shots. You shot 4 times and missed all of them? With a 1911? Cade also dropped his gun, and Attinger looks all fucked up for some reason, like he got caught in the destruction when he looked perfectly fine in that one shot of him walking towards the fight. What fresh hell is this? Attinger holds Cade up at gunpoint and starts monologuing. What are you monologuing for? You have no reason to keep him alive. Just shoot him. During said monologue, Optimus blasts him to "Kingdom Come, Thy Will Be Done."
You sly dog! You got me monologuing! I can't believe.
Seriously though, I don't know how to feel about this scene. I have never known how to feel about this scene, ever since I first saw it back in 2014. Yes, Optimus only killed Attinger to save Cade, but I don't like the fact that Optimus was even forced to make that decision in the first place. Attinger was Cade's villain. Cade should have been the one to deal with him. Maybe instead, Attinger could have held Tessa at gunpoint or as a human shield in a hostage situation, and Cade and Shane would have to work together to save her. You could even keep the payoff that happens later in the fight. As I said before, hostage situations are a great way to show a character's resourcefulness. But nah, good ideas are for those weirdos that like well thought out writing. So because Optimus saved Cade, it gave time for Lockdown to punish him and deal an incapacitating blow to Optimus. Interesting how Optimus fucking died the last time he got stabbed like this, but whatever, it's cool. Optimus just got stronger and can survive anything, I guess. Cade shoots at Lockdown and distracts him, allowing Optimus to trip him up. Lockdown shoots at Cade, and for some unknown reason, this bastard just appears out of nowhere and gets fucking killed by Lockdown, popped into a pink mist. What in the hell was that? Did you guys seriously just let this stay in the movie? The shot before clearly showed Cade alone. Then the next shot, this guy is born just to die in the next frame. How? I've actually seen 2 theories on who this guy is. The first and more plausible one is that this guy was supposed to be a factory worker that didn't make it out before the fight. A scene was most likely cut that showed the workers fleeing. The second one is that this is an alternate death for Attinger, but Attinger's clothes are primarily black and this guy is in a gray suit, so it's most likely the first one. But the fact that not one, but two theories exist for this mistake is a different level of fuck up. Seriously, for a second off script, this mistake is so well known that Google knows what you're referring to when you type in Transformers Age of Extinction guy, and it immediately says behind wall after that. That's how famous this fuck up is. Now, watch closely, because there is steaming bullshit that occurs mere frames before the cut. I'm going to slow this down so you can see it. Cade shot the fucking gun off of Lockdown. Like, his whole arm was the gun and Cade shot it off. You can even see Lockdown's shooting hand fling out from within it. So, okay. So not only did you have Lockdown use built-in weapons only after allowing Optimus to escape earlier in the movie, not only did a human just completely shoot off Lockdown's arm cannon, but this motherfucker regenerated an arm immediately after it gets shot off. We talked about how the first movie establishes that Transformers can regenerate, but that is over time, not instantaneous. Lockdown can just have large chunks of himself shot off and immediately regrow them. And not only that, later in this fight, Lockdown gets his gun back when we never saw him run to pick it back up. Tessa and Shane arrive with Bumblebee. Bumblebee immediately rushes to attack Lockdown while Tessa and Shane set up a tow truck cable to trip Lockdown as he's fighting Cade. Lockdown wildly slices at Cade and misses. While, if I were him, I'd just keep shooting and let the blast damage get him. Notice that Lockdown detaches his sword from his wrist and a handle is now available for a regular hand to grab, which Lockdown also produces. Pfft, what the hell is the conservation of mass anyway? We don't need that shit in this universe. Absolutely not. Tessa runs to hook the cable onto Optimus's sword so Shane can pull it out of his chest. While this is happening, Cade fucking blocks an attack from Lockdown. This isn't just plot armor, this is plot battle armor that augments a character's strength. Holy shit, how strong does a human have to be to block a Cybertronian? As Shane is driving the truck to pull out the sword, Lockdown has Cade at his mercy. With another built-in gun, mind you. But instead of just shooting him, he has to deliver one more cool villain line which gives Optimus enough time to be freed, grab his sword, and plow it straight through Lockdown's spark. For good measure, Optimus heaves the sword upward and rips Lockdown's head in half. Notice that Lockdown switched from this multiple-barreled gun to his wrist-mounted blade just so Optimus had time to stab him. What a disastrous waste of a character.
Honor to the end.
Shut up.
You so happy we met?
Shut the fuck up.
Always.
Shut up. So the KSI drones finally show up to attack Optimus. Optimus grabs a grenade from Lockdown's corpse and detonates it as he flies away from the aftermath of the battle, killing all of the KSI drones. Because all of this happened so fast and I used to be very stupid, I initially thought it was the C that detonated the first time I watched this movie. So, where's Bumblebee? Yeah, remember how Bumblebee joined the fight? He disappears from the battle after Lockdown slams him into the ground, probably to be sucked into the Michael Bay pocket dimension. This probably happened because Michael Bay couldn't figure out how to either remove B from the fight logically, or because they didn't know how to get him to escape with Optimus and the humans when Lockdown's grenade goes off. That's your job as a writer and director. This is your problem to solve. It's even easier if you don't create the problem in the first place. What I find to be the even funnier assumption is that after Lockdown bitched him, B ran away and abandoned Optimus because Lockdown was too scary for him. Remember the fact that the Knights Temenos is flying away on its own as the Chinese military are trying to shoot it down. Not for this video, but for another in the future. We then get a shot of Galvatron grumbling about how this isn't over, he's reborn, and yada yada. Look, the events of this movie barely matter in the sequel. Let's not waste time on this. Interesting how these Chinese fighters made no attempt to shoot the big-ass Cybertronian just standing there right near their flight path. Optimus drops off the Jaeger party. Tessa hugs her dad, and Cade says that it's nice being her hero for a change. Tessa says that he always was. Bullshit. The way Tessa speaks to her father and how she treats him throughout this abomination will be discussed in my conclusion. Kate then says Shane's alright and gives him a hug by the neck that probably didn't feel good to receive. I heard Mark Wahlberg bullied Jack Rayner on set and that's why he wasn't in the sequel. This moment kinda gives that theory some credence. Tessa says that they don't have a home because Lockdown blew it up. Joshua says that he can fix that. No, you are not fixing shit because you're going to fucking jail, my dude. All the Chinese citizens killed by your tech, you are going to rot in jail for the rest of your life and your assets will be seized by the United States and Chinese governments. I bet that's why his character doesn't appear in The Last Knight. But that didn't stop Stanley Tucci from appearing though. Bumblebee finally arrives at the dock, kind of confirming that he bailed mid-fight and left Optimus and the humans to win by themselves. How the hell do you character assassinate Bumblebee of all people? Why'd the Hong Kong authorities open the gate for him? The Dinobots are freed from their slavery, only for half of them to return to their oppressors in the next movie, so whatever. Interesting how Optimus says that the Dinobots are free now.
Brave warriors, you are free.
Meaning that they really weren't free while helping Optimus. Sue runs to Joshua and there's this weird moment where it's clear that the writer didn't know what to have these characters say to each other, so he just left the first draft dialogue in and Michael Bay ran with it.
Did you miss me?
No.
Who wrote this? Optimus tells the Jaegers and the rest of the Autobots that the seed came from their creators and says he's going to take the seed somewhere it can never be found. He orders the Autobots to defend the humans, but he also says some other things.
Defend all they can be.
Well, what the fuck does that mean? Defend all they can be? Like, defend their potential? Defend their children? Like, what does that mean? Optimus pulls a "I have to go now, my planet needs me," and flies away with the upgrades the sword from the night ship gave him. What did I just say? So Cade cries as Optimus leaves the planet, and Optimus has his usual monologue that he always has to have. His speech ends with him saying that he's coming for his creators. And credits. No, there's no resolution. It's a Michael Bay Transformers movie. What were you expecting? Holy shit, what a complete and total travesty of a movie. But we're not done yet. We have to wrap it all up with a nice bow on top. Okay. I'm recording this portion of the audio months after the original recording. The more I worked on this project, the more I had to add to the conclusion. I present these thoughts with the caveat that I could easily add more to what I have to say here at any given time. Let's juice and jam. This movie is an unfaltering stomach ache. There's a reason I started the video with the quote, "It takes a second to say something retarded, and it can take an age to correct it." There is so much utter horseshit in this movie that I have no doubt doubled the runtime of this film with the criticisms I have for this bile abomination. But now we have reached the culmination of my efforts. Hell, your efforts as well for enduring this nightmare with me. Time to sum up the severity of this mass casualty event. Let's start with the technical aspects. As I've said before, more of this movie was made in post-production than in the actual production. Heavy usage of ADR, strange editing choices to hide a lack of usable footage, mistakes every fucking where, unnecessary usage of CGI, said CGI looking like a fucking PS4 game at times, and a ghastly amount of inconsistencies from shot to shot. This thing is a Frankenstein's monster of a production, in a different way compared to Justice League, Suicide Squad, the not good one, and The Rise of Skywalker. Those films were clearly scrapbook products created by test audiences and surveys, those being modular by design to allow quick modifications in case their test audiences didn't like them. This movie, however, is a product of no vision, direction, or real purpose to its creation, a concoction of different aimless ideas and zero foresight. The product placement in this movie is legitimately offensive as hell. Indian motorcycles, General Motors all over the damn place, Bud Light, Bugatti, Chinese milk, Pangu Plaza, Chinese water, goddamn Chinese ATMs in Texas, Skype, Oakley sunglasses, Mini Cooper, yep, you can't shoot that Mini Cooper, Optimus, they paid for the ad space, Tom Ford, Victoria's Secret, Tonka, Red Bull, Beats by Dr. Dre, Bushnell binoculars, Rolls Royce, fucking Salient Arms Glocks. I've seen less ads during the Super Bowl. Am I an audience member or a fucking flesh wallet to you bastards? The robot designs in this movie fucking suck. Optimus's robot mode in this movie is terrible because of the lack of vehicle parts visible in his robot mode. Look at this. Where are the wheels? The lights? The grill? The only part of the truck that's visible in robot mode is the smokestacks on his back. Optimus's transformation is essentially his upper half opening and all the vehicle parts go inside as the robot parts come out. It's a hideously illogical transformation. Lockdown looks like a big naked man with his anatomically correct limbs and human-like physique. He also has very little vehicle kibble on his body and is constantly generating mass, and it makes no sense. He just looks really fucking gross. That's not even touching on the transformations. Most of the transformations are off-screen or are lazy KSI bullshit GameCube transformations. Hound and Crosshairs don't even get on-screen transformations in this movie. Where did all the money for this car crash even go? One thing that highlights how bad these robot forms are is the toys. The toys for Galvatron and Optimus in this movie are atrocious. To work around the stunning lack of vehicle parts in robot mode, they had to basically make the vehicle chassis a backpack and then stick an action figure inside of it. These are called shell formers, by the way. The vehicle parts are what make Transformers stand out against the likes of Gundam, MechWarrior, and Pacific Rim. Your mind can look at these robots and guess what they're supposed to transform into. Most of the time. You know what? I won't even use G1 Optimus as an example. Let's look at Transformers Prime Optimus. Directly inspired by the 2007 film version of Prime, down to the bootcut jean style legs. Prime Optimus has vehicle parts all over his body. There's the windows on his chest, the wheels on his legs, the smokestacks on his back. He even has the tail lights on his ankles. This design in Age of Extinction is painfully lazy. They wanted to give him a night motif, but they sacrificed the Transformers design language to accomplish it. Digging through some of the concept art, we find that Optimus was originally going to have a design similar to his original trilogy design, albeit updated slightly to look less complicated. There's even concept art of the original Bayverse Optimus riding Grimlock, which means this design could have been the design that was supposed to carry him throughout the movie. We then have a piece of concept art that has Optimus in his Knight form, and it's titled Optimus Prime Power-Up. This could have been the form gifted to him on the Knight's Temenos, instead of it being a random design forced upon him simply because he scanned a different truck. This would also explain how he can suddenly fly at the end of the movie, but I digress. All of this screams that Michael Bay really did not care. For all of his faults and flaws, there is one thing that Bay never ever fails to deliver on, and that is technical proficiency. Look at his backlog of films before this malformed beast. None of those movies have the level of incompetence this movie has when it comes to the technical aspects, such as cinematography, shot-to-shot consistency, and slick editing. Just look at the movie he made before this one, Pain and Gain. Say what you will about the comedy, characters, and story, but the technical aspects of that film are rock solid. Ah, I hear you. That was a smaller scale movie, you say. Look at Transformers Dark of the Moon. That movie was nearly the same size as this one, arguably bigger, and that movie is a technical marvel in terms of its cinematography, and the editing is nowhere near as bad as this film. There are so many errors and crappy production blunders in this movie. Crosshair's missing lines, the copious amounts of ADR.
That is a badass robot.
This is our military prototype, Galvatron.
Watch him. I'm gonna see what I can find. Quietly get out of here.
He almost ate me!
The horrid shot composition when Optimus is explaining what he saw in Galvatron. This bicycle hitting the fucking camera. The truck Hound is carrying as a shield isn't tracking correctly with his movements. Forgetting to replace the green screens on Savoy's surveillance equipment. Forgetting to tell Tessa's actress to put her shoes back on before the take that made it into the film. Galvatron lacking any post-processing when he slides into oncoming traffic. Fucking crew members being visible in the reflection on Optimus Prime's front bumper. Look at this clip.
Oh, I'm about 1 second away from knocking you out, taking the bomb, and just leaving you here.
Please, do me a favor.
I'll slow it down this time. Listen real close.
Please, do me a favor.
Did you hear how they clipped the end of Stanley Tucci's line? The Michael Bay I'm familiar with would never let something like this slide. And this is so easy to fix. Just increase the length of that clip so that Stanley doesn't get abruptly clipped at the end of it. Would you believe me if I told you this got worse? The staggering lack of research on multiple things is depressing. Nearly everything about Hong Kong's depiction in this film is perverted. The firearm faux pas have already been discussed ad nauseum, and the bold decision to stick a middle finger up at physics at every opportunity are enough to sap the energy out of anyone who watches this movie. With the glaring issues this film has, I am forced to believe Michael Bay threw up his hands and said, "Fine, I'll make another one for you guys." Now, onto the story. What can I even say? It's a bloated carcass of a foul monstrosity. This movie wanted to do so many things. It had 5 plot threads. The Cybertronian creators, the Seed and Lockdown, Megatron's return, humans turning on the Autobots, Cade and his family issues, and Joshua and his God complex. When realistically, a movie can only have about 3 to 4 plot threads before shit gets out of control. Take Avengers Infinity War, for example. You think there's a lot going on in this film, but there's really only 4 plot threads. Thanos and his quest, Thor and the Guardians, the American Avengers team, and the Wakandan Avengers team. And as the movie goes on, the plot threads get merged into each other. The Thor/Guardians plot thread gets split into each of the Avengers 2 threads, and Thanos effectively terminates both Avengers plot threads by the end of the movie. And that's a huge problem with Age of Extinction. It is constantly trying to juggle all of these plot threads and never terminates any of them, let alone develop any of them into engaging ideas that the audience would want to know more about. It tries to create a mystery around the Seed, but it fails because its introduction is too vague and too late. Instead of generating intrigue, it generates frustration because now we have another thing we have to keep up with. Lockdown could easily slip your mind because he disappears for nearly an hour of the runtime. Cemetery cringe stopped being a factor for even longer up until the Hong Kong finale. Galvatron flees and disappears until the portion of the film I hesitate to call a resolution, where he grumbles something that implies he will be back in the sequel. Which was a fucking lie, by the way. Why is Galvatron building his own body to go after the Seed? Don't know, because I'm still trying to remember why the CIA is after the Jaegers and why Optimus hates humans and why Lockdown is after Optimus. This is why every time I ask your average person about this movie, I have to explain who is in it rather than simply referencing it by name. It usually goes, "Hey, have you seen Transformers Age of Extinction?" "I don't know. Which one was that?" "That was the one with the dinosaurs." I still don't know. The first one with Mark Wahlberg. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That one was doing too much. The world building and lore in this entry is also fucking broken. The big names of the Chicago War are inconsistently known. People know Megatron started the Chicago War, which is incorrect, but nobody knew Optimus stopped it. The human populace was trained to hate the Autobots and recognize the faces of Bumblebee and Optimus, yet Kate didn't know who Optimus was. The UN doubled down on kicking the Autobots off Earth after Dark of the Moon proved that the Autobots are the only thing keeping the humans safe from the Decepticons. Energon detectors were introduced in Dark of the Moon, then are reintroduced in one single shot at the beginning, only to be absent for the rest of the movie. Again, something that should have never been introduced in the first place, but their acknowledgement then befuddling absence in this movie needs to be addressed. The creators don't like species messing up the quote-unquote cosmic balance, yet they sent a dumbass bounty hunter to Earth with a bomb that he's going to give to the humans that will further upset the cosmic balance because humans will be able to create their own Cybertronians with this tech. But at the same time, Michael Bay and the sole screenwriter Aaron Kruger thought it'd be neat to start building a new world within the one they've already started. Instead of the Allspark being the thing that created Cybertronian life, now it was the creators blowing up the dinosaurs and using the resulting metal to create Cybertronians. Instead of Optimus being a humble librarian or lowly dock worker named Orion Pax, who was thrust into the Cybertronian Civil War, now he is implied to be the leader of an ancient order of knights who has fought countless bloody battles in a mythological crusade across the stars at the behest of his creators. Then this movie pretends it's something wildly different from the three before it, but it's the same shit as before. Transformers adjacent beings have been a part of Earth's formative years, the humans in present day doubt the Autobots, Autobots fight Decepticons, Autobots show humanity why they're dumb as a sack of fuck, the end. Doug Walker is 100% correct about the plots of these movies. All 5 Michael Bay films are basically the same. They're just varying degrees of quality. This movie also makes a concerted effort to leave several plot threads dangling loose. Galvatron escapes, the Knights Temenos flies away of its own accord, and Optimus leaves Earth to confront his creators. Creator, actually. It's very clear that Paramount wanted this movie to start their equivalent to the MCU, a year after Dark of the Moon's release. Marvel's The Avengers graced the cinemas and wowed audiences and production studios with the idea of an interconnected cinematic universe that could essentially go on forever and make a fuck ton of money. Forever and fuck ton of money were enough to make the production company's tits perk up. And with Transformers, that very well could have been the case. Transformers has lore that is just as vast and rich as Marvel and DC Comics, dozens of iterations to take inspiration from to cultivate a massive cinematic universe. We could have gotten a live-action adaptation of Mech from Transformers Prime, or a live-action arc of Sideways, the two-timing Decepticon who was the Herald of Unicron. Well, fuck that idea, I guess. We could have gotten a live-action adaptation of some out-there shit like Sari Sumdak from Transformers Animated. Imagine the character arc of someone who went their whole life thinking they were human, only to realize they're half Cybertronian. But there was no plan for this universe, and more importantly, this universe doesn't have the characters for a cinematic universe, the very foundation that allows a universe to grow. You can have a shit plot, confused world building, and inconsistent lore, but if you don't have your foundation set, your characters in check, then your cinematic universe is doomed. So let me tell you why this cinematic universe was doomed, in the form of a tier list. Shane Dawson, Shane Dyson, Jeepers Creepers, a pathetic creep who only adds substance and utility to the plot twice. A spineless, idiotic fool that is all bark and no bite. He constantly asks idiotic questions and bitches and moans like a petulant child. He is only saved by the fact that he's not completely useless and isn't as annoying as Tessa. But he does get very close. E tier. Joshua Joyce, a parody of Steve Jobs that can't stop talking, only in the movie to explain transformium and be garbage comedic relief. His only motive and moral code is self-preservation. He only seems to care about innocent lives being endangered because of either script contrivance or public image. I have no idea what the "you have a conscience" plot point was about because it goes nowhere. His removal from the movie would mean that the seed gets removed, and that would strengthen both Attinger and Lockdown's characters. F tier. James Savoy, cringy CIA operative who tries too hard to be cool. The movie has no idea if he's supposed to be a vengeful avatar for the lives lost in Chicago, or if he's a moralist gun for hire that has a thirst for blood. He initially wanted revenge for his sister's death in Chicago during the Chicago War, but his motive suddenly flips hardcore in the final act, where he randomly cares about getting paid when it was never established beforehand. The fact that the movie doesn't know which angle to play Savoy makes him an F tier. Harold Attinger, incompetent CIA director whose motives are all fucked up. He's too stupid to communicate with other agencies for the sole meta purpose of moving the plot forward. The final act wouldn't have even taken place in Hong Kong if Attinger would have just pulled his alphabet agency strings and kept everything hush-hush. He hates Cybertronians but is oddly willing to work with one. It's never so much as even established how Lockdown and Attinger ended up working together. His motives would have been much stronger if he was fueled solely by anger and revenge rather than money. Again, removing Joshua and the seed plotline would have made Attinger a stronger character. E tier. Lucas Flannery, dumbass comic relief backstabber that died. C tier for showing us mercy by dying early. Su Yu Ming and Darcy Tyrell. These are dead-ass the same character and should have been combined into one. A generic moral anchor for Joshua that tells him that he's going too far. Assimilate them into one character in their C tier. Cade Yeager, the unsung hero of this movie. Cade goes through hell and high water to save his ungrateful bitch-ass daughter and gets no respect for it until the very end of the movie. He has to deal with his daughter's secret boyfriend who is a complete spineless coward that has the audacity to keep disrespecting him. He has a good reason for every action he takes in the film and is the only character who seems to even remotely be written in a sane and relatable way. However, he doesn't stand up for himself enough throughout the film. B tier. Tessa Yeager. Bitch. A complete skag who only ever gives backhanded compliments when she's not complaining about every single little thing her dad does. She provides no utility throughout the plot. To me, she comes across as a character who only cares about her dad because she depends on him for the insane amount of boots she has. Her actress also seems to not have an understanding of how a 17-year-old behaves because she comes across as a 32-year-old woman in some scenes. She would genuinely make the film better if she wasn't in it. She is tied with Emma Russell from King of the Monsters as the worst character in any movie I have ever seen in my life, solely for the fact that both characters act like complete dickheads in their films, yet the film expects you to care about them. If there was a tier below F tier, that's where Tessa belongs. Before I move on to the Cybertronians, I want to talk about a movie that did the father-child at odds plotline a lot better. A Goofy movie. A Goofy movie deals with Goofy and his son Max. In the aftermath of a stunt that Max performs to win the heart of his crush Roxanne, Goofy is told by Principal Mazer that Max incited a riot while being dressed up as a gang member and that Max will end up on death row if Goofy doesn't intervene. While yes, this is a gross exaggeration of what actually happened, Goofy doesn't know this and Max doesn't know what Principal Mazer told his father. Combined with what Pete said about Max not wanting to spend time with his father,
I don't know, Goof. Something's wrong when a kid won't spend time with his parents. Well, for all you know, he's running around with some gang and stealing stuff and causing riots and...
Goofy is incredibly concerned about his son. Goofy makes a unilateral decision to take Max on a road trip without knowing that he had made plans to go to a party with Roxanne. At the realization of this, Max freaks out but doesn't tell his dad that he had plans. Like a mad lad simp, Max lies and tells Roxanne he's going to actually be at the Powerline concert. Powerline is basically an in-universe combination of Michael Jackson, Prince, and Bobby Brown. On the road trip, the two initially make no attempt to understand each other as Goofy forces his traditions and hobbies onto Max, while Max is aloof, judgmental, stubborn, and unwilling to go along with Goofy's plans. This comes to a critical point at the Possum Show, where Max storms out after being humiliated. We now see that, while both believe they're right, there's an arc building that will show that they need to compromise in their relationship. After some shenanigans where the two end up being chased by Bigfoot, Goofy shares a story about how he and his dad went on road trips. Max, realizing that Goofy just wants to spend time with his son like his father spent time with him, starts to understand his father, culminating in the "Hi Dad" soup moment. However, later that night, when Max can't sleep, he is given the choice to either leave the map alone or modify it to take them to the Powerline concert without his dad's knowledge. And in a moment of selfishness, Max changes the map. Goofy didn't notice that Max wasn't having fun on this trip, so from here, Goofy lets Max decide what their stops will be by designating him the navigator. After a surprisingly mature scene with Pete and Goofy, seriously, go watch this scene, it's amazing, Goofy finds out that Max altered the map. The next day, Goofy tests Max to see if he's going to redeem himself and navigate them in the original direction. Max fails the test. Goofy, out of sheer disappointment, stops the car and stews over Max's betrayal of his trust. You have to understand how badly Max screwed up here. Goofy being upset is a threshold that most have not crossed. The two reach an impasse and begin arguing as it leads to a sequence where the duo are stuck on the roof of their car, flowing down a raging river as they argue. Max says that he has his own life, and Goofy says that he knows that. He just wanted to be a part of it. This is when Max recognizes his selfishness. He has been taking everything in this relationship and giving nothing back to his father. His father has been patient and understanding even though Max has been rude and disrespectful the entire trip whenever he didn't get his way. The two have a whole song where they come to an understanding and are now on the same page, with Goofy deciding to help Max get to the Powerline concert after hearing that Roxanne means a lot to Max, but not before facing the danger of an impending waterfall. Goofy goes to great lengths to save Max, then Max returns the favor by performing the perfect cast, a fishing cast that Goofy taught Max earlier in the film. This shows Goofy that Max was indeed paying attention and listening to his father. With this story, we see the growing pains every parent and child goes through, where the child gets older and wants to form their own identity in life, while the parents still want to be a part of their child's life. Both sides usually end up going too far into the extreme and hurting the other party, but after coming to an understanding, the two have a better bond. But the problem with Cade and Tessa's relationship is that there is no moment where Tessa has her "Hi Dad" soup moment. No moment where she sees her father's perspective. Cade is the only one giving in this relationship as Tessa bitches and moans about how much her dad sucks. We don't have that pivot for Tessa's character where she says, "Hey, I'm kind of being a dickhead to my dad." And that moment should have been right here. Instead of making a joke, there was an opportunity to have a solid character moment where Tessa sees her dad has come to save his daughter and would scour the earth to find her and keep her safe. She could have had a conversation with Shane and he could have provided a different perspective. He could reference the fact that he never knew his father and that Tessa shouldn't squander the opportunity to have such a loving dad. Shane's entire character could have been the counter to Tessa's perspective. The person who gets Tessa to ease up on her dad is a person who never even knew his dad. This would also make Cade realize that Shane isn't that bad of a guy and genuinely means well, thus making this scene.
You gotta stay with Shane. You're gonna be okay. You promise me you're gonna keep her safe. Rest of her life until the end of time. Promise me.
I promise you.
Leave more of an impact instead of flopping like a movie during the summer of 2023. We could have improved Tessa and Shane with this retooling. Instead, we get this pathetic joke, and then the movie dares to try and convince us that Tessa cares about her father when we reach Hong Kong. There's no logic behind the shots of her murky eyes, no logic behind her decision to go back for her father when Cade gives Optimus backup. She suddenly just really cares about her father, and it comes out of nowhere. A Goofy movie was fucking awesome and 10 times better than this film. Okay, back to the characters. Let's talk about the Cybertronians. Drift, a samurai with an inconsistent code. He is supposed to be the zen, honorable, and focused member of the team, but has this premise constantly undermined by inconsistent character writing and dumb jokes. Has so much potential. C tier. Hound, a gung-ho soldier with the thirst for blood. Aside from the bloodlust and penchant for violence making him a very nebulous Autobot, Hound is probably one of the least broken characters in the movie. A tier. Crosshairs, barely an Autobot, constantly scheming and lacking any desire to be anything but self-serving. Crosshairs might as well join the Decepticons and give Starscream a run for his money. He's also needlessly chatty and carelessly puts innocent human lives at risk. The only thing saving him is his utility throughout the plot. D tier. Bumblebee, a character that should be immune to character derailment, but yet here we are. Apparently willing to abandon his leader in the middle of a life or death fight while also fucking about in the city and not completing his objective. Makes strange tactical decisions such as plowing his ship into the roof of a tunnel for no explained reason, endangering the lives of not only the humans he's allied with, but the innocent humans trying to escape Chicago. He also strangely dedicates his appearance to his rival, who he claims is a cheap knockoff. He also behaves annoyingly childish and ego-driven just to explain his actions for most of the movie when he's been through too much shit to be this idiotic. F tier. Brains, here purely for exposition and very mid-comedy. His appearance was brief but merciful. B tier. Ratchet, dumbass. In a world where energon detectors have been removed magically in all but one shot, this motherfucker decides to hide in robot mode and sit completely still instead of fleeing and constantly changing alt forms. And then when he's been captured, he tells the guys he's not supposed to be talking to that he's not supposed to be talking to them. Not to mention the missed potential of this character. Stay tuned for that. Fucking F tier. Optimus Prime. Slow down there, buckaroo. We'll save you for last. Lockdown, one of the worst bounty hunters I've ever seen, always uses the least effective method of capturing his target and does not have the foresight to modify his ship so that old loopholes and other features that can be taken advantage of are no longer accessible to anyone outside of the cockpit. A chunk of his fucking ship was missing for 24 hours and he didn't notice. He had to be told a part of his ship was missing. He has a literal army aboard his ship that could overtake any human government, but he never pulls out the stops and uses his assets to the fullest. Not to mention that he hates all of this interspecies mingling and upsetting the cosmic balance, only to work with the humans and reward them with a big ass bomb that will only further upset the cosmic balance. It wouldn't be so insufferable if it wasn't for the fact that Lockdown tries so hard to be cool. Idiot boy cringe bounty hunter. F tier. Galvatron. Bad guy. Has abilities that are not elaborated upon and causes him to be an overpowered character that also doesn't use these abilities to their full potential. He also somehow knows about the seed deal when he really shouldn't, but because he is barely in the movie, he ends up being one of the least screwed up characters. B tier. Stinger. Evil Bumblebee who was a nothing character. Dies. A tier. Junk Heap. He's 3 robots in 1. That's pretty neat. S tier. The Dinobots. Since none of them speak or have personalities, they all get lumped into one spot. And with that, this makes them decent characters. B tier. The Creators. Idiots who are full of shit. F tier. Now we've reached the man of the hour. The big kahuna. The reason we're all here. Optimus fucking Prime. A cold, hateful, bigoted leader who is misattributed as being pro-human at the end of the film, when his dialogue clearly states that he is only pro this specific human family, a tyrannical oppressor who imposes his will on peaceable individuals and forces them into slavery to fight his battles, only freeing them after he has no more use for them. He literally says that the Dinobots are free at the end of the movie, meaning they were not free until now. A psychopath who believes that violence is always the acceptable answer to everything and is surprised that humans see him as a bloodthirsty killer. A leader who is never shown bonding with his men or caring about them in any capacity sans one line at the beginning of the movie.
That's Optimus Prime.
No, the fuck it isn't. The real Optimus Prime wouldn't have beaten Grimlock into submission and forced him to fight. The real Optimus would have used words. Sure, he would have had to tussle with Grimlock a bit. I mean, this is Grimlock we're talking about. But he would have been able to speak to Grimlock and persuade him to help. He wouldn't have needed to put a fucking sword up to Grimlock's head and threaten to kill him. If they were really trying to write Optimus Prime, we would have gotten a moment where we see Optimus and Ratchet conversing, and we would get to see the bond these two have. In most recent continuities, Optimus and Ratchet are very close friends. Sometimes Ratchet is Optimus's oldest friend, being around longer than Bumblebee. The fact that Ratchet gets nothing more than a mention after his death, then he's never referenced again, is sad. We should have gotten a scene of Bumblebee consoling Optimus, or of Optimus muttering how Ratchet's death was his fault. But the only Optimus we were allowed to see in this godforsaken movie was the violent and destructive Blood Knight known as Bayverse Prime. Not to mention that this Optimus is a horrible fucking leader. His men are violent hoodlums who constantly beat and threaten each other, and he never puts his foot down in any real capacity to clean up this uncouth behavior. Hound does a better job of disciplining Crosshairs than Optimus himself does. In 2007, Optimus clearly declares that they don't harm humans and directly tells Ironhide to chill out. Disregard the safeguarding of humanity. Optimus should be disciplining his men for the sake of getting the fucking job done. The Autobots are in a briefing discussing where their comrades are, if they're even still alive, when Drift and Bumblebee just get into this stupid ass scuffle. Important information is being discussed. Shut this shit down. The way the Autobots behave when Optimus is not present is a direct statement of how he runs his operation. The very first episode of Transformers Prime I watched was episode 7 of season 1, Scrap Heap, and it shows how Optimus is supposed to be written perfectly. In this episode, Optimus and RC find themselves stuck in the Arctic because an invasive species from Cybertron called Scraplets have torn up the headquarters and shut down the ground bridge. As RC falters and becomes weak, Optimus is there for her and does his best to keep her spirits up. When RC believes that they are stuck in the Arctic because of Bulkhead's size and clumsiness, Optimus says this:
Bulkhead may be too large for this world, but his inner strength is without bounds. One should not be measured by size alone.
When there is a sign of danger, Optimus shields RC because he knows she is in a worse condition than he is. Transformers Prime portrayed a better Optimus Prime in one 22-minute episode than Michael Bay did in 2 fucking movies. In regards to Rise of the Beast Optimus, I want to say that I stand corrected. He is far from perfect. This video by a creator named Paper Planes explains why Rise of the Beast Optimus is not a good depiction of Optimus, but I can at least stomach his out-of-character behavior in that movie, since the film is not in the same continuity where the 2007 humans are a young species speech is considered canon. Rise of the Beast did one magnificent thing, however. It birthed a clip of Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime himself, explaining the core of Optimus Prime.
When I voiced Prime for the very first time, I was living with my brother Larry, who was a Marine, and I said, I'm going to an audition. I'm going to be a truck. And he started to laugh, and he said, a truck? And I said, this is a leader. This is a hero. And his demeanor just changed. He just went, well, Peter, if you're going to be a leader, be strong enough to be gentle. And I got to the audition, and I said, My name is Optimus Prime from the planet Cybertron.
Be strong enough to be gentle. As these movies continued, that ethos got further and further away. With Revenge of the Fallen, we got,
"You'll never stop at one. I'll take you all on!"
which was a fantastic line. With Age of Extinction, we got,
"They slaughtered Ratchet. I'm gonna tear them apart.
and
I'll kill you. Stay back!"
And those lines make me sick. What's the difference? In Revenge of the Fallen, the context was that the Decepticons wanted Prime to allow them to kill Sam Witwicky and extract the Allspark data from his head. Optimus didn't just say this as a boast, he said this because he would rather take on legions of Decepticons than allow them to kill a single innocent human, even if the future of Cybertron was at stake. Because Optimus knew that the Decepticons would never stop at one human, and no greater good was good enough to sacrifice an innocent life. In Age of Extinction, Optimus is lashing out in pure emotion, be it anger or fear respectively. His anger doesn't come from a place of care, it comes from raw, impulsive emotion. He lacks emotional control. He's not being strong, he is being weak. But the humans betrayed him. A group of humans betrayed him. The real Optimus Prime would have seen the nuance in that and wouldn't have spread his distrust to all humans. Humans were reporting Cybertronians for rewards. Then Optimus should have left. Instead, he lashed out, transformed, and threatened to kill Cade and Lucas when none of that was necessary. Oh, but Cemetery Wind killed Ratchet. Sentinel Prime killed Ironhide, and Optimus still tried to talk him down instead of killing him. He tried to talk Megatron down in the first movie after he killed Jazz. And this flanderization of the character gets worse.
Did you forget who I am?
This film got so far away from who Optimus was in 2007. Listen to his speech again.
Why are we fighting to save the humans? They're a primitive and violent race. Were we so different? They're a young species. They have much to learn. But I've seen goodness in them. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings.
Optimus in 2007 understands that humans are young. We will make many mistakes. He does not hold resentment for our actions as the Cybertronians made similar mistakes. To chastise humanity for the very mistakes they made themselves is hypocritical. Optimus understands that all sentient species go through growing pains, struggles, conflict, and strife, but he sees all the potential we have, and he knows there is good in humanity. He does not want to condemn humanity to Cybertronian violence for the actions of a few, but if he does, this great potential humanity has will never be reached. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, and that includes the right to be wrong on the path to improvement. Even though humanity has chosen to do foolish shit in both Revenge of the Fallen and Dark of the Moon, Optimus never stood in our way. He never chose for us. He allowed us to make mistakes, and he respected the path we chose to take. In Age of Extinction, the writers chose to destroy all of this. Prime completely abandons all the wisdom he had in 2007. He regresses as a character. He chooses to forsake the entire human race over the actions of a few. The few in power that make decisions for the rest of us. He is willing to abandon Earth on the cusp of a Decepticon uprising because of this, only to have Cade teach him a lesson he already taught others in the first film, that humans make mistakes and that he should have faith in our potential. Cade should not be reminding Optimus of one of his founding principles that he taught others in the first fucking movie. And at the end of the film, he doesn't even learn the right lesson from Cade. He's not even pro-human by the end of the movie, he's just pro-Jaeger family. In his closing speech, Optimus seems to want Earth left alone simply because his friends are on it, not because he sees the potential of humanity again. Optimus is not supposed to be a character who fucks up and relapses as easily as we do. He's supposed to be a character who has experienced more than any of us could imagine and still be a gentle but firm leader, making him the wisest and most compassionate of us all. Optimus abandons his core belief in this film. that the potential of a species should be recognized more than their folly. Depending on the continuity, Optimus started his life as Orion Pax, a library or dock worker who never felt suited for war. But the Primes, or Alpha Trion, saw his potential and chose to make him one of the greatest Primes in all of Cybertronian history. Optimus should know more than anyone that greatness can come from anywhere and any species. But Age of Extinction Optimus doesn't give a fuck about anyone's potential. He doesn't give them room to be great. He didn't let Grimlock rise to the occasion. He forced him to fight. It would have been much more interesting and much more in character if Optimus let Grimlock walk away, only for Grimlock to come back because he realizes that Optimus is right. That's what makes Sam Witwicky's story so much better than Cade's or any of the other humans. Sam was a normal boy who was allowed to rise to the occasion multiple times throughout his trilogy, but everything about this Optimus Prime screams obligation. He must work with Cade because he owes him after Cade repaired him. Optimus must shut down KSI because it is an abomination. Optimus must force Grimlock to fight for him because he didn't think about any other way to win this fight. Where the fuck is the sense of duty with this Optimus? That desire to do right when there is no incentive to do right. Optimus literally never does anything for personal gain or gratification. All the things that made Optimus Prime are fucking missing in this movie. Let's go on another tangent. I've recently started watching some anime, and there's one show that understands this sense of duty better than Age of Extinction did. My Hero Academia. At the beginning of Season 1, Deku is taking his entrance exam for UA, a school for superheroes and the alma mater of Deku's childhood hero, the All Might. The setup is that there is a mock battle where the applicants must defeat robots that have point values attributed to them. But there's one robot that has 0 points, so it's advised to simply avoid this robot. In the exam, the 0-point robot is revealed to be nearly 5 times larger than the other robots. In the frenzy, the other applicants flee the giant 0-point robot, but one applicant, Uraraka, gets caught and is in danger of getting crushed by the robot. Even though Deku has no incentive to defeat the giant robot, he leaps into action and defeats the robot with a single punch. For reasons I won't get into right now, the leap into the air and the punch he delivered on the robot broke nearly all of his limbs. Although Uraraka saves him, he still ends the exam with 0 points and a completely broken body. He gets healed by the school nurse, so at least he has that. Thinking he failed, Deku goes home in defeat, only to find out that he managed to get accepted into UA. There were factors in the test that were not disclosed to the applicants. There was a combat score, but also a rescue score, and by saving Uraraka when he had every reason not to, he gets admitted into UA, and he's not even at the bottom of the scoreboard. That is the sense of duty and heroism that is missing from Optimus Prime in this movie. The sense that he should do right simply because doing the right thing is enough. Not because he owes Cade or because he has a personal incentive to do so. He tells his Autobots to defend Earth because his friends are on it, not because it's the right thing to do. He doesn't spare Joshua because it's the right thing to do, but because Joshua said the Autobots were violent aliens and Optimus didn't want to be viewed as that in that moment, because he sure went on to be a violent racist warlord after this conversation. I want to take the time to mention something personal, as it was the main reason behind why I made this video. In September of 2022, my grandfather passed away, one of the few masculine role models I had in my life. I love him dearly. I was named after him. But one thing that subconsciously grew on me was that I saw my grandfather in Optimus Prime. They were both gentle but firm leaders of their respective families. My grandfather was not unfamiliar with combat either, being a Vietnam Air Force veteran, retiring as a technical sergeant. My grandfather knew how to fight, how to kill. He had seen many of his friends die as well. Yet just like Optimus, he was kind, gentle, easygoing, understanding, compassionate, and wise. But he definitely didn't take no shit and wasn't afraid to voice his concerns. So, on one afternoon in October of 2022, I decided to relax and watch Age of Extinction. I usually enjoy these movies despite their flaws, but this time I was disgusted. The scene of Optimus threatening Grimlock was the nail in the coffin for this version of Optimus Prime for me. I had tolerated the rest of the movie, but seeing this version of Prime made me want to rip this film apart. And then, in July of 2024, I went to Fanboy Expo and met the man himself, Peter Cullen. I told him about how his portrayal of Optimus Prime reminded me of my grandfather and how much his performance meant to me. I told him how my grandfather and his brother were both Vietnam veterans and how my grandfather was just like his brother, strong enough to be gentle. It took so much energy not to become an emotional mess speaking with someone who was essentially one of my childhood heroes. In that moment, we understood each other. The character of Prime, especially with Cullen's performance, is hard for me to divorce from the memory of my grandfather. But this movie to me is like watching someone you love behave in a way you know is not right and not consistent with who you've come to remember. So this version of Prime needs to be destroyed and defiled, because this is not Optimus Prime. But to end this video on a positive note, thank you, Peter Cullen, for shaping one of the cornerstones of I and many other children's childhoods and showing us how to be strong enough to be gentle. I appreciate you all for being so patient with this video. It has been a long time coming and I've had other projects that got in the way of this one. But I hope you all enjoyed this massive chonker of a video, and thank you all for the continued support of a small content creator like me. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.